Hey, good morning and good evening to my friends on the West Coast. Hey, I'm really tickled to see you all here already. Best Life, Susie, Silver Girl, Garrett, how you doing, my man? Um, yeah, I just thought I'd come on and we could get together and talk a little bit. Uh, you friends on Facebook, I really wish you would find the YouTube channel. It's Truth with Tom, 3 words, and subscribe to that and get the notifications, because sooner or later I'm going to be cutting Facebook out of this. Uh, I'm afraid somebody's going to say something to get me kicked off of it, to be honest, or maybe I'll say something to get me kicked off of it. Who knows? But born a racer. Good morning, sir, or ma'am. I'm not sure. Uh, yeah. Anyway, Facebook folks, please come over to YouTube and subscribe, and we'll get some notifications. Hello, Anna. I don't know. I was thinking a little bit, man. There's all this stuff in the news the last few weeks and everything, and I just had some thoughts that thought I'd share. Is the sound okay? Somebody let me know if the sound's okay. Um, but yeah, I was thinking about a sovereign state with a free population, and they decided to withdraw themselves from a government that they felt wasn't really seeing to their well-being or happiness, good way of life. Oh, ghetto! I bet you say that to all the boys. So they exercise their God-given right to alter or abolish a government that's not looking to their best interest, and they make that decision, and they attempt to live as free people without hurting anybody or being dangerous to anybody, and just governing themselves. And of course, the president of the country that was shunned feels insulted about this, and he's also threatened. He understands that his treasury is going to suffer, and he can't have this, so he raises an army, and he decides he's going to invade these people that have separated, and that's what he does. The new country is invaded, bombed, burned, cities laid waste, destroyed. What doesn't get destroyed by bombs again gets burned. Civilians who shouldn't have been involved in this at all, of course, suffer just as bad as any soldier does. There are murders and rapes and looting. The private wealth of the country is carried away. I heard stories about one soldier that wrote home and said he had a quart-sized jar full of gold and diamonds that he was going to be bringing home that had been stolen. And of course, this is the president and top generals of the invading country are, if not outright encouraging behavior like this, they're looking the other way. It doesn't matter. People digging caves to escape their cities being shelled by artillery. And it's gone so far as fields are poisoned, so crops can't be grown. Wells are poisoned so that there's no water. What little food the people had was taken away from them. And, when you do something like that, it's kind of equivalent to, let's say your wife leaves you and you go to where she is and you beat her within an inch of her life. twist her arm up behind her back and march her back home, throw her in the door, tell her if she tries to do something like that again, you're going to kill her. You have preserved your union, but it's never going to be the same. And you do feel for the country that wanted their independence and wanted to just live peacefully and do their thing. You feel for people like that. And that's going on right now. Y'all might think I'm talking about Ukraine. I'm actually talking about the American South, where cities like Atlanta and Columbia, South Carolina, Charleston, Petersburg, Virginia, Richmond, burned to the ground and their citizens made to suffer. The one general wrote home to his wife and said he was going to make South Carolina howl. And he did. But you folks in your support of Ukraine are supporting the exact same thing that went on in 1861. And all I want to ask you is get off my ass about waving my Confederate flag and honoring my Confederate ancestors and wishing to live in a way that they established. And that's all I'm asking. So we can talk about Ukraine a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and set up links so that I can be joined. And we can talk about this. And we can talk about this. We can talk about this. There we go. All right. Bella, how can I help you? There you go, Bug Dude. These rulers are out of control, and we're going to get into this. Let me try to set up this Facebook link if anybody wants to come that's watching on Facebook, and we'll have it done. Link if anybody wants to come that's watching on Facebook. And that ought to be it. Ought to be it. Okay, links up. We're welcome to join. I heard about some ridiculous aid package that I guess was just signed off sometime this evening. $800 million of yours and my money that we don't have because I spent $4.39 a gallon for gasoline today. And the food being outrageous. And and they're redistributing $800 million of your wealth. Good evening, Michigan girl. Oh, Bella needs a wrench. Okay, hang tight. I don't know why Bella doesn't already have a wrench a long time ago. All right. I don't know about this guy, this president of Ukraine. We are being pushed too hard to fall in love with this fellow. Get him, Bella. Show him what for. And And I understand even George Soros backs this guy. So I do. I feel for these people, and I don't understand. Don't understand what Putin's doing. He's got to know what he's doing. If what we're seeing is true, and it's not making any sense to me at all. Uh, I saw a clip yesterday. Kept meaning to call my son about it because he's a professional firefighter, but it struck me very odd. A city that's been bombed to hell. I mean, they showed rubble all over the place, and there's I won't call it a skyscraper, but it was a real tall building, and it was bombed out, and there were flames coming out of a couple of the windows, and the fire department was there with hoses putting a fire out in a building that's going to have to be demolished anyway. Does this make any sense to y'all? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Maybe a firefighter out there. The city is waste. The people are gone, but they got the fire department up on a great big cherry picker, but much larger than a cherry picker, much taller, with running water in this bombed out city. So I don't know. Is the link up? Is the link working? It's pinned. So I don't know. Good evening, Julie. Thanks for being here. Everybody, thanks for being here. Polarian, it's good to see you. I don't know. This is all just so shady from every side, from every angle. I didn't see the statement that he might have made, Michigan girl. I'm kind of running blind here. I haven't seen any news all day. It's finally springtime. And I've been outside getting important things done because shit that's happening on the other side of the world, it may come and bite us. But I just got better things to do lately. The ghetto, Miss Silver Girl. How's everybody?
Come up and say that you are not talking to yourself. There are really people over there listening to you.
I kind of thought I was talking to myself, but I do that all the time anyway. So it doesn't matter.
I just don't want you to get lonely. That's all.
Yeah, well, thank you. At one time, I was talking to myself and caught myself not paying attention. I had to ask myself to repeat what I said. How is it out there on the West Coast? Well, you're both on the West Coast.
Ghetto, but
it's doing all right. We're finally getting some good weather. Hands in the dirt, everything getting good. Is my sound okay?
No, not at all. You're cutting in and out.
No, you don't. I'm used to you yelling.
Taking cigarettes out of your ears. That's what's going on. Hey, Robert.
Good to see you. Because my mic doesn't work.
Your mic's working pretty good tonight.
It won't for long.
Well.
I don't know. There's so much craziness going on. I made the mistake about 3 weeks ago of saying, okay, I want to go watch other people different things that I don't know. Once a week, I make myself watch the ads on TV while I'm watching a NASCAR race. And I have to watch the ads to get through that. Anything else I want to watch, like NCIS, I tape it and watch it later. But live events, you really ought to watch it live. That's about all I can handle of ads that are on TV right now. I make myself watch at least one Fox program a week. And so I decided that I needed to stretch that out a bit and go watch people I don't normally watch and that have different viewpoints. So I started going out just just clicking on anything that looked like a neat title. Actually, being very sure not to hit on anybody's name that I recognize. And I started, like I said, about 3 weeks ago, and it took me about 3 days to figure out that although people might say the same thing, is the end result, how they get there is so wild and so different.
Oh yeah.
And to listen to one person who believes the same thing I do about X, and then that same person doesn't believe another thing I believe about anything. And you have to sit there and you've got to figure out why. Why can they believe everything you believe, but one really important one they don't, or vice versa?
We're all walking a different path. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
very different. All have different experiences. These young ones like Ghetto, um, they don't have the years of extra experience as old folks. And I just wanted to make sure you were still there, Ghetto.
Young and beautiful. Do I sound
Every
better?
day.
Yeah, much better.
A lot better. Yeah.
But it's experience and what we've been through and what we've suffered and what we've won and what we've gained and the people in our lives, our jobs. It's everything that goes into who we are at this particular second, at this moment, in this place. And everything we hear and see gets interpreted that way. And nobody does the same things in life. So we're all hearing different stuff. And I know that some of the things I've been hearing that are counter to anything I would even consider are not even all coming from mainstream. They're getting deducted into weirdly weird things out there. Some of the thing, like I said, I went out there on purpose to learn. Um, there might be these little people that live in Ukraine that look like grass and bushes. And they're out there in the fields running around in Ukraine to make it look like those tanks are moving, but they're not. I swear to God.
I don't know.
I'm,
I don't know.
I'm serious. There are people who come up with the strangest ideas and then they put them out there. And they're strange to me now. It wasn't strange to all the people that were hitting a thumbs up on that one. Uh, but I didn't stay long. Um,
I
so
tell you what, we are being hoodwinked so bad. And of course, I don't know anywhere close to what the truth is. But folks, we're being taken for a ride on this thing. It's just too much that's not making sense. Like that fire. I thought about that fire all day long, and I thought, well, yeah, it makes sense to put the fire out. What if there's something dangerous in the building? But the whole place has been bombed already anyway. So what's even another explosion gonna hurt?
good point. Once you've dropped one bomb, what difference does the second one make?
Exactly. Everybody in chat, hi, thanks for being here. It's F Home and Sita. Everybody, Polarian, thank you for being here. Hoot Owl, haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you. Yeah, man, I just wanted to talk about this stuff because and the similarities between the appearance of the situation and the I like to call it the war to prevent Southern independence. It's just so similar. Craig, you rascal. I got to stop and tell Craig something, man. I almost became your old buddy One Eyed Willie today. I was doing some cleaning up and I had my truck parked under a tree. And I got out and this twig came right in underneath my glasses. And I thought my eye was gone, Craig. It hurt, man. It hurt, but I'm okay. I can still see out of it. But first thing I did was think about that story you told, man. Come on up if you want. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I had to tell Craig that story because I've been thinking about him all evening.
That's
Yeah.
strange.
Craig said he had a friend named One-Eyed Willie with a wood eye.
Nobody wants to think about Craig all day. Just saying.
But yeah, and I notice around here the people that are in such staunch support of Ukraine are people that I've done let go because of other political disagreements. So if they're for it, I got to be against it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, how about it, Robert?
Well, Robert, I think it can help the middle class. Fuck the low income.
Wow.
Sorry for the cuss word, but people don't realize it, man. The low income people, man, they are just getting showered with gifts.
They're sucking us dry.
But it's not even it wouldn't. The reason why I say it like that is because the government is just pushing it out there. Maximum benefits across the board for the last 2 years.
It's not their fault, man. And if it was offered,
and I'll tell you what,
take it?
that's exactly my point.
What fool
Now,
wouldn't?
I wouldn't be buying steaks and lobsters and all the other crap that these bastards are doing. But my point is, there's a reason why they're pushing so much money towards the poor and towards the rich. So many tax breaks, so many extras. It's the working class. It's the people like us in the middle. I know y'all are retired, but you understand what I mean. It's the people in the middle that are getting our asses just handed to us. So as much as I want to agree with you, Robert, I say give it back to the middle class so we can actually do something. You know what I mean? Somebody that's just right over the line, why don't you give them some food stamps? Shit. Somebody that's got to not pay their freaking light bill because they need to get some food in the house. Why don't you help us out? You know what I mean?
Give working people a gasoline card.
Fucking
if you got a job,
$5.33, Tom. That's how much it is here. $5.33. $5.33.
Wow.
Sorry to cut you off, man. It just
I tell you what, man. And do you check the price of diesel because it's a lot more than you're paying for gas?
Yeah, I didn't look at that. I think it's what is it, 20 cents more.
Check that out and then figure filling up a 250-gallon tank to deliver food to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Those guys are going to end up parking their trucks.
Yeah. They're not going to have no choice. I think that's the point. You know what I mean? That is the point. There's so many targets that are aimed at our food and other things other than Russia and Ukraine. Don't get me wrong, it's messed up over there. I think the news and all the propaganda that's put out, I do believe there's a lot of real stuff in there mixed in between. Everything's all mixed up to keep us in chaos. I don't think you can fake a war like that, especially when there's millions of people that are running away. But I think it's to keep us distracted, just like the jab, just like everything else, because they're directly targeting our food. Almost every country in the world right now is under the Protectionism Act. What that means is they stopped exporting food. Venezuela was just the most recent country to do it, and they're one. I think they supply. I think it's 45% of the world's soybean production, soy, and they said we can't do it. We need it for our own people.
We need it at home.
We need it at home, and almost every country, Tom, is doing that. They're protecting their own people right now, and they're like, "Hey, we ain't got enough food," and that's what I've been seeing since the Rona started. You know what I mean? It's always about this food, the extreme weather, the less the crops that are being all the crops that are being jacked up from the floods and the extreme heat and all the weather that's going crazy. I do believe they've seen what's going on, and they're accelerating it. You know what I mean? These big distribution centers for Walmart distribution center. I mean, dude, it's just went in a blaze of glory today up there in Indianapolis. In Taiwan.
What do you mean it went in a blaze of glory?
It got burned down for some
It
reason.
got burned down.
Yeah, it was just engulfed.
Completely burned to the ground.
Completely burnt. Yeah, completely burnt. Just in Taiwan, not 2 days ago, Tom. One of the biggest grocery distributors in the world in Taiwan got burned down.
Yeah. The other thing is that I have a friend whose husband every single day delivers a truckload of United States chickens to a port in Louisiana. Louisiana, going to China every single day. And right before Thanksgiving and Christmas, he took a week of every day going to the port with turkeys. But he had to, in order to buy turkeys for Christmas at his house, they had to pay through the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had, and he's still doing that. They are still taking food from here that is really high and sending it to China, Taiwan. They're not sending it to the big, Africa or places like that. And I don't understand it. And he's having problems with the concept, according to the wife that I talked to, and has been considering quitting because it's going against so much of everything he believes. And he just can't. To him, what she was saying was that he was in tears the other night because he got down there and they unloaded his truck, and he gets in his truck to go back home or to do the 4 hours he's allowed to do. And there, sitting beside his truck, was this little kid, and they were thinking he was probably 7 or 8 years old. Kid ran away, so we don't know that much about him. But anyway, the kid was sitting there with tears rolling down his face and skinny and everything. And so he asked, he said, "Are you hungry?" And the kid shook his head, yes. And so he reached in his wallet. The only thing he had was a $10 bill. And he handed the kid a $10 bill. And the kid ran. And he was telling the story. He said, "Well, did you go after him to get your money back?" "No. I did not intend on giving him a $10 bill, but it was the only thing in my billfold." I mean, it might have been the difference between a 10 and a 50, who knows? But 10 is what he pulled out. And he said that kid was starving. You could see that his eyes were hollow. He says, "Here just let go of an entire truckload of chickens ready to be cooked. And this kid has no food. You could tell he has no food. And he was looking for anything that dropped on the ground."
Yeah. Yeah.
And
here we are paying farmers in this country, paying them to not grow certain crops.
And to kill off their cows.
Yeah. Yep. And hogs.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to get out of the habit. It's not the government paying these people. It's we are paying these people.
Yes.
And we need to drive that home too, that it's our money that's being misused.
Well, they didn't contribute, and not only is it our money, they didn't contribute any to the pot to begin with.
No.
I just put a quote up in private chat. I wanted to follow up. We were talking about at the very beginning, and that is William Casey said, "When everything Americans believe is false, our misinformation campaign will be complete." William Casey, CIA agent head of the CIA under Ronald Reagan. And that is, I saw that yesterday and I went, uh-oh. Uh, I think that's exactly what they want. I
Good
think
night, Monty. Have a good one, man.
have no correct information. Everybody's going to get false information from everybody that's out there because you can get false information about absolutely. They could make me believe your eyes aren't blue for a
Oh, they're
second.
not. Until they sit there brown.
And
You know what part of that quote strikes me? He said, "Our information campaign."
yeah,
Yes,
isn't that
sir.
Yeah.
is a direct quote? I found it in 3 places exactly the same before I was going to put it up here because I wanted to check it out to make sure. But that is a direct quote of the head of the CIA. So not only do they feed us the misinformation they want us to have to make us think and behave differently, they even feed us misinformation they don't care if we have or not, just so that everything we know is wrong. Then, no
Well,
matter what's said, people can convince us that it's wrong. I'm too old to be convinced of that, but
That's
what?
disheartening. Go ahead, Ghetto.
Well, they give us out of 10 stories, you're going to get 8 of them that are false and 2 of them that are true. They're trying to make right now as chaotic as possible, and this is my opinion, but they're trying to make right now as chaotic as possible. So when they're rewriting our history of right now, they're able to manipulate it the way they want to. Just like the way that Russia's dragging out the Ukraine war, through the Rona, all this stuff that we've been going through and we're seeing and watching right now. You got to think about how right now is going to be taught 50 years from now. You know what I mean? What are they going to be telling because I can only imagine World War II was a lot more different than what we actually know about it. You know what I mean? From the news, you get where I'm going. It's like
I do. Uh,
absolutely.
his story, it's going to be whoever's writing the story. That's
Well, yeah, it's kind of like the people who vote. It's not who votes and how they vote, it's who counts the votes. It's not the people that lived the history, it's who writes about the history.
yeah.
The thing that has me is that the tech companies that gave us access to stuff that we wouldn't have known to go to the library to look it up if something hadn't, come out. Now we can go and look it up online. And if we need to go look at something in paper, we can go after we find it online, we can go find it in paper. But prior to this whole thing 20 years ago really blowing up so that we all had this online stuff, they would have continued to do this. We wouldn't know about the stuff that we know about World War II not being won, about Hitler in Argentina, or anything else. I would never have known about paperclip and the fact that there is I know somebody whose parents were paperclip, and I would have never thought that because at the time until she told me recently she checked her ancestry and her grandparents were paperclipped over, and she was having a hard time living with the fact that that was true.
Hey, I bet. And there was thousands of them.
I spent hours on the phone with her the night she found out, just trying to get her to calm down and do nothing until at least one of us could think.
Good morning, awkward Texan. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know about that World War II not being one thing. I don't believe that. I understand it, but I respectfully don't believe that.
Yeah.
The concentration camps being closed down was a win. The
Oh,
Third Reich being
100%.
checked was a win.
But wouldn't it blow our mind, Tom, if we were the ones that made those concentration camps?
You'll never convince me that the United States had anything to do with anything but liberating those camps. Dwight Eisenhower himself made sure pictures were taken of all that because he said someday some son of a bitch will try to deny this.
Yeah.
And he had it documented. So, I mean, and I do understand the thing about all these German scientists that ended up in this country and running the space program and probably the CIA and all that. And I don't understand that either. And I try not to just poo-poo ideas that I don't understand. I do try to consider them, but I try to consider more than one side too.
Yeah.
Healthy skepticism, is that a good term?
Yeah. That's how I do it. I don't necessarily believe it either. I wasn't there, so I mean, unless I'm actively watching it, right in front of me, I'm tend to make up my own assumption. I'm not gonna let one person or one thing veer me one way or the other. I'm gonna go with what was in the history books.
I also think that a lot of times the top people, like the president, is not even involved. I think that a lot of times
this one sure ain't.
I'm tired of you guys talking about my president, okay? About time my vote counted.
You shouldn't call that president an asshole. No, we shouldn't call that asshole a president.
a good one.
And it all just went quiet. Did I get shut down?
No, you're at least with us. Who knows? Oh, good evening, Miss Deanne. Aloha, Steve.
Good to see you, Steve. Excellent. Jojo, good evening.
Boris, BB72. Man, you always got the good chat, man. You got the intellectuals around here. I like that. You could tell it's not the ones that want to come up here so they can listen to some people sharing the curse words over and over and over. Although I tend to, when I'm a little excited.
Oh, absolutely. Hey,
man,
there's a time and place for it. You hit your thumb with a hammer, you're going to cuss.
Yeah.
But,
look why I'm excited today, Mr. Tom. Look what I got in the mail. Sorry if I cut you off.
Got, man? What you got?
Check me out.
Pressure cooker.
Yes.
All right. Well, now, wait a minute.
And my limit of freaking dirt, man. That was my limit. So I had to buy them in each different size. These bastards only let you have one at a time.
What is that, potting soil or topsoil?
Potting soil and fertilizer, but I had to get the littler bags. I got 2 big bags. It's for because we're gonna do our garden in containers and in bags, like potato bags and stuff. Because man, our weather was just our weather killed us last year. 118
so you can move
degrees.
Stuff around into the shade.
Yes. Yep. Yes, sir.
All right.
But this one I'm more excited about, man. Whatever I grow is going right in here. So maybe not
on that a little bit. I don't see a gauge.
I got no zoom. Oh, it's not all the way put together. No, they go right here though.
And that's where your jiggler goes, right?
Yeah, the jigglers.
All right.
And then that right there, I think, man, I'm not smart when it comes to all
this.
That
may be your pressure relief valve, but you don't want to. Oh, no, that thing pops up when it's under pressure.
Yeah, something like that. And here we go. Got another. I finally pulled the trigger too, Tom.
What is that?
That is the Hawkmatic 2, the electric tobacco roller.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, me and my wife finally did it.
All right.
Figure $600 a month is a little bit too much. We can put that into our house.
Listen, you got a pencil and piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Make friends with this outfit out in Chicago called Windy City Cigar Company.
Windy City Cigar Company. All right.
And you can order your tobacco and your tubes through them. And it comes really fast and it's really cheap.
All right.
I paid $55 for a 5-pound bag of tobacco, so that's $11 a pound.
Yeah. Okay.
and I paid less.
How much is it a pound? 11, you said?
Yeah.
All right. Locally, it's 15 a pound here,
Well,
so
there
it's
you
not
go.
too bad. Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
you'll have to
Nice.
pay a little shipping. So, you know, it
Yeah.
depends on.
We calculated it, man. It's about $120 per month for our smoking habit when it comes to roll your owns. Hell of a lot better than $600.
Now, see, I never worked it out to a month's worth. I figure in about 80 cents a pack, 85 cents a pack.
Yeah.
And
Well, me
somebody
and my
told me
wife's,
that they were over $10 a pack now.
yeah,
So
10, about 10.50 around here. $110 for a carton. That lasts. I mean, it's me and her smoking, and we smoke almost a pack, depending on how much I'm working and stuff. Because I'm outside more. We don't smoke indoors or nothing.
oh man, I'll sit here in front of this computer and suck down cigarettes.
Oh, that's so gross, Mr. Tom.
Oh man,
I can't live with my own smoke, man.
Well,
Can't do it.
You know,
but you
don't...
pay your own bills, so you do whatever you want.
And I ain't asked you for the first kiss yet, so what's your problem?
Nah, even before we had kids, you know, my grandmother, I mean, everybody that I stayed with when I was younger, and my wife's mom, everybody, I mean, shit, we'd be in their lap while they're sitting there puffing a cigarette, man. I just knew when I got older, there was no way in hell I was going to have cigarettes around me indoors anyways. So it was one of those things.
You know, I didn't smoke inside the house for years because my wife had a stroke, about 18 years ago it was. And she had to quit, which she smokes now, but for years, because they told her, you know, cigarette's going to kill you. I mean, that's what it was. She had a bleeding in her brain. And I'm, you know, outside on that cold porch in the middle of the wintertime. And I don't know, finally at some point, I just started smoking inside again. After she was definitely totally healed.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to see what you were talking about.
He's a little camera shy, but
what do you think opposite, Sita? I'm curious.
It was something we said.
Oh, look at that pretty dog.
That is a beautiful dog. Absolutely beautiful.
He gets shy when I got the camera up, though. His ears tucked back, like
what a good boy.
As soon as I
what a sweetheart.
My Scout had that silver streak across his shoulders like that. Does that go all the way across his back?
No, just the top of his shoulder blades.
Top of the shoulders.
Yeah.
What a distinctive mark.
Oh, that is a beautiful. That dog is just really grown and is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. His face is a little bit darker than Scout's was. Scout's face was kind of reddish, actually.
How much you weigh now?
I'm not sure. He's probably a good 70, 80 pounds. He's a big boy. Not even a year old yet. He's a big boy.
He ain't there yet.
He's still clumsy over them big old paws. Man, his paws are the size of my hands.
Oh, no doubt.
Crazy. Yeah.
Scout topped out at 126, and the vet said, look, man, if you don't put him on a diet, it wasn't that he was fat or necessarily overweight.
Oh, sweet puppy. What a sweet puppy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Figure Miss Silver Girl like her. She's a oh God, I mess it up every time. One of those designer things. Half Opsolopso.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Lhasa Apso.
Something, man. My wife, she's probably a lot listening. Like, you dumbass, it's this. She just got a haircut.
She looks like she'd just been done. But anyway, the vet said Scout's legs were so unusually long that with his weight, just the act of getting up and laying down was going to wear his hips and shoulders out. So he had to lose 15 pounds, which he wasn't happy about, but we got through it.
You know, I see that happening with Duke as he's growing, man. As soon as he gets up, it just seems like he's already struggling. I'm like, dang, man, you're still a young pup.
Yeah.
I'm not
Well,
looking forward to when you're getting older. It's just, you know, I can see it in his hips already.
One of the good things to feed them that they get full on, but they don't, it doesn't hurt them, is green beans. It's even supposed to be a deterrent for fleas as well.
Huh.
But you can I gave Ace like 2 tablespoons of green beans every night to get his weight down when his hips started to bother, and it works beautifully because they feel I with him because of his teeth. I grind up the frozen green beans, the non-GMO organic in the freezer kind of green beans, and I buy those, put them through the a grinder so that they're mush, and just stir it in with his food, and he loves them. I need to take him out at this point. I'm gonna hop down, Tom, because I just know this microphone won't last too much longer. So I'm
well,
just hop
I
down.
appreciate you being here, Silver. Really.
Oh, get out. Take care.
Good night.
Bye, Miss
Hang
Silver
out with
Girl.
us and chat.
I'll
Hey,
stay in chat, but I just know my mic won't last forever, so I might as well go now.
you need to get up off some of that rusty old money and get yourself a mic now.
I know.
All right. We'll see you soon. Hey, Sita, you feel free to express any opinion you have here as long as it's respectful. We're an open forum and nobody's going to get shut down for anything. Um,
Well, she confused me even more when she responded to you. I got even more confused. And I don't even smoke before 20. Says a lot for me. And yeah, he stopped eating it, DM. Good grief, man. I got 2 holes in my carpet from that freaking dog. Little shit.
But he has quit that?
Yeah, so far, yeah. He so do they get scared of like the alpha male or something? Because me and my wife's thinking maybe it's because I'm the alpha of the house, and he treats me completely different than her or my son. I don't know if it's because he sees the alpha or whatever, but dude, he doesn't. I mean, he leaks, he does all that stuff when I'm, he'll piss on himself and everything when I'm showing him love or anything, or try to
Well,
tell him
think
something.
about
His
this. You're
ears,
about 5 times his size,
yeah,
not weight wise, but
I know,
you've
yeah.
got a very deep, commanding, loud voice. And I'm sure, I mean, I'm not going to use the word intimidated, but he knows who's boss. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I was thinking that's pretty
But,
much what I was thinking too.
you can make it a point, and sometimes you feel silly. I know I used to just act like a fool, but you can lighten up your voice and talk in a loving tone. Put,
Yeah,
like my grandmother would have said, put the dog on a little bit. Just, hey, baby, how you doing? And just tell him how much
yeah,
you love him. And they respond to stuff like that, man. They really do.
yeah,
But nothing wrong with being in control of a big dog like that either.
That's kind of where I'm at. I want to keep that control, man.
You don't want him scared of you, but
No, definitely not. I mean, he
definitely.
was supposed to be my dog, but hey.
That never works.
No, I mean, well, if you see my wife, I'd want to follow her around too. And I'm not saying that just because she might be able to overhear us. Just joking.
And I know Hawk told you that the male dog keys on the female and the female dog keys on the male, but
afterwards, I never thought that to be true.
I don't. I mean, the dog will key on who he's attracted to, and that's the end of it. I've had it go both ways.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too.
Good evening, Barefoot.
So Robert asked, does anyone else think that Russia could have already steamrolled through Ukraine if they wanted to? I wouldn't mind answering that real quick.
Go ahead.
So the reason I think they haven't is because of what I said earlier. I really do think that the world leaders, particularly Russia and Ukraine right now, I think they're making it right now for more video clips, pictures, savagery, whatever you want to call it. I think they're making it for when they write the history later on. Um, they'll have plenty of propaganda. I do believe that Russia could have just steamrolled them. I mean, they could have just lit them up. Boom, they're done. I mean, I think we all know that. Um, so either they're saving themselves for the real war that's happening. Good evening, Miss Barefoot. Um, Either they're saving their real soldiers for the next war that's going to come, which would be WW3 or whatever they want to call it. I would like to think it was not like, but I think that it would be more of a continuation from World War II. But either way, yeah, I think they could have steamrolled them. To be honest, I think they could steamroll us if they freaking tried.
I agree with you on the fact that yes, they could have steamrolled through. As far as what's going to go down in the history books, if they're honest, and the whole world sees it, so they're going to have to report it, is that Vladimir Putin has fought the most half-assed war in the history of the planet. Why?
That's where it confuses me too.
Yeah.
Just only got our opinions about it. I think he could very well be saving his good weapons, good soldiers, all these other things because he knows there's something else bigger coming to play. I mean, everybody could be antagonizing for that World War III. I always go back to the 1984 George Orwell. Um, these three big boys are going to end up fighting. You know, and it's not good for us. That's the problem. Us people of the freaking globe. You know, all these rich bastards. They're the ones that make everything off of it. We don't. All we get is more hardships. And
Or
yeah,
maybe China has the opportunity here to be the peacemakers and they can step in and talk Russia down and end up just smelling like a rose, on the whole world stage.
did you just smoke a bowl or something when you muted yourself?
No.
Man, you high. What you talking about? China gonna be what is this?
All possibilities, my brother.
No, I'm just playing, Tom. I pray to God. I mean, hey, it's in God's hands at this point. I mean, we let it go for so long because we're too busy worried about our own personal lives, taking care of our family, doing whatever we can just to survive. That we let these bastards control us, and that's exactly what it is. We've divided our country because we're fighting about who's going to rule us better. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of shit is that?
Yeah.
And, I wouldn't say it's our grandparents' fault or our faults. It is to a certain degree, but at the same time, it's like, what do we do now? It's all about what we do now. And if we don't stand up as a global society, we're screwed because they're giving out too much disinformation. But again, when they're writing our future history, you know what I mean? I think that's why there is so much disinformation, not just to keep us on our toes, but they can pick and choose what the hell they want to write it about later on down the road. You know what I mean?
I don't think that's possible with the internet now. I don't think that's possible.
But Tom, I mean, I can give you 10 stories, brother, and I guarantee you 2 or 3 of them are the only ones that are going to be real, but you're going to really think that,
That the
7 of
others
them
are.
are as well. You see what I mean? Like
But it's being sifted through so much faster now. It's taken. I hate to keep going back to the 1860s, but we were taught so much absolute bunk,
yeah.
and the information is out there. It's squirreled away, and it's not blatantly public, but
Yeah.
anybody that's interested in studying it can find it. And now we fast forward 160 years, and there's so much information that it's hard to weed through.
Yeah.
But eventually, I do believe that there will be more truth 50 years from now than there is now, as far as history goes. I don't know. Good evening, Cola. Good morning. It's good morning for Cola.
Well,
Yeah,
I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just gonna add on to it and about the steamrolling in Ukraine. I honestly believe this is a war against Russia from the rest of the world. I think Putin was put in a position where he had to go to Ukraine, and I'm a minority here, but I think Putin fucking excuse my language, but Putin gave up his own country. I really do. Because we're not understanding the fact that Russia is turning into a third world country as we speak right now. Every single business, the ruble, everything about them is getting completely demolished from within, from a financial standpoint. Even the fact that McDonald's is leaving, which everybody's like, oh, okay, well they'll be healthier. What about the millions of people that's how they pay their bills? Is they go to work at McDonald's? You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, it's completely just destructing his whole entire country. If you ask me, they're being hurt more than the Ukrainian people. But it's on both sides. It's not about more, it's the same, just in a different way, if that any of that makes sense. I mean, we're doing the physical war over there in Ukraine, but we're doing it by paper and by business over in Russia. And they're both suffering. I mean, they're both getting screwed. But I think Russia at the end of all this is going to be a lot more screwed. What's up, Von Eric? Von Eric's too scared to get on a panel with me these days.
Oh, I'd love to have Von Erich up. Sita, I'd really like to know more about what you're saying, too. If you'd like to come up on the panel, I'd like to hear about what it was that your dad told you. It's up to you, but the invite is there.
I would love to see me some Sita.
What's
up, Mr. Redneck Prepper?
Hey, Redneck, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I just don't understand this. The best way to put it is this half-assed way of conducting a war.
Yeah.
There are too many kids going to go home in body bags, and I'm talking about Russian kids, 18, 19, 20-year-olds, that it wasn't necessary if they had just gone ahead and done it. They didn't have to bomb those cities to rubble. And I mean, if I can believe the film I'm seeing, it's absolute rubble.
Yeah, a lot of places, yeah.
So what is the reason behind all this?
That's the biggest question of all, Tom. I mean, most of us will say Agenda 21, Reset 2030. I mean, yeah, I agree there too, Billy. Like we did a half-ass war for 20 years.
Yeah. And they seem to be blundering toward nuclear war. They really do.
Well, I think that's the fear that they want to put in us. I think it's the same as back in the, what was it, the 60s, the Cold War. I think it's the same as that. They want to keep us in fear. They want to. There's my man. What's up, Mr. Von Eric?
What's up? What's up, everyone? See? What's up?
Good to see you, sir.
About time, man. I feel like I'm all nervous and stuff. I haven't seen a celebrity like yourself in a while, man. What's up, brother?
Where you been, man?
I know. I'm all blaming him.
Yeah, baby. Where he been? In the ghetto. He act like he can't come out the ghetto now. You can come out. You can at least take a peek.
Was it a pretty day in Baltimore today?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You act like you didn't go outside today, man.
I went outside, but I ain't stayed long. and then later on we heard some gunshots pop off. So I was like, so I was like, I ain't definitely going out there.
That'll ruin a pretty day, won't it?
Yeah.
Hey, go on.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but it was. I did take a walk earlier today. That was in the afternoon. Well, I do take a daily walk every day. It was all right. Been in the 60s so far since Tuesday.
Nice.
Oh
Yeah.
man, we got beautiful weather today. That's what I was doing all day, trying to get my garden ready. I mowed my yard up, got rest of the leaves up. Yeah, it was a beautiful day. It was cold, but it was nice and sunny.
Yeah, the sun's getting strong. It makes things nice.
Yeah, that vitamin D. Yeah,
yes, sir.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, definitely need that. I love that.
You guys think it's possible though? You guys, I'd like to hear other people's opinion on that. You think that, I mean, let's say there is a one global, an NWO, which I think most of us actually believe that there is. But me personally, I know there is. Well, I don't know, but you guys know what I mean. I feel that there is. If they needed a reason for WWII to kick off. I mean, maybe they thought that we were going to react a whole lot different when it came to the Jabberwocky. I don't know. But do you think it's possible that Putin could have sold out both his countries, Ukraine and Russia, under the guise of, okay, we got to get this reset going. We got to accelerate it even faster because they're already accelerating the financial markets, the economic stuff. With the World Bank's cryptocurrencies, stuff like that. They're already putting everything else in place for the reset for 2030 or whenever it's going to be. But they need the physical part of it. They need I don't know, man. I feel like Putin just sold that shit out. Just like all the other world leaders, I believe that they answer to somebody as well. I think we have this impression that Putin's just an egotistical ex-KGB, and that's what he is, and that's all people think of. But I do believe he's got bosses as well that he works for.
Oh yeah, you think that? I see what you're saying. You think that he just implementing the plan that was set, and it's just carrying it out, just like any other leaders and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because his country is going to be the one that's feeling it really bad, just as much as Ukraine.
Right.
They're going to be feeling it real bad too. I mean, they're a lot bigger. That's why I said they're going to feel it a lot worse.
I've been under the impression he's completely opposed to this new world order.
See, that's what I mean. We're supposed to think that, but that's where I don't know.
And again, Redneck, from what I understand, Soros is completely behind the Ukrainian president, which kind of automatically makes this dude sketchy to me. If Soros likes it, we can't. We got to be against it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't think I don't even know if I ain't heard that one. If Soros behind them, he seemed like he's more so will be behind Putin. And then
I don't know. This is just what I hear, and I wasn't there, so I don't know.
I agree, JoJo.
But I think it's a plan that's being implemented, like you saying, Ghetto. I mean, they said he had $600 billion in reserve.
Right.
He paying for that because he knew the sanctions was coming. So, and he told them if they stop that one pipeline from going to Georgia, he's going to cut that natural gas off that he took over in Ukraine that supplies 20% of natural gas and natural oil to people's homes. So then you had Shell saying they end up was getting a whole bunch of oil, and then when they found out they were still getting oil from Russia, they automatically stopped. Now they said we're not going to get any more oil from Russia, but they can't do that because it would take at least a year for them to stop getting oil from Russia.
You're talking the U.S.?
Yes, Shell gas station, U.S.
We're not getting enough oil from Russia to be any more than a drop in the bucket anyway. I think like 3% of our consumption.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
Russia got nothing to do
Yeah.
with it.
yeah, three. But
Well, what?
but 3% as far as who's that going to? Then he goes to Venezuela. Venezuela is
Yeah, and Europe's still buying it from them.
Yeah.
I mean, Europe hasn't cut off any of the natural gas or the oil from
Right.
Russia.
Or the oil.
You know what I mean? And now one of them has. There's a big hoopla up there in Antarctica with them as well.
He's the third biggest.
Yeah.
Besides the Middle East, he comes in third. Russia.
Yeah. As well as with the wheat crop too.
Wheat and diamonds.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where my focus is on. My focus is always on the food. But if you look at all the production and how much we're not growing as a globe, worldwide, we're not growing. I think we're at like half. I think we lost. Altogether, it's almost half of our food supply just in 1 year, just from the extreme weathers on top of the Rona and the mandates and all the other stuff. We have like at least half of our food supply is completely gone. It's not there. And that's why so many countries are closing their borders to exporting and stuff. They barely got enough to feed themselves. I think that's why it's being hidden, under all this other chaos.
If they go to the crypto, then it's pretty much over then.
Oh yeah.
Because right now the US dollar is the world currency. China just went over to Saudi Arabia, and if they implement the yen to buy oil, that's it. That's it. It's going to the opposite direction to a place we really don't want it to go.
Yeah.
Once they do that, and if they implement the currency, they could get around sanctions with the cryptocurrency. And that's Bain Capital, which what's that guy who used to be in charge of Bain Capital? He ran for Senate, Utah. What's his name? He's a Mormon too.
Romney.
He used to be Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Bain Capital just sunk another 230 something million in crypto. So that it's about to hit.
Yeah, I've seen that, Silver Girl. Now let me ask you guys this, because they brought it up a few times in chat. If you lived outside of the United States, wouldn't you want the the world's dollar, the world's currency, not to be United States? I mean, how the hell have we made it this long by us being the dollar, the head dollar, the head honcho? I mean, we ain't even got nothing to back up our money. I mean, outside looking in, isn't it kind of, and economic wise, isn't it kind of idiotic that we are the world's currency?
Well, I guess back when we were producing, that's where the dollar got its strength, from the goods behind it.
Yeah.
And we could do that again. That's the frustrating part of this, that we can produce plenty of food if we only will.
Yeah, we're self-sustaining. I think we need to be completely
still there. The farmers are still there. So why? It goes back to what I said earlier. They're being paid not to produce.
There you go.
Which is stupid. It doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't.
To them it does, because they're making a lot of money. It's making them lots of money to the people. But if we not become the world currency, look, we could take our dollar pretty much anywhere in another country and get, let's pick, if that changes, then we have just sunk.
We have. I understand that. I fully understand that. But what I'm saying is, everybody's mad at all these countries for, they're trying to take over the dollar. They have every right to. I mean, I'm just a devil's advocate here. I don't want that to happen. Don't get me wrong, but we're not producing what we did when we first made the world's currency dollar. We're not doing anything for it. We're sitting on our fat asses and not producing nothing to protect that.
Yeah, that's true. We definitely not. And I think, then that's the problem.
You got to pay the piper sometime, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want it to happen. I don't want to go to the store and it's $20 for a gallon of milk.
Yeah.
Shit. I'll be robbing me some stores.
Right. Right. And it's going to get that way. It's going to because now he just went into that place right there. Just imagine, and then trying to go into Taiwan. Just imagine. Then he goes over to India. They neutral, so they're going to buy oil from him.
Well, I don't know if they're neutral. I mean, I don't feel they're neutral. I understand what you mean, though.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, Vaughn, I think India is holding all the cards. I think India is sitting back watching everybody. I always pay attention to the quiet ones, man. And being from the hood, man, he who controls the drugs control everything. And I tell you what, we get 90% of pharmaceuticals, the raw materials are from India.
Right.
That's a whole lot of drugs for one country to be controlling, and I think they know that. Every war that's been in the world has been ran by drugs,
right?
Or
but
because of drugs.
India is in India because of the way they do their employees, but it's not owned by them. You can go over there and open up a plant. It's not hard at all, and open up a plant and produce drugs and things like that. They do that because over here, because of the restrictions. But if you look, if you look on Smerge's website, you can open up, and most of those people, that's what a lot of those people doing. People here going over there open up plants in India, buying a warehouse and with all the things in it, and open it up, or they invest in it.
Yeah.
So and there's a lot of Russian companies over there that Russia owns a lot of those things, or China, and it might be some, India, got money that's doing it, but it's people here in the U.S. that's going over there also and open up a lot of those plants. So, I mean, as far as that, yeah, but I just see it on YNTV or India television saying India is neutral. They in talks with Russia.
Yeah. Showing us what we need to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What we feel like we need to hear, what we need to see. At the end of the day, now one of us knows exactly what's going to happen, what our future is. We could look at our past, though, and we could see, what's coming down the line. And I think it's going to be something worse than the Holocaust was. I mean,
you know why I think it's going to be they're neutral? Because of the way that country is. All that country, they look at these countries, even the religious country like Saudi Arabia with the Sharia law. It goes by communist. Look at Venezuela, communist. Look at Cuba, communist. Look at Russia, communist. Look at India, communist. All these countries are coming together. Look at where we going into. Listen to some of the things that they Biden saying and the things they're saying on Capitol Hill.
Oh yeah.
Just listen to them.
We're sliding.
Yeah. And all these countries that basically that we against, look how they're uniting. He goes to Venezuela that had sanctions on them and do a deal with them. He goes to Iran, another country, communist. Because just look at their laws, their Sharia laws. So all these countries are gathered together against us, and we the only last democracy country. And then, but look at the laws they passing, Patriot Act, these different laws. Look at the stuff they talking on Capitol Hill. It's like we going another direction. We hear that we hear it in the proper community, rights being taken each and every day. We have to, and I don't know, like Tom just said, we could go and like y'all saying, as far as we don't produce it and things like that, and I think that's hurting us. Look at Apple went over to China and did a 230 million contract. And the other companies over there doing business in there, they ain't even trying to come to America.
Shit, I wouldn't either if I was a businessman.
Well, you see, that's because of
May
the
as well go to the
regulation.
source.
You know, Trump put in place some hyper deregulation that had these companies feeling good about doing business here. And then, of course, the inauguration happened, and all that started changing that same day. Why? Because whatever he did had to be undone.
Yeah, I think. Tell you the truth, I think we need a Ron Paul up in that bad boy. I think
Man.
that's the type of person we need. They probably kill him in the first week, but we need him up in that.
we need a ghetto up in there. What you talking about, man?
Yeah.
You know what we need?
I think he's the ghetto person.
we need some straight gangbangers up in office.
Yeah.
We'll handle it. You know.
I'll tell you what we need, and I have a dream, like the man said years ago, a vision, a fantasy. What if come November we could put in place a veto-proof conservative Congress? I'm talking both houses, Senate and House of Representatives, in numbers that are veto-proof and conservative. I'm not saying Republican. I'm saying conservative. Constitutionalists, populists, people that are listening to the country, people that know what kind of pain this shit could, if no progress could be made, this backward slide could at least be stopped. And I hope for that. And it could happen. I think it could happen. We all got to get out. We all got to get together and make it happen. You know, here in my state, we're only like, I'm thinking 10 weeks away from the primaries. So it's really time to go to work and start paying attention to this. I've been talking about this shit for a year now. But the time is coming. The time's here. And we have to gird our loins and get out there and start fighting. This is our time. But we can't let time slip away and not get busy. Good morning, Tony Smith. Good to see you.
What's up, Tony Smith?
What's up, Tony Smith? Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I see this, Tom. I just don't see us coming together, which is needed for that to happen. It's too much division. If we had everybody come together as one, most definitely, I think that will happen. That's what's needed. But since we so divided in different things here, nobody is look at the things that's been happening just in a few years.
Yeah, man, but things are happening so fast that are causing so much pain that if I'm telling you what, I still don't know how much division there is. I think division is a made-up term to make us think we're divided. We all got too much in common now, man. We're all taking it up the rear end. And the pain is not going to lessen between now and November. Trust me, it's not.
Well, I show you one division: people who took it and people who didn't. People who's wearing masks and people who's not wearing masks. Just in that right there, we divided.
Does that have to be a divide that can't be overcome, though? I don't care what you did. Y'all know what I didn't do.
Right.
And I'm fine. You know, you had to make a decision. Okay, get over it. I can.
I think most people are exhausted about that type of division, and I think they're more. I think even the people that took it, I think that most people are undivided when it comes to that now. I think, and I'm just only going off of like my neighbors and the people that I'm around on a daily basis. The ones that would mask up before they even would talk to me. They're taking them off. You know what I mean? We're having better conversation, better dialogues. The guy across the street that I talk to daily, I keep an eye out for him, and vice versa. But he's very set in his ways,
Right.
and he's an old school brother. He's 78-year-old black dude, and I know race don't matter, but as Vaughn knows, them black dudes, man, them older ones, them older cats, man, they set in there.
Yeah, they
they,
came,
Yeah, they really set in their ways,
Right.
just like you old white dudes.
Right.
Y'all got your part to play.
I was going to say, I think that comes with age. I don't think
Yeah, I
color
think
has
it
anything
is.
to do with it.
I think it is, but more importantly, we always had these, I wouldn't say battles, but debates, on the administration, and anybody's better than Trump, and just these conversations. That would be his, side of it, obviously, but the way he talks to me now, the conversations, the fact that the gas pump itself is waking him up, the fact that the food not being there, the fact, you know what I mean, and he's starting to listen to me a little bit more about, hey, you got to get a little bit more flour, a little bit more rice, a little bit more whatever it is you eat, just get a little bit more while you can, and and I also told him, hey, I got your back if stuff does happen, but I've been trying to tell you for the last year, man, they're attacking our food. And he's, once you put it, we're all human beings at the end of the day. So they can't divide us on that part. We need water, we need food. So when you're trying to wake somebody up, and this is, what I did with him, I just started, I started talking about the food. And, in the beginning, he thought I was a nut. He thought I was a Trump supporting radical that was all kind of conspiracies. Yeah. Right.
I could come with Trump.
Right. Right, man. That's what I did when he told me that. Because he was getting hot, too. Man, he was getting hot. I'm like, man, you're not understanding what I'm talking about. Because he kept saying good things about Biden and the Democratic Party. And I was just like, oh, hell no, man. I mean, they've been ruling us this whole entire time, man. No. And then so he automatically thought I was on the other side. And it's like, no. There's a better side than blue or red. And it's me as an individual, as an American. I'm on my people's side. That's
You and
it.
me. Yeah.
Yes. But
Absolutely.
I kept whittling them down, man. I was like, look at the food prices. You know what I mean? Shit, everything is at least $1, $2 more. And there's less food in the packages. We all know that.
Yep.
Well, people like this, they don't know that because they're not paying attention to the little things that are big, but they're still little things. It's like, okay, well, cost of living, they would rationalize it in their own minds. And, he's a retired man. And it's like, hey, man, I know you only got a certain amount of money. So either do it now and use it as an investment, because that's what we need to start thinking about our food. We need to start thinking about it as an investment.
And so many people don't catch that the higher price, smaller package. Hell, I wouldn't notice that.
Right? Exactly.
But
they get, but that's I think just with him with that the person right there.
Mm-hmm.
Just think of that. Thousands of them that think like, and then he has kids. Just so you know what he told his kids.
Yeah,
they think like that. There's the vision. There's the division right there.
Well, thankfully, his kids are a little bit more awake. That's
right.
I'm
but
good. I'm good.
Just imagine those that's not. It's thousands of.
Yeah.
Just
millions.
Just at me when I'm going down. I don't wear a mask when I do my daily walk. I don't wear a mask. Do you know I had people jump away from me?
Hey, Zach. Good morning, sir.
Jump away from me because I don't have a mask on. There's the vision right there.
That's
now
you're going to have to overlook that, though, Vaughn.
No. I can overlook it, but is the people on the other side overlooking?
Yeah, are they over? I see what you mean, man. But you kind of a scary brother, though. I walk away from you too. You're not wearing a mask. You better hide that shit. No.
It's a lot of scary people that look like me. They don't jump. They don't jump.
No, I understand what you mean. Just like we may not think there's a divide, but the other side can definitely see it. But
Right.
I see
And
it.
you
I
know
see
why?
where.
You know why it's a divide? Just what you just said about the guy, how much he believed in the Democrats. Look what the Democrats pushing.
Oh yeah,
They
100%.
sooner or later got to see through that, though. And Tony Smith, man, I think it's more than 25% right now. I think this, whatever, I think they're claiming 8 now.
Oh,
You
what's that?
look at how much gas has gone up. Look at, I saw a list, and I think I talked about this the last time we all got together about the percentage of, and they had like at least 8 different items. And I don't remember what they were, but gasoline had raised 47%. This had raised 50%. This had raised 33%. And it went on down. And there was one thing that had gone up 8%. And they're saying inflation's only 8%. That, you know, again, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Yeah.
I don't buy that. It's much, much worse than they're admitting. And good morning, Mrs. Ghetto. I'm honored to have you here. Will you please talk to this man?
Man, what she got to be here for all the time, man?
She's watching out for her inners, man. That's what she's doing.
I was just getting ready to talk crap about her. So.
Yes, sir. Y'all excuse me just a minute, please. Yeah, gas went down because they released the oil reserves.
Yeah.
You know, they're keeping on using a credit card when they got money in their pockets. We got oil in the ground. We shouldn't be releasing strategic reserves when we can pump the stuff out of the ground. It's stupid. Nobody is thinking.
Oh,
they're thinking, yeah. They want us away from oil.
Anyway, I'll be right back.
Carry
on.
They thinking it's called money.
Well, I think it goes so much further than money these days, though, man. It goes to the power of all of it, because they want us away from the oil. They know what this cobalt does, and they got and I hate even saying it, but they got little African kids over there just digging up that cobalt for them. And yes, people, kids, that is who gets all the cobalt.
Yeah,
that's who.
For the cell phones. Is that the one that goes?
Well, it's for the lithium batteries.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's for the batteries and stuff. That's another thing people aren't realizing when it comes to Ukraine. Just last November, they found they estimated $7.1 trillion worth of unmined minerals in Ukraine, which includes a big supply of that is cobalt.
Right.
And China, Russia, United States, I think Canada, somebody else, they all put applications in to be the companies to come in there and mine it. And Ukraine wasn't having it. They didn't want to source it to anybody outside of their country. I'm not saying that's the reason we're over there or they're over there or whatever. I'm just saying a lot of it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I think they want us away from the oil. I mean, none of that, which in all reality, we should have been away from oil a whole long time ago. But the way they're doing it is pretty sinister, you know?
Well, they're probably the way they doing it. Yeah, they like you said, we get ready to go off the oil, right? They know that. So they getting as much money as they can now. Then when the new thing comes in, it's going to go down. That would be the cheapest thing to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
exactly.
Yeah. So they just get that re-up. They re-ing up.
There you go, brother. They selling off their old stock and giving us the new shit.
Right. They
I mean, it's the oldest trick in the game, y'all.
Yeah. Those same oil companies are invested in the new companies that's going to take us off of oil. They got investment in some of them companies they own.
Yeah. 100%.
So that's just a new thing, a new gig, a new a new thing on the street.
Oh yeah.
that's
is.
all they doing. That's all they doing. So we just gotta look at how much those hedge funds made. Look how much they made a killing. They making a killing. Look at all those companies that's merging together. Look at them. They got the oil companies, you got all these hedge fund companies, these power companies. China just brought one of the biggest power company in England. They buy.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah. Look at these companies that's buying these oil and these power companies and things like that. These companies, these hedge funds are making a killing. That's because their stock is going. The money's going up because the stock is going up.
Yeah.
So you know how much they banking in.
Oh yeah.
Do you know the World Bank's just people say we've got to stop China? Do you know the World Bank is just finance more money to China? The World Bank.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. Their technology is way up there.
Man, they got all those people, all those companies, Fortune 500 companies over there doing business in China, and those companies doing business in Russia. Oh,
Well, that's why they all want us out of their way. If you're thinking on like a country to country level, I mean, I'll always think it's more sinister than that, but I understand exactly what you mean, and they want United States out the way.
yeah,
I even
Good
think the
morning, Virginia
global
Roots. Good to see you.
yeah.
I even think the globalists want us out of the way as well. But yeah, I mean, it is about the money, but it's about our time. It's about
Yeah.
and that's why we get taxed so much. It's not about the amount of money we give them. It's the amount of time we're away from our family. It's the blood, sweat, and tears that we go through just to have our life, so we stay distracted from what the hell they're doing. You know what I mean? We pay them with money, we pay them with taxes, but more importantly, we're paying them with time. The cost of living goes up, astronomically every single year, but yet our little bit of money that we make at our jobs only goes up a couple dollars. That right there, and they've been doing that for decades and decades. I mean, it's gonna bust. The bubbles has to bust. I
Hey,
mean,
Tom,
unless there's an alien invasion,
yeah.
we fucked.
Y'all remember what's his name? Singing with a deep voice. Barry White, Tom. You remember Barry
Oh
White?
yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. You know who Barry White is, get him?
What the fuck?
Huh? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Is he that one guy that does music with Tom Jones?
I think he got a deep voice. I think he did.
Can't get enough of
Man,
your love, baby.
I know him very well. I
Okay.
say
We
Tom
didn't know
Jones.
if you
Look,
was old enough to know anything or not, man.
oh come on, man! I was
I
getting
just
some yum when I was young, man.
I didn't know, so I'm
That's
just making sure.
you good, brother.
know?
You good. You know who the OJs is? Shoot,
I
let me
think
ask you
so.
that.
But he did something. He did something in 1983. He said they have technology coming. He said this in 1983. They have technology coming out that is going to replace man, pretty much. He said they doing studios now that you could be. He said this in 83 that now you can do it in your bedroom. He said he said what the world is doing now, he said it's a new change is coming, but it's not going to come fast, it's going to come slow.
Yeah,
He
nice and
he
slow.
actually said things that is occurring in this day time now. Now I just said this because Ron Paul said it too in the 80s. Go look at all his things, and we all slept on it.
Yeah.
We all slept. We all ignored it,
Well,
ignored the things that he was saying. He predicted the bubble. He predicted the crash. He said about the wars going on in other countries. It's going to cost us in the future. And we all slept. And now it's hitting hard. And it's waking us a lot. It's waking us up now. But can we stop the water from pouring out the cup or what?
I think we can if it's important to us, But you going back to what you said about we slept, we got to wake up. And man, if if the alarm clock's not ringing now for some people, it's never going to.
Yeah.
They're either so rich that none of this is affecting them, or they're just too daggone stupid to see it. And if they're that stupid, I got nothing more to say to them. Who now? I heard that they voted themselves a 20 or 21% raise, and then I heard that was false, and I don't know.
Oh, you talk about the Congress?
The congressional.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
They seriously voted themselves a 21%.
Yeah, I think that passed. Yeah, I don't know when it passed.
This is not the way employees are supposed to act, man. You don't go to your boss and say, oh, by the way, I'm taking an extra 21% out of the cash register as a raise. You don't go to your boss and say, oh, I'll be taking the month of August off. We got to slap these people back down, man.
Well,
and I know I get irritated and I maybe say things a little bit harsher than they ought to be, but to hell with this.
Not harsh enough.
Yeah, it's not harsh enough.
They need to be slapped down. They need to be voted out of office and replaced with people that understand what they're supposed to be doing. These people just think they're supposed to be making fortunes for themselves, and to hell with the rest of us. That's the whole problem.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem. But the thing is, Tom, with the other people that come in, the lobbyists. You think the lobbyists paid them? You think people is going to go in there? Somebody like I'm sorry to keep bringing them up, but like Ron Paul, who didn't accept any lobbying money like that. Do you think they're going to say no to all that money that's coming in? And then you got some of those people in office that was already millionaires already, right now in office. You can pull them up. The richest Congress.
Oh, well, yeah, but they see, I got no problem with a millionaire being in Congress if he was already a millionaire before he got there. My problem is these people that became millionaires while they are in Congress, because that's not the way that's supposed to work. You don't become a millionaire in just a few years on a less than $200,000 a year salary.
I absolutely
think we are stupid.
I absolutely agree. But they made the laws so they can. They made the laws. We slept on it so they can. And those bad boys are millionaires.
Yeah, and they'll continue to be, man.
They will continue. You got billionaires it's lobbying them. You got billionaires that's lobbying them. They're not going to they're going to listen to the billionaires. Then the ones who's the millionaires that got their own who work for they're going to look out for their companies. That's how it is. They're not going to that system is not set up that way. They're going to keep going what they're doing now. And as long as they got money flowing in there like that, oh, they're going to keep doing that. Those CPACs, how they they going to keep that.
They may have two different colors, Tom and Vaughn. They may have blue and red, but I guarantee you they're in the same gang.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, they got to be replaced with people with integrity. There are patriots out there. They're going to come to the forefront. They have to. Or else you might as well just give up.
Well, I don't think it's giving up. I truly love your optimism, Tom. I really do. And I know we're from different generations, but at this point, I believe the American people, the global people, we need to set up for the reset, but we need to have it on our terms at this point. They have done so many things strategic against us. It's not about just going to our polls and I mean, these people, they're giving themselves a raise from our money, right?
Yeah.
You think they're gonna let us come in there and be like, oh man, they're coming in, they're gonna take us out of office, they're gonna vote us out of office. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, because I understand your position on it, but the same people that are telling us that they're gonna take some more money, you think that they're gonna let us vote them out?
Right. Exactly. Right.
That's where I mean,
numbers, man. And if this is true, and I guess you all have confirmed it's true, but this pisses me off, man. This is the most outrageous. The shape this country's in, the shape the citizens of this country are in. And these already millionaires,
Mm-hmm.
most of these people have enough money in the bank already that they shouldn't be paid a salary at all. How's
Exactly.
that?
Exactly.
And they're voting themselves a 21% raise.
They said they worked hard for it.
And you remember how, Vaughn, you worked in the corporate world, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You remember how, man, you put that smile on and thanked your supervisor so much for that 2.5% raise?
Yeah. Yeah.
and was so grateful to get it because you had no control over it. And these sons of bitches will give themselves an extra 20%. Man, anybody that can't see something horribly wrong with that is a damn fool.
Let me see. Yeah. Congress gives itself double-digit raise. Yeah.
I'm going to have to check tomorrow and see what the actual figure is. Double digits could be 10, but I know they didn't stop there.
Yeah.
Sons of bitches anyway.
That's what I thought I heard. That
Trump never took a salary. Trump donated every penny of his salaries to various. What do you mean?
I just said orderly. That's all. I mean, he came out richer though somehow, some way. I don't know.
For him.
But hey,
if you say that's good for him, then it's good for them. Then
hey, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
if you say that's good for him, that's good for them.
No, I didn't say good for him. I didn't say it like that. Oh, okay, Tom. Yeah.
So if you say it's good for him, then it's good for them. We should not play.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, who's that guy? What's that dude? What was he in Venezuela or something? The president of it's like a littler country. He still goes to work every day. He lives in a little old house, goes on his daily jog and everything else. What country is that?
Was that
Venezuela?
That was Boris Johnson. I think you talked. He had blonde hair.
No, not Boris Johnson. What'd you say, Tom? Down in Venezuela?
It's not Venezuela because that guy Maduro.
Yeah, it's a smaller one. I don't know if it's like Bosnia. I don't know where it is, but
is he a young guy? Chile? Is it Chile?
Maybe it's Chile, but yeah, he's a very humble dude. He's like, no, he didn't even want to be president, but he got voted in. And he's like, well, I'm keeping my same life. I don't need no salary. Our people are doing bad enough. Why would I want to take money from them?
Oh, yeah, spreading the wealth. Did he say something about spreading the wealth too? Because
I mean, his whole entire belief system is just amazing. I'm like, man, now that's a leader.
See, that's the attitude every daggone politician ought to have. And we got to stop calling these people leaders. They're not leaders.
There you go. They lead themselves.
I
put that thing in the chat about them getting a raise in a private chat.
Oh, okay. Hey, 300 Warriors, I'm curious where you're from, if you don't mind.
The new guru.
Sorry, man.
Oh, Big Jim doesn't take a salary. I didn't realize that. Well, he doesn't need one either, man. He owns the Greenbrier. Yeah, he's a character, though.
I love how you say guru, Vaughn.
Guru.
That accent, man, it just kills me when you say the guru.
New guru. See,
well, we get it.
I think they should. Well, I don't know. They do. They working, so they should get paid. They should get paid. But I think as far as that side hustle, I think that is
it'll be outlawed. Hey,
think about it. Yeah. But now let's think about if these mofos didn't get paid. Now, how many and we made it a point to make sure nobody get paid as a politician. How many people? To me, that would show us the good people that would want to do the job, because all right, let me get in there, let me help fix the economy, because I'm still going to work in my 9 to 5 and I want to see good things happen there. So let's make sure we pass the laws and do the right things for the American people, because they're still considered the American people. These politicians, they're not American people. They're in a whole different class of people, whole different country.
Welcome, Warrior. I'm glad you're here, 300 Warriors. Hey
Yeah.
man, the original
I think.
politicians didn't take a salary that I know of. Maybe they did,
Yeah, I think they. Yeah,
but it wasn't much. And when their terms were over, they went back to their farms.
Oh yeah, you talking about George Washington didn't take no salary. Yeah, he went back.
Exactly. He didn't want that job either.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. I think the ones right back in those days, they ain't take.
You know, the guys that set this wonderful thing up that we've managed to just screw into the ground. You know, they had something. They built something so special that we just cannot let this go the way it's going. We can't. Oh, absolutely, Warriors. I'd love to have you up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They didn't take, but they not on Washington D.C. They not on Washington. They was like he gone. He gone. He lost. We on another level.
I don't know. Building that city on that swamp. Maybe that was the worst idea they had.
They said we on another level.
Demons down there.
Oh, is Washington D.C. built on a swamp?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know, man. I don't. I never really got out of my little ghetto bubble. Sorry, y'all. I didn't travel much.
Yeah. You going past it? Yeah, you going past DC? You be like, what the? Oh,
what's that? 300.
It's like a corner.
Hey, what's up, Tom?
Good morning, sir. Glad to have you.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of people are underestimating it. I just wanted to say to Bonnie, yeah, you guys have survived maybe in the past, but nobody have ever experienced anything like this right now. And just don't underestimate your enemy. No one, never underestimate your enemy. And we are in a time that we have never experienced. You cannot compare this to the past, in my opinion. You know, I understand we had wars in the past. I understand we had conflicts with different countries, but this is something very, very new. And I wanted to say something about Russia and Ukraine. I heard you guys were talking about this earlier. A lot of people thinking, you know, Ukraine is kicking some ass, but you have to remember, Putin is, before he came to office, he was in the KGB for over 20 years. So he knows his game very, very well, what he's doing. He's playing right now, just in my opinion, that seems very weird. Like, look, they saying, you know, oh, they killed so many Russian soldiers, and then in the media you hear Russia is asking for support from China. Russia has over 1 million of soldiers. Losing 100,000 is not going to hurt him. And then suddenly Iran is shooting a missile to Iraq, to an American military base. To me, it seems like that's like a setup, you know, showing that Russia is weak, that to let America make the first strike or whatever, you know. That's what it seems like to me, but I'm not sure, you know. So that's all I wanted to say very quickly. Nice to meet you. Everybody in the box.
I think the foundation is there. You know, they said 1929 was bad, so I don't know how bad it was because I wasn't back there. But they said that was pretty bad. It probably wasn't on the same scale as it is now, but that could be different variations in that. The reason why it's that, but you ask people that was back there, they would tell you it was bad in 1929.
But I think Warrior is talking about something much broader than just the Depression. And I agree with him, and I think he's given us damn good advice not to underestimate our enemies. But the stuff that's going on in this world, and Warriors, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe your point was that the stuff that's going on in this world is like nothing we have ever even been able to conceive, let alone seen before.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, I've
100%.
been in war, I've been in war before.
But what I'm saying is, you can't tell a person in 1929 what they went through back in and say it was worse than what they went through. You can't. You wasn't back there, so you don't know. Was it? Was it a? Remember I said it's the foundation was there. Is it on a broader scale? Yes, but that could be many different reasons why it was on a broader scale. I've talked to people. I have family members that was back there and told me what was going on back there. You're not going to tell them to sit there and say, you know what, it's worse than now. No, you're not going to sit there and tell them that.
Well, I think his point, and not to cut you off, Vaughn, but his point was more as different. It's not that it's worse, but it's going to be completely different. We're not going to expect it. I don't think it's on a worse level. I don't think he said it like that.
No. I know what he said. We haven't experienced that before.
Yeah, we haven't.
And I'm saying people back in 1929 have experienced things that you think they didn't. They will say in this where we are today, it's not as bad as what they went through.
Well, it's not, but it's not about the badness or the worseness. I understand exactly what you mean, but I think it's me personally. I think it's more on the technological level. We've been at war. We've been at war since we got social media. I mean, this is a game. These are military weapons aimed at us, and that's not even conspiratorial, But they didn't have those back then. No, so they're messing with our minds even worse.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
I would like to ask a question.
Wait a minute.
First of all, I am not that old. I was not in 1929 there, but I can only speak of my experience. I've been in the Iran and Iraq war. I have escaped from that country. I am Iranian, for everybody in the chat who was asking. And back then, the technology was not that advanced as it is right now. You can't compare a war back then with the war right now.
No. I think y'all misinterpret what I'm saying. I said the foundation was there.
Yeah.
But the things I said, but it's a broad now. That means when I said that means technology is different. Things are different than it is back then. But the foundation, because you said that we have not experienced or have not went through like this before. I'm saying yes, due to the technology and the things that is different now, but the foundation of what we're going through, they went through in 1929.
Yeah, the hunger, the loss of life,
it's that people suffering and things like that. Now, what y'all are saying as far as the technology, of course not. That's why I said it's different back then due to the things that we have today. But the foundation of what we're going through is what we are seeing, and what we're going through emotionally was like that in 1929. That's what I'm saying.
Right. No, you are absolutely correct. Maybe I didn't express myself right, but at the same time, in this generation who've been in war here, besides people who were in the military, what civilian have experienced a real war? I don't think
none of us here.
Too many.
No.
No, and as a civilian,
yes.
And as a civilian, I would say there are millions of people who have no experience, never experienced anything like that, don't even know what to do and how to behave and where to go and all that. I'm just saying, I mean, I'm not a hero. I'm not a military guy. I'm just a survivor who survived the war back then in 1979.
So you think that you saying we could be facing something huge like World War III?
Number one, Putin is not somebody you should underestimate. Putin is not Joe Biden. Joe Biden, in my opinion, is he's at the wrong spot. He should have never been in that spot. Every power comes with responsibility, and he has none. So that being said, Russia is I don't know, but a lot of people say, oh yeah, America is very strong. We are number one. Yeah, America used to be strong, but we ain't that strong anymore. And you're not facing only one country. You're facing the most powerful countries on this planet right now, which is Russia, North Korea, um, um, Iran. All these three countries by itself. China, Russia, and Iran have the most powerful weapons, and it doesn't matter how many soldiers you want to sacrifice for this war. You have to look at the technology, how advanced they are by 2022.
Oh, you talk about Russia, though?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about Russia, China, and Iran. Yeah, I mean, why did America try to stop Iran from the nuclear program? Because Iran has the most uranium on this planet.
Wow.
Well,
didn't
I
know that.
personally believe our government has worse weapons. I understand on the physical part when it comes to nuclear weapons, the missiles, the capabilities on a physical standpoint of all these countries. But we also got to understand and put into the equation that our own government, our own country, the politicians, they have weapons aimed directly at us. And I know I say it all the time, but through the social media, through the black mirrors, these are a weapon. We really need to start looking at these things as weapons because they've been able to control us through these. So if we have all these countries that we're supposed to be aware of and be worried about or look at or not underestimate or anything like that, but yet, and we got to also look at our own, I think that right there says everything to me, as in it's us against them. You know what I mean? Every government has, they're all posturing and they're posturing to their own people. And it's a whole lot of hopium for me to say, but if we globally as a people came together, fuck the boundaries of our countries. If we globally came together as a people, I know it's not going to happen. I
Well,
pray that it does. We could actually take back our planet.
Ghetto, can I tell you something? I
Yes,
am
sir.
here. I am on YouTube since 2022. I'm catching gray hair on my tongue, telling the people the same shit over and over. I keep telling them, we are only powerful as long as we stand together and not separately. And
Yes.
that is the reason why I have already 15 people on my land. I have 70 acres of land. I have 15 skilled people on my land, mechanic, welder, electrician, and plumbers, right? And we're trying to build a little community on my land. So since on YouTube, nobody gives a damn about what I was saying, and I really don't care anymore. I think I have said enough, and in the chat, the people who know me or have heard me speaking, they already know what I have said. The only way to survive is to team up. You're not you by yourself. I give you 30 days, and you're gonna be dead like a fly. You're not gonna survive longer than that. I'm just gonna give you a little example. You seen what happened in Los Angeles, in Walnut Walnut Creek in California. They walked in with 80 people in a mall, made that store butt naked, and walked out with it. So imagine they come on your property. What you gonna do then?
Oh, okay. You're talking about the looters. Yes.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Right. You want to tell me you're gonna shoot 80 people by yourself?
You got a
Or
point.
defend
Man.
yourself against so many
Yes.
people?
Yeah.
There is no way you can, and I don't care who you are. You can have military training. You can have martial art. You can have the biggest fire weapon, whatever. There is no way you can defend yourself against so many people at the same time. And back then, people were laughing at me, were not taking me serious with what I was saying, and I seen everything in advance what's going to happen, and people were just laughing at me, calling me names, and trolling on me and all this stuff. But now the time is there, and everybody see it with their own eyes.
I think
Food got expensive. Half of the country is not working. Economy is collapsing. The dollar is worth almost nothing. You know, I don't know what else to tell you, but people need to, for real, get together and team up. You know, like this selfishness that, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect American people, but this selfishness that people have, they believe only, oh, I need my own things and all that. You're not going to survive in a situation like this. You need to team up. I mean, if there is a war, why does the president send an entire team of soldiers and not just a single person?
Yes.
I believe that. I think that's true. Everybody should come together, and we should not make sure that we don't allow the system to divide us, which it has been done for a long period of time. But what Miriam said is so true. She said, I believe they all in it together. In the end, they know what they doing. That is true.
Yep.
All
They
of
do.
them, and to all of them. Putin,
Every lot.
all of those bad boys, the leaders and different people that's controlling this world are in it together. We said,
mean, you know, when I escaped from my country, okay, we were
You're American now,
25
right?
people. We were
Sorry to cut.
25 people walking to the desert over 500 miles. You think I would have made it by myself?
No.
Hey, we helped each other. That's the only way how you survive.
It's all about community. It really is.
It is. Yeah.
And we are a bigger community than our oppressors. That's the fact.
Yeah.
Amen, Tom. Amen.
Yeah. If we come together, you're absolutely right. We are. You absolutely 100% right. But the thing is, we will have to come together and wake up and come together. If not, it's not going to stand.
But you know what the problem? What the problem that I'm seeing is, I was earlier on somebody else's channel, and I was just talking, and I got cussed out because I have accent, because I'm a foreigner. Oh, why don't you go back where you came from? And all this stuff. The problem is right there. The problem is right there, because this country is full with different kind of nationalities, and if you cannot accept them as a resident, as a citizen, as a human being, then I don't know how far you're going to go with that. And people are saying, oh, we are not divided. Well, let me refresh you, so maybe you wake up. This country is divided by race. Otherwise, you wouldn't have neighborhoods by race. And I understand, Bonnie, you said you are in Texas. Well, I'm from California. And in Los Angeles, every race is divided. There is no neighborhood where you see a Chinese, black, white, and a Mexican living in the same neighborhood. It's very, very rare. So the government has made sure that the race is divided in this country.
There you go.
Yes, the government, not the people.
No,
the
I'm
government.
not talking about people. I'm talking about the government. Why do you think they have created like a Chinatown and and
100%.
Middle Eastern neighborhood? You know, I'm from LA, and Sita knows that. She knows me, so she lives in Los Angeles too, so she knows exactly what I'm talking about.
But to your point, but to his point though, Ghetto, it's the people too, because the people allow the government to divide them.
Right.
Well, I mean, at the time of the actual division, when it came to the racial neighborhoods and stuff, they really didn't have a choice. I mean, you had all them slaves coming up from the South and stuff, and that's when they built Compton and the Watts and Los Angeles and all that. They made it to where it was affordable for these people to come and migrate into and live, because ain't now one of the white folks wanted any of them around them, so they did their politicians the way and made it to where they couldn't go anywhere else.
That was the people.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look, so the government did this on purpose for situations like this,
right?
Because they want us to keep us divided, to hate each other, whatever race we are. You know, it doesn't matter what color we are, but they make sure that we're not going to get along with each other, so we don't get together, because together we are stronger.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line.
Exactly. That's what I've always been through.
But it's like this mask thing, okay? Look, they have brainwashed the people that they even wear a mask in their fucking bed or in the fucking car. I mean, I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
You know?
Why y'all dogging me out though?
Yeah.
Big
Like,
time.
why are you wearing a mask in your car? What?
Right.
You have a ghost sitting next to you?
Right.
I mean, that is ridiculous. You know,
Right.
I feel like y'all are calling me
I
out.
have not weared a mask since this shit happened. You know,
Right.
I said this one time. I said, okay, you want me to wear a mask? All right, I'm gonna go and buy a mask, and I'm gonna walk in your store. And you know what I did? I bought a M40 gas mask. I walked into Walmart, and guess what that dude said? Oh, you scaring the customer. I'm like, dude, you scaring the people with that Pampers that you're putting in our face. And I said, I grabbed him to the front. I said, can you read this for me, please? It says mask required, right? Does it say what kind of mask? Well, that is a mask. A mask is mask. Doesn't matter if it's a gas mask or an N95. Mask is mask. And he did not want me to wear the mask. And he said he's going to call the police if I don't take this mask out of my face. I said, but sir, it says on your store in black and white, mask required. This is a mask, you know? And that shows me right there, this is BS right there.
Yeah, but it's also used to divide too, because I mean, there's look what we're saying about the people that's wearing a mask, and we can't if we're going to say unity, then we got to do unity across the board. If someone wear masks, as long as if my brother or sister wear masks, as long as I don't allow that mask to divide me and my brother. So if he wants to wear it, that's cool. You still my brother, but we still need to come together. If we got to march and come together to do what we need to do, you can wear your mask, and I won't wear my mask. But let's not let the unity not kill the unity.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, it shows me that the people are brainwashed right there, because I have seen videos where people who are vaxxed and people who are not vaxxed are fighting each other. You know?
Fighting each other. Right.
I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Yeah.
What's your problem?
Yeah.
You know? And right there, brainwashing started right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It started long ago, but
you know,
I agree.
And, you know, I seen an article lately, I believe it was yesterday. People who've been vaxxed in China, they found out that all those who've been vaxxed have now blood cancer. So for everybody who've been vaccinated, good luck with that.
Well, yeah, let's don't go too far.
I have a friend.
Yeah. Hey, 300. Hey, 300.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got to watch those trigger words and stuff like that,
sorry,
man. You can get the stream knocked down.
Well, we don't want to put that out there about that anyway, about what as far as what they got, because
it's to each its own. It's your choice. It ain't to me. It's
right.
not about the ingredient.
I'm talking about when he said what they got.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We don't want to say that because
we need to concentrate on cultivating an attitude of kindness toward each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's hard to do. I myself, we go to a little restaurant up here, and I'll see somebody coming in with the face covered, and I just look down and shake my head, and my wife says, "Stop it."
Mine too, man. Why mine too? Mine does that too. Like, shut up.
And yeah, and I have to not make that important. I have to feel kind toward these folks, whether I think they're idiots or not.
Right.
And we all got to do that. That's how we get together, just by overlooking the bullshit.
The bull, yeah.
And because there's so many things that are so much more important.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So how do we let ourselves get so petty? And that's what it is. It's our selfish, petty attitudes.
Yeah.
And we're just not kind to each other.
Right.
And we need to be. We need to be. And I want to tell you something, warriors. Just before I went to get my water, you said you had been either booted or run out of another channel, and
Oh yeah,
remarks that had been made.
that's
Anybody
nothing
says something like
special.
that to you on this channel, I promise you, brother, it's going to be the last time they say it, and they're only
I
going to
mean,
say
I'm
it
used
once.
to this. I am here on YouTube since 2020. I have seen even worse than that, you know. And I'm pretty sure the audience in the chat, they can sing you a song about that. But I'm a strong person. I don't give up that quick. You wanna hurt me, you need to try something harder than that.
I hear that.
Well, I'll make fun of you for living in Los Angeles. Nothing else.
Oh, right.
Don't worry.
But you know what, Tom? I believe this. You know, I understand a lot of people don't believe in that, in this concept that I was telling you, but those who do believe, it's worth a try. You know, I mean,
Absolutely.
say for instance, you have 50 acre of land and you're a single person by yourself, right? You're supposed to take care of your animals. You're supposed to take care of your garden. You're supposed to cook. You're supposed to clean. You're supposed to go hunting. So, and when you are sleeping, who's gonna watch over you? Who's gonna protect you?
True. Very true.
And I hear from a lot of people saying that, you know, oh yeah, I have 100 acre, I have 200 acre. I don't care how many acre you have, but how are you going to handle all that? You know, maybe you are able to do this in the first couple of weeks, but after a while, you're going to get tired. And I don't think you are 25 and full of energy that you can afford doing all that. So you do need other people.
We do.
So do you like recruit people and stuff for your to live there,
Well,
or how do you do
you
it?
know,
Or are they family or what?
Yeah, I have my family. By the way, my wife is black. My daughter is half black. So all her relatives, some of her relatives are included, and we are still looking for people who got skills. You know, like welding, plumbing, electrician, and stuff like that. You know, because in order to rebuild, like people are talking about rebuilding, but nobody wants to do a damn thing. So how is rebuilding going to work? You know what I mean? So that's like, that was like my idea, and I mentioned that in 2020, and nobody took me serious. So I said, you know what? That's fine. People who don't want to take me serious, I can do it myself. I'm gonna find my people, and I don't care what color they are. I'm
well,
brown
I mean, you
myself.
do though.
You know, I'm brown myself, and I don't judge people by what color they are. For me, to me, a human being is a human being. I don't care where they're from. You know.
I agree with that.
He made it a point to say his people
I
was
want to
black.
say
Though
this
you see
very
that?
quick. You know, I have smelled racism. I have lived in so many different countries. I have seen racism everywhere. So this is nothing special here. Everywhere you have this problem. It's not just United States.
Ghetto.
I'm sorry.
This guy's a grand wizard.
I'm sorry. It was no disrespect towards you, 300.
We just joking. It's just an inside joke.
Oh, I didn't hear anything. It's all good.
You said that your wife was black, and I'm like, man, why does it matter what color she is? Wait a minute, hold on a second. You trying to make it a point to be a brother? Hold on a second.
Ghetto got a little upset because he's the grand wizard. So
that's why I'm always rolling with Tom. Shoot, Tom, pass me my pillowcase. Nah, we just clowning around. 300.
I mean, I get even racist comment from my own people, you know, because I'm dark. From my race, I'm a little bit darker than the rest of them.
Yeah.
They think like I'm Mexican or
Mhm.
Puerto Rican or whatever. They're like, oh, because we speak Farsi, right? So I was once in an internet coffee, and this dude was stupid, didn't know how the internet works, and he called the owner and asked him in Farsi how to fix this. I said, all you have to do is push on that button. He said, oh wow, do you work in a Persian restaurant, or where did you learn Farsi? I'm like, are you serious?
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
But every race, pretty
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
It happens in even in the black race, the white race is like that. So yeah. So Asian race.
I wanted to squeeze him like a lemon first, but I said, you know what? Never mind.
Yeah, but yeah, the thing is that I always try to, because it starts with love. Starts with love. That's the first thing to crack through all of this, and that bring us together. And if we love first, and even though we may sit on the panels or in chat and argue with each other about different things, if you love first, no matter what, that's your brother, that's your sister, we can still come together. That could be your father, your mother. It doesn't matter. We still should be able to come together, even though we may have differences. We grew up in different cultures. If everybody start with love first, we can overcome anything without what the government brings at us. I don't care what it is.
I mean, you have in America all kinds of races. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct me, okay? I believe America is the only country that has all kinds of nationalities living in.
Yeah.
Right.
And what is the problem? Why is it that we cannot get along with each other? Because, I'm going to give you a very good example. Say, for instance, you go to Walmart and you're going to have only American products. And I'm talking about only American products. Do you know how empty Walmart would look like?
Oh, you wouldn't be able to find anything.
Right.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, he lives in Germany. And the German people were making a racist comment about foreigners who live there, right? And then they were showing how their grocery stores would look like without any foreign product, right? And you know what they all had in that store? Just fucking potatoes. I mean, we are all dependent on each other. We need each other to survive. There is no other option here. And you wanna just keep it strictly American. Then you would have only American product, but certain food come from a different country. Certain material come from different country. So we need to work with each other. But in my opinion, that this is wrong what we are doing. I mean, not we as individuals, but we as the people in governments. This is completely wrong what they're doing. They're just destroying everything. Man, 2 years, this world has stopped for completely 2 years. How long do you think it's going to take to take all this back?
Oh, it'll take a lot
people
longer than
are
the 2
behind
years that
rent,
it took to
behind
destroy
food,
it.
behind bills, and all this. I can't even imagine how I'm supposed to pay 2 years of debts back, and instead of fixing this, you're increasing everything. Exactly the opposite way.
Absolutely.
If the Congress and the Senate could come together for them to get a raise, why can't we?
Oh hell! You talking about the Grand Wizards? Shit.
And I got to go back to that for just a quick minute.
Go ahead. Your house, Tom.
The Congress passed it on their own behalf. Was the bill signed into law by the president? That's my question.
Oh, let me.
You know what, Tom? He forgot to sign his own name, man. He don't even know how to do it.
Well,
no
that's what I want to know. I mean,
he forgot.
Congress
know
can
what his
pass
name
any
is.
bill they want to. It don't mean shit unless it's signed into law.
Can he override? Can they override it? I mean, because he might not be able to sign it. So
he can either veto it or just put it. They call it a pocket veto, just not do anything,
Mm-hmm.
and it dies unless they get together with a 2/3 majority, which ain't going to happen in this Congress. And push it through. So that was the question I had. Is this really law, or was it just, is it bullshit?
Or is it rumor?
Yeah.
I don't know. First I heard about it was when you guys were talking about it.
Well,
What's the question
I mean,
again?
I'm
I
so
didn't hear
outraged
that.
about this that I just
So-
not accept it. That's my problem.
Yeah. So I mean, y'all could say it to 300. Ask what you guys were talking about, Tom.
Oh, even an earned
300. I'm sorry. Apparently, our own Congress has given themselves a 20% salary raise. Don't you wish you could do that?
Yes, please. Immediately.
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I am completely against government, and voting is not in my category, for one simple reason, because I believe people who vote believe that they need somebody else to make decisions for their lives, and I'm a grown-ass man. I make my decision for myself. I don't need anybody making decision for my life. How am I supposed to live, and what am I supposed to do, and what not to do? And that's basically what governments do for everybody here. They make decisions for us. They telling us what to do. We can't tell them what to do, but they can. They say it to us. So I don't believe in that. Number one. I just wanted to quickly say, you remember when the IRS, there was a program with the IRS saying you get a tax credit if you buy an electrical car, and then suddenly the gas prices went up because nobody bought any electrical cars. Isn't that weird?
Oh yeah. Who would have thought that?
Right.
You know, and nobody's surprised. That's the thing.
The fact that we're not surprised is what pisses me off. The fact that we're so numbed down for it and we expect it. We're expecting them to come and bend us over without no lube. We're expecting that to happen. It's like,
I mean, they don't even give you an option, you know? They don't give you even the choice. It's like you have no other choice. This is what you're supposed to do now. We're telling you and you do it. That's what it seems like to me.
300. I don't have any way of knowing how much of U.S. history you've studied, but let me assure you, the way it is not the way it was set up to be. It got completely perverted somewhere along the way. Government was supposed to protect us, keep our roads, in decent order, and make treaties with other countries. And that's all the government was supposed to do. Nobody is supposed to tell us how to run our lives. I mean, that's what that first war was fought over, for crying out loud. And it was fixed. How it got broken again, I wish I knew. But if you look back on the men that drafted our Constitution and the men that formed this original government, you'll see it's not working the way it was set up to do.
Yeah, we are going this route right now because everybody is greedy. Everybody wants that big cake.
Yeah, I like me a little bit of cake.
It's like they put this NWO out there, and now everybody is fighting for it. Who's gonna be the world power?
Well, the perception of it. I mean, we already have the NWO. We've had it for a while. Just on a spiritual basis, I think they've had it since the
Right.
beginning of time, since Eve ate that apple, or however you want to see history.
Mm.
I think they've had it from the gate.
Oh, shit.
But
All right. Okay, bro.
I do, man. That's how I see it, brother. I mean, when the angels fell with them, what it was, a third of the angels.
Yeah,
It,
I see.
this is dark versus light,
I got you.
and no matter what religion you see, it's dark versus light.
I got you. Hey, man, I got your back. Don't.
No. It's not you. It's not you. I'm just, just speaking out loud. But it literally is a fight against good and evil. Now, whether we're the good ones, I would like to hope that we are. I pray and hope that we are, and I do believe that they are the evil ones.
Right.
Or they wouldn't be getting paid like we was talking about earlier. They wouldn't be. I mean, they're gluttons. What's that called? Gluttons, right?
Mm-hmm.
They gluttons for lust, for greed, for power, for they got every deadly sin, and you know what I mean. I wish there was some good ones. I don't know though. I don't know any of them. You know what I mean?
That's in office or out of office.
Just period. You hit that $1 billion mark or whatever mark it is that you have to join the Illuminati or whatever the hell. Sorry for using the word. Whatever it is to get into that gang up top. You have to do some stuff to get into that gang, and I think it's literally selling your soul and becoming one of them. And whatever they have planned next, I don't know what they have planned. I don't think any of us really know what they have planned. We just know it's not good because we can feel it. We can feel our light just dimming out, and we're trying our hardest to make sure the light that's within us does not go all the way out. And that's what we're fighting for.
Ghetto, I believe, in 2020, the government have spent their money the wrong way. If they would have spent that money right, I mean, not saying that the issue wouldn't be there, but a lot of people.
You said 2020
wouldn't be suffering. Yeah, 2020.
Oh, you mean like when Trump wanted to investigate aliens with the stimulus?
Yeah, right. Remember, like when Trump was sending $70 million to the airports.
Right.
Who's gonna jump in the airplane when so many people are unemployed? That's number one. I mean, I don't know. 1 and 1 makes 2 to me.
It
seems like it makes 3 to them.
It does. That's why I'm over here blaming both sides, all sides, F them all.
Right.
They're all trying to get fatter.
Yeah. I really, and what did they send? I think 50 or 60 million to Pakistan for gender study. Who cares about gender study when people can't pay their rents?
You know how cheap it is to do gender study? Let me show y'all how cheap it is. Hey, baby, pull your pants down. Let me see something real quick.
Oh, snap.
All right, cool. She's a female, y'all. Boom, that didn't cost you nothing. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Tom, you're muted.
You muted, Tom. You muted, Tom.
Hold on. It's kind of funny watching him talk.
That was the speech that was going to win me the presidency too, and I can't remember.
His little mustache was just bouncing up and down.
No, warriors. There was no way any $300 million or $80 million or whatever it was spent on gender studies. Foreign aid is another word for money laundering.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how these politicians in the United States get so rich.
Mm-hmm.
They give it to some corrupt leader somewhere else. They get their kickback. And it's all a bucket of bullshit. Now.
Oh, they signed.
Big Chap has a video that he wants me to play. Big Chap, number one, how long is it? And number two, is it going to get me kicked off my channel?
Do you know how to share it and stuff?
I will figure it out.
Oh, okay.
I
told him to pop up.
They signed the. I'm sorry. Hey Tom, they signed that bill. It was 1.5 trillion. It came along where they approved the Ukraine billions of dollars they're supposed to send over to Ukraine. Is in that bill. Yeah, he signed it.
Dang right, that's not shoot. I'd have been signing it too.
Hey man, everybody needs to know about this. Everybody needs to know about this.
Mm.
The shape this country's in, the money these poor people are having to pay on gasoline and fuel oil and medications, and nobody's got it. We got to stand up to this. This is bullshit.
Yeah. 1.5. I just put it in a private chat. 1.5 trillion. And
Mm.
their raise is in that bill where the money they also with the money for Ukraine. I think it's 14 billion they sent it over there.
Yeah, Sweden did too. Sweden sent 1.6 billion.
Fools.
I wanted to say, you know, for everybody who are here on this channel, on Tom's channel, and people in the chat, if you haven't prepped for your food, you better go buy them now, because by April, May, we're going to see another 25% increase in that. And rent is going to increase by 40%. So put your seatbelt on. There's a big ass storm coming.
Now, Warrior, it's only 8% inflation. So where are you getting these figures? And I'm being completely sarcastic. I'm not doubting your figures at all.
Because I'm from California, and
Oh, is that where you are?
No, I'm in Texas now, but
Oh.
I used to live in California.
Okay.
And the California prices are spreading like a virus. Every other state gonna just turn just like California. That is the reason why I'm saying that.
They said it was an 8. You said 8. What was it? 8? You said 8%?
The last figure I saw was 7.9, I think.
So that means that's on the federal side, right? By the time we get to the states, it's probably is 25.
Well, you know, my position is if they're admitting 8, how bad must it be?
We talking about the food prices? Is that what you guys talking about? I missed
inflation
something.
rate, general inflation rate.
Yeah. I was just watching. I was just watching Full Spectrum Survival. The inflation just on the food is 25% will be here by by April or May.
And this,
yeah. Okay, my bad. That's what I didn't hear. I'm sorry. But this was being told by the freaking owners of the grocery stores. That's their words. They're actually telling us to go get some food because we got no choice but to hike up the prices.
Right.
But you know what? I did not have any, what do you call it? Like a secret person who give me this kind of information. I said that 2 years ago. I said that 2 years ago when nobody was even counting with anything like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like-minded people, like anybody within this community, oh yeah, we accelerated our prepping about 2 years ago at least. You know what I mean? Once you start seeing no toilet paper, like, all right, man, you go get the toilet paper, man. I'm gonna go get the rice and beans because I'm gonna need something to use that toilet paper on. You know what I mean? It was only common sense at that point with the toilet paper and the other stuff that the way social media, the way the media caused all the panic buying, caused all of this. That's why I always go back. The technology is the weapon against us.
Right.
Because if we didn't have these technologies, we wouldn't have ran to the store to get toilet paper. There wouldn't have been a shortage.
I heard people saying, you know, they're going to buy a bicycle.
Yeah.
Electric bike. I'm working on it.
I cannot afford driving a car. I'm like, I completely understand that.
I went to go look at a tricycle because I can't even afford a bicycle.
Right.
And how close to your job do you have to live to make a bicycle practical?
Yep. There you go.
I mean, are you going to ride a bicycle for an hour to work and back in the winter we just got over?
Well, I would do it like California, you know. You drive 3 hours before you have to get there.
Right.
Bike, or you put the bike on the bus, and then you bus, and then you go to
man. Y'all need to get sugar mamas. I'm just saying. There's always
me and Vaughn both been on the Baltimore Beltway. That's not a quick trip.
Right. That's not.
I mean, Ghetto. In 2020, okay, 1 pound of beef was $40 to $50 in my country.
Holy
and
crap! Yeah,
and that's the daily price. You know,
yeah.
today is like I say, today is one pound of ground beef $40, and tomorrow it might be 50 or
Mm.
55.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
got
that.
you.
Are you
And
talking U.S. dollars that a pound?
yes, US dollar. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I have family members
Mhm.
who live there, and they saying, you know, we are struggling like fuck. It's
Yeah,
No
bad.
really,
doubt.
they don't
It
even know
is.
how to survive. You know, is that bad?
Oh, Tom, it's crazy. I watch a few guys that are in Iran and do the the daily shopping and stuff like that. Just kind of break down the economics of everything. Most countries in the world have been going through this these problems when it comes to money and food and not being able to buy these things. That's why I was playing devil's advocate earlier when I was saying that shouldn't our dollar fall? I mean, we're some fat bastards. We're spoiled over here in the United States. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it because I live here,
I
but
was
at
going
the
to say, I
same
like
time,
Right.
being spoiled.
I
Right.
love it. I do love it, but there's billions of people that don't know how to buy that next can of soup. You know what I mean? Or buy the next dinner because the money is so high. I mean, they can't
Mhm.
afford it.
So are you saying that? But Tom, do you think this need to do what Ghetto is saying to wake people up? Because we are we too so spoiled that we can't even see what's actually going on due to our dollar being this and what Ghetto is talking about. It probably does need to come down at least to the point to wake a lot of people up, because I guess a lot of people are not suffering this
I
enough.
think it's been that way. I mean, we have lived absolutely decadent.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as far as our habits, I don't mean our moral
Mm-hmm.
side, although that's not so great either.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we had it so good for so long, and kind of got to expect it, and now shit's going south,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody likes this. Nobody likes it.
Well, Tom, every beginning has an end.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but what kind of an end are we going to see?
That's a question mark right there.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, at the same time, I was talking on my channel about that. I said, you know, how many people can afford actually buying land right now? You know, um, there
Yeah.
are not too many that can afford that right now. I mean,
Yeah.
just like food is increasing, land is increasing as well, just like housing and everything. Um, that is why I said that 2 years ago. I said, you know, people who not everybody can afford buying land. You know, hey, I don't think any individual got 30 or 40, $50,000 sitting on their table right now.
Right.
My suggestion was, you know, hey, if you get with your closest friends or family members or whoever you believe you can trust or whatever, just add your money together and buy some land. Little land is better than no land, you know, and start building something together, because
Yeah.
this is turning to a nightmare. I'm telling you guys, this is not going to get better, and you don't want to be surprised when the shit hit the fan, because we all don't know how bad it's going to get. We do know it's going to get bad, right? But how bad is it going to get? We really don't know.
We can't conceive, probably.
So
No,
you
we
Can't
can't.
imagine.
right, and so you better get prepared, as worse as you can imagine than underestimating the situation.
Yeah. I mean, they've been telling us the whole time, though. That's the kick in the teeth right there. They've been telling us while they're doing it. They've been telling us this whole entire time. Can I play something for you real quick, Mr. Tom? Well, for everybody,
Oh,
it's on one of my songs, but it's a little something from one of our presidents back in the day.
he got a
And
hoodie.
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah.
Got a
Tell
hoodie.
me how.
no, I'll just play it from where I'm at.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
know if you can hear it. If you
You got
can't hear it, say something, and I'll just cut it off. But you should be able to hear it.
It's a hoodie song. A hoodie.
That's
God,
all right, let me see.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind. With few exceptions, the world now stands as one. A year and a half ago, in Germany, I said that our goal was a Europe whole and free. Tonight, Germany is united. Europe has become whole and free. The world can therefore seize this opportunity to fulfill the long-held promise of a new world order. We can find meaning and reward by serving some higher purpose than ourselves. A shining purpose, the illumination of 1,000 points of light.
That was from your President Bush.
And didn't that sound good?
Oh,
Until we
sounded
figured
real
out
good.
what he was talking about.
Exactly. Until we figured it the frick out, man.
oh my God!
And they continue to.
It is somehow they actually tell us what's actually going on, but we so asleep at the time.
So much butter on it, it slid right down, didn't it?
Yeah, it sounded pretty. The illumination of blah blah. Mother, you talking about the Illuminati? What the hell?
Yeah.
It's enraging. I mean, man, I don't know.
No, that wasn't Jimmy Carter, Eddie.
Say again.
No, it was Bush Senior.
That was old man Bush. No, that was Senior.
Yeah, someone thought it was Jimmy Carter. I said no.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well y'all heard it. I was using my speakers and my little microphone, but
the sound was just distorted enough that it reminded me of that movie 1984 where Big Brother was on the speaker.
yeah, that's where we are, Mr. Tom, man.
No, we're not there yet, and I tell you what, we're not going to get there. We're going to stand up and
see. That's why he's my friend, y'all. He got that little bit of hopium. I be smoking off of Tom, just about a little bit of hopium each day I talk to him.
Hey, I started this night talking about the Confederacy.
Yeah, we can get back to it.
And we're still here, man.
Yeah.
Some of us are not going to have this. I mean, they may take us out one by one, but some of us are not putting up with this.
Yeah.
We need friends.
Tom sound like Tom, you sound like you did live in Dundalk.
I did for a year, brother.
You sound like you from Dundalk. You lived in that bad boy. I can tell.
I had one boy named Bill that did live there. He'd embarrass me when I'd go into the store with him. He'd walk up to the store manager and said, "Okay, man, here's the deal." And he would tell the store manager what kind of a price he was going to sell this and that. He was funny.
What's Dundar, y'all?
Dundalk.
Tom, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about these truckers?
You gonna talk right over me? I asked a question and everything. Man.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead.
Well, we'll clear up Dundalk first. That's a neighborhood in the city of Baltimore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and they're, from what I experienced, they're Italian, like sons of immigrants, the older ones.
Yeah, some Jews,
hard-working, no bullshit people.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Jews live there. Matter of fact, it was mixed. Some parts of Dundalk was mixed.
Well, probably so. But anyway, Warriors, you're asking me about the truck strike.
I was asking you, what do you think about this trucker event? I mean, where do you think this is heading to?
Well, I don't know. I'm not hearing anything about it. I ain't hearing anything about anything except Ukraine. I have seen a few things where they've, and this was my idea. I said this last time we talked. They're circling the Beltway. I don't know that a lot of trucks are actually going into DC, but they are making life really hard for people trying to get into DC. I don't think it's going to accomplish a whole lot unless more is going on than we're being told.
I mean, there is a YouTube channel I follow. They are driving these trucks. I followed them from California all the way to, I believe, to Ohio. They've been driving there. I don't know if they have arrived by now there, but I could imagine that maybe something like January 6th happened with all these trucks. I mean, what are they trying to achieve? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You ask, what are they trying to do to what?
What they trying to achieve? He said, "What as far as
They say lifting the mandates on this disease, which nobody's talking about that anymore anyway."
right? Yeah.
So what they need to be demanding is change in the way this thing's being operated. To hell with this disease. That's over. People might as well get used to that. That's over.
Mm-hmm.
The head dude that was talking about it, nobody's seen him in what, 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Hate to mention his name, but I don't know what those people are going to accomplish.
I think
anything.
They should.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think, the mistake you have to blame, every individual have to blame themselves. And the reason why I'm saying that is for 2 years, you put that mask in your face, you agreed to go in your home, you agreed to stay in your home, and you let everything happening instead of, as if you believe in your country and believe in your nation and in your people, then we should have all stood up as a nation and fought against that. But because we didn't do anything, it became worse and worse. I mean, it's just like a hurricane storm, right? You putting those wood panels on your window before the hurricane hits, not after.
Right.
So I think we have to blame ourselves at one point.
But do you think that I would like Ghetto to answer this because he experienced it. Do you think people that experienced as far as the sickness that came upon them, what if their mentality is nah, because what I went through for the past couple of years, I just feel as though I'd rather not because due to what I went through, my experience. What about them? How should we take them?
You talking about on getting the jab?
No, you had the 19, right?
Oh yeah, 3 times.
So I'm saying is what he was just saying about people when we should have band together and things like that and the things that they wore. What about like yourself? That say, you know what? Whatever they say, I want to follow what I caught.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the whole C-19 thing, period, across the board, it's a personal choice. You can go do what you want. You can wear what you want. If you don't want to get the sickness, do everything in your life to avoid getting it. I understand not wanting to get it, y'all. I'm telling you. And by the, I don't know if he wants to share it, but Corn Pop's in the hospital fighting the shit right now.
Oh,
shit
is
ain't no, yeah, he is. I'm sorry for putting his business out there. He can call me out later on it. But the shit is real. Let's not fail to believe that this shit is fake because it's real. It's the system that's put around it that is fake as fuck. Excuse my language, Tom, but they put the system around it for their gain, not ours. For our division, not theirs. There's a specific plan in place when it comes to it. But it's all on a personal thing, Vaughn. I wouldn't Ain't
That's
nothing going.
that's why I was saying, I was asking 300 and you, how should we approach people like yourself? Like, the person you just said, how should we approach them, and how should we take that answer? Because we just don't want to say certain things to, especially like people like Ghetto, because they our brothers, they our sisters, and we don't want, it's all about love. We don't want to separate them or
Wait a minute.
respect them. So that's why I was asking 300. What do you think, how we should approach people like that?
What is your name first? I don't want to be rude and
Vaughn
say
Eric.
your name wrong. What?
Vaughn Eric.
I'm confused though. Hold
Okay.
on a second. Like I didn't get the jab or nothing. Wait a minute.
You didn't hear what 300 said?
No, I guess I completely missed it. I'm confused.
My
So
problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You had the hood on at the time. But go.
I did.
I mean, if you have taken the shot or not, you're still a human being. You still believe in your country. You still believe in your people.
Mhm.
They shouldn't make you being different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, but you were saying, as far as going to different people and telling them what they need to stand up, they need to do this, as far as.
Oh, I said that for 2 years, and I have received a negative response about that.
Yeah, but that's only by a certain group of people. It all depends on who you target
Right.
to try to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on
say,
so
hey,
many. I've
Right.
been.
I was just trying to make us, as far as how should we approach people like yourself? How should we talk to get into that fight? Because what they went through, as far as what you were saying,
oh, okay, I see what you mean.
I'm gonna head back a little bit in history, since I am Persian, right? We were not too many people who went out there and fight for our country, and we became bigger and bigger and bigger, and we were the biggest empire on this planet. Right. Everybody's looking up on our history, right? And it takes only a small group of people to make other people believe in you. It does not take too long, but you need to make the first step. Nobody will take that step for you. If you don't try, you will never know. If we go, and I'm not talking about being violent or anything. I'm not talking about anything like that. Right. Just as peaceful people, the more people you become, the more powerful you're gonna become. I just want you to imagine this, like the entire population of this country is in Washington D.C. What do you think they're gonna do about that? We are more powerful as you think we are. We are way more powerful. They are scared of that. But the reason is, we are scary boos. That's why we're hiding in our homes. We don't do anything. We don't do no moves at all, But that is the reason why I call myself 300 warrior, because I ain't scared of nothing. Nothing can scare me. I almost died in my country. I've been shot multiple times, but I'm still standing on my feet. Nothing can stop me. I made it so far because I survived, because I'm a survivor and a warrior at the same time. And I really believe I live in this country for over 16 years. I believe in my people. Yeah, you guys are my people. You want to accept me or not? I don't give a damn. But you guys are my people, and I believe in my people. I believe we can do this. You need to have confidence in yourself and stand up for what you believe. If everybody feels that way, we will never go anywhere. People will always push us to the left and to the right.
All right. So let me ask you this question, 300, because it's not the fact that we're scared as a people, or globally we're not. It's not that we're scared at this point in history right now in 2022. And I'm going to go back to the weapons that they got aimed at us, which is the devices. Who are we standing up to? Now, I agree with you 1,000% that we all need to come together. We need to stand up Now, Tom, the way he is, the way he's been raised, the way he feels about his country, his fight is in the polls.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't believe that's where our fight should be. Our fight should be straight in the streets. We need to turn straight fucking gangsters on these motherfuckers
Okay,
and
slow
start
down,
taking them
slow
out.
down, slow
But
down.
hold on. I'm sorry, Tom, for saying that on your stream, but
It's all right.
but my real question is, who are we fighting? That is the problem. We don't know who our enemies are. Is it the government? Is it the pharmaceutical companies? Is it the teachers at the schools that they want to bring my kids into? I mean, who is the enemy? There's so many different enemies. We don't know who we're standing up against.
Ghetto, can you explain what is pole? My English is not that great. I don't understand all the words. Can you explain what that means?
What word is?
You said something about pole.
So you got
That Tom believes in pole or something.
Oh,
Oh,
voting.
the poll. No, yeah, the
Voting.
voting polls. He believes that he can vote in a new person that's going to help this country, because that's our roots. That it should be that way. And I'm not totally against Tom for that or anything like that. I just think we're past that point.
he gang.
We've been shown that that clearly doesn't work.
He from Dundalk. He gangster.
Let me clarify a
Okay,
couple
can
of
I
things.
answer your question?
Go ahead, please. Yes.
All right. Number one, I don't believe in government, because governments are the ones who have destroyed other countries. Governments are the one who kill innocent people. I really don't believe in government. Now, I would like to know, if there's no government, is there an individual who's going to decide to go to Nigeria or Saudi Arabia and kill innocent people and come back? I don't think anybody would do something like that. So that is the reason why I don't believe in government. I have lost my brother in my country. I have lost my home. I had to leave my home. I was raised by myself, and I became strong as I am right now. And to answer your question, yeah, I would fight those big daddies who's trying to tell us what to do, which is those people who make these medications and the big governments. Yeah, they telling us how to live.
Okay, so what does that look like then? Because when you left your country, it was a whole different type of war.
Right.
World War I, World War II. I mean, we knew who the enemies were. We knew exactly who we were fighting against.
Right.
This present day, this time, in history, we don't know them. So
I mean,
if we do stand up, where are we going?
I mean, to me, it's obvious, because the government have decided to fight against the people, because they don't give a damn about you or me.
Okay.
So
as obvious as it is, yes, that's what we're fighting for. But what do? Do we just get our guns and say, let's go, I'll meet you here or there?
Well,
I mean, where do we go?
The guns would be the option B, in my opinion. I would stand up with the entire country against them and see how they're going to respond to that. I mean, we have voted for them, not me personally, okay? I mean, I'm talking for the entire country, right? We have voted for these clowns. We are able to get rid of these clowns. It's that simple, because we are powerful. We are the people. Don't forget that.
You said we able to do it through voting?
Yeah.
You able to do it through voting? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would. This is what I believe in.
For the last year, man.
Can I call you Eric?
Yeah, you can call me Eric.
All right. This is what I would do, Eric. I would vote in individuals like you and me, people who believe in other people, not these money hungry people out there, demanding and lying to us, and we spending all our tax money for stupid stuff that is not benefiting the people in the country. I mean, look how many trillions of dollars was wasted so far. Yeah. Did it benefit you personally?
No.
Did the government decided, oh, Eric is such a nice guy, let's open a business for him?
No. They didn't do that.
Exactly.
Hey, Coley. Good day. Oh man, you're warriors. You and me could have been talking for the last year, and we would still be in agreement, man. Exactly. And I tell you what, here's my thinking. But let me go back to something else first before I get onto this.
Mhm.
I made a statement earlier that the disease was bullshit, and that was a very poor choice of words because too many people have died. Too many people have been seriously sick. My friend Ghetto, sick 3 times with it. I buried a 51-year-old friend. And
Sorry to hear that.
to a guy my age, a 51-year-old guy is pretty much still a youngster. So don't anybody please think that I don't think that's a serious thing. But to agree with Ghetto, the entire way this thing was handled is absolute bullshit. Now, back to me and Warrior agreeing on so many of us have the ability to clean out that few people. What's the number? 535 of them? 539? We could vote those bastards out. But I'm going to tell you something. We only got 2 years to do it. If we don't square this away in 2 years, starting with this November, then Ghetto's prediction, I'm afraid, is going to come true. We're going to be shooting in the streets.
Mr. Tom, can I ask you an important question?
Go ahead.
You want to vote? You stand behind your voting, but I think your target on what you want us to vote for is wrong. I think if we are going to vote, we need to vote to change the people that are counting the votes, because ain't nothing going to change.
That goes without saying.
Yeah, but that should be our main target, is that we need to make sure that the people that are counting our votes are held accountable, and there needs to be a foolproof system.
Yes.
That shows that our vote counts. And then I'm all for it, man. I really am. I got 2 children, man. I want them to have a future. I desperately want them to have one. I don't like being doom and gloom. I'm just paying attention to it. I've spent 41 years on this planet watching these bastards get fat and rich off of our people the whole entire time. I mean, that's all they've done. And I think it saddened me once I realized, 2020 hit. I start seeing normal everyday people start to pay attention to how corrupt and fucked up this system is. And I've been over here screaming since I've been born, like, man, they've been doing this the whole time. Y'all just finally opening your eyes. People that's been awake the whole time, in a sense, not that, that I'm better or one up on anybody or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's a lot of people that's been awake this whole time, that's been screaming and fighting. And that's why I always go back in my video. I go back to Malcolm X. I go back to people that were literally in the struggle. That's why I worship this man right here on my picture, Tupac Shakur. They were there screaming at us. They weren't screaming at just particular people. They were screaming at everybody, saying, we are being bent over. Do something about it. Do something about it. But we were working. We were trying to take care of our own personal lives, to pay attention to what these people have been doing. We weren't paying attention to the fact that they were changing the laws within our school systems to change the way that they teach our children, to turn all these colleges and high schools into indoctrination camps. We weren't paying attention to it because we were busy working our asses off at our jobs. You know what I mean? Just trying to keep the heat on and pay the bills. They've been doing it for too long, is my point.
Way too long, man. And to answer your point, my brother, I firmly believe our election system is so critical that anybody caught undermining it, and I mean convicted, should spend the rest of their life in jail, if not being stood up in front of a firing squad. That's how important election integrity is.
Yeah.
Well, they got it down. So science, I just think the whole system just need to be redone, because you could put people in offices, as long as it's set up this way, it's going to turn out the same way. When you have big corporations that's able to pump the system with all the money they can, those people is going to take the money and do what they say.
Yeah.
When you first get into office, you have to go on the phone 8 hours a day to get more money for the campaign.
Well, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Decent people can make that change.
But you're talking about a whole system of people that will say they're not going to do it because the way the system is set up. The system is set up for them to do what the system want them to do. Look at the bill that I just showed you, just put in the chat. You know, most of those people didn't even look at the bill because the way it moves in the system. You have to change that.
You do.
You just
absolutely.
It's not saying what people that's running is saying changing that. Ain't nobody running that says we need to change the entire system. No one. You know why? Because they know that the system is not going to change as long as it's pumped with all that money into it. You don't see not one person that's standing up today said we need the whole system to change. Only thing they doing is saying things that they may do once they get there, but then when they get there, they know they can't do it because they need this, they need that, they need this person to help, or they might go to a Democrat. It's all a circus. Just sit back and look on C-SPAN. It's all a circus. Everybody just grandstanding, propaganda going on. If that system continues, it will do nothing. We will go nowhere. We need you know where we need to go? You know what we need? Just like what I said, we need George Washington and all them people. To come back to life.
Eric, I agree with Ghetto what he said, and I hate saying that, Tom, but voting is not gonna solve anything right now. You know, if you want to cut a tree, you're going to cut the tree from the roots, not from the top.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the president is not going to be the problem because the president is the puppet in the whole system.
Mm-hmm.
The big daddy is going to tell the president what to do, and he just do the dirty work. And that's basically what it is. We need to get rid of the whole system and recreate a completely new system. And before all this happened, you know, we already had other issues here, you know, with the system. So all this needs to be completely fixed.
Completely.
That's just my opinion.
Well, you know, I'm old school.
I mean, you have child support issues. You have school system issues. You know, you have men and women issues. You know, there are a lot of issues we're living with before this C-19 and everything else started. You know.
What were you saying, Tom?
But I don't believe in these politicians because they don't understand what we are doing. You know, I want to see if a politician have ever sweat his ass off to earn $12 or $10 an hour. You know, they have
not 1% of them have experienced that, Warrior.
Right, there you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. That is the reason why I would rather vote for an individual like you or Ghetto or Eric or anybody in the chat, some individual like that, because he knows how hard it is to earn money. You know, they sitting on the top drinking $1,000 champagne bottle, and we sweating our ass off here.
Yeah,
that's not right.
Well,
and you want to take my money that I earned.
I wish for voting to work. And if it doesn't look like it's going to, I still want a peaceful solution. And that is casting the system off by separating ourselves from it and let them wallow in their own filth.
That's good. That's
Amen,
another
brother.
word for secession.
Right. Amen.
Yeah.
So if that's what it comes to, I would rather see secession than war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the most dangerous thing that's at stake right now that will really put the nail in the coffin for all of us is the executive order that he just signed in last week for cryptocurrency, Tom. I think that is the most important thing that we all really should be paying attention to, because that right there will really solidify our fate. Once they put in law that cryptocurrency is the currency, the first currency to go to, then we're really fucked. I mean, excuse my language again, but I mean, we have
There are
no.
times when it's appropriate.
I mean, we have there's really no turning back once they control. Because at least right now, I mean, I can go, and forgive me again, but at least right now, I can go down the street and buy a hooker and give her $20. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be able to do that no more. Once, I mean, you understand what I mean. I think that's one of the most dangerous bills. That's one of the most dangerous things that they're passing right now.
What, the crypto?
So is the crypto.
Oh, you can still shoot. They take the crypto before they take the bill. You know what the crypto is?
You might get like 50 credits.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about on a control on the control part of the government. That is giving it. That would be us letting them have all the control.
That would be ultimate control, and that's really about all I know about crypto. I guess I should.
Their grip will be tighter on the crypto.
There's no way that they would. I mean, because all of us got a few dollar bills in our house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not accounted for by the government, and they need to make sure they're counting all the money. That's why they put the limits of the $600. You take out more than $600 in your bank account, they coming in to check. But once they do the crypto, man, boom, there goes the dollar bill. Right. There goes the private buyings of anything. There goes all the control.
Right. I got you.
They have it.
It's a better tracking thing on the crypto.
Oh yeah. I'll
be right back, y'all.
Does any of you own Bitcoins?
No, sir.
No.
I don't.
Does anybody believe in Bitcoins?
No, sir.
Well, as far as when you say believe, what you mean believe?
Believing in owning any.
If you had the money, yeah. If you had the money,
I don't. Me personally, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in.
I would invest in Equilibrium. I mean the Russian one, Bitcoin, and the one that it's a dog one, and
Doge, and then Elysium.
Yeah, and one I would invest in the one that Facebook got, Libya. It's my sign. I said it wrong. Libra. I would have.
Libya.
I can't believe I said it wrong, and it's my sign. Yeah,
it's all good.
Yeah. I would do theirs. I would go with the Russian one first.
I don't believe in it because it came from nothing. I mean, there's literally nothing backing it. That makes absolutely no sense to me, and I'm not even financially educated.
Yeah, the dangerous part about that is, to me, is if I cannot touch it, I cannot own it. That's my concern about that. You can have millions of Bitcoins, and it's just a digital number that you see only on the phone, but you cannot touch it. So what's the point of that? You need an EMP, and all those numbers gonna disappear.
Right.
And my currency, my personal currency, I don't believe in gold. I don't believe in silver, because when I'm hungry, I don't have terminated teeth that I can bite in gold or silver. My currency are seeds. I just grow food, and those people who got Bitcoin, gold, and silver, they ain't gonna come to me and want to buy my food. I'm a businessman.
Hey, Guru, yeah, we know that it's a tracking system on the bills, but I think Ghetto was saying, as far as is the tracking, what they have with the Bitcoins is more technology when it comes to controlling it, right, Ghetto?
Yeah, exactly. And I agree, Virginia. There ain't nothing backing what we have right now either. But
nothing backing up to, yeah, she's right about that. But
I got one question though. I mean, so how you gonna put crypto dollars in the G string when you at the strip club? I mean, how you supposed to tip the strippers?
Oh, it'll go in there.
Von's like, I'm gonna slide my crypto card right down her cheeks.
I don't have crypto, but I would grow tomatoes.
I wouldn't use my crypto. I use the bells. I use my.
But I think that's the dangers of it all, is that they want to take over that particular part. I think that's the next step in their slow burn.
Right.
I mean, it's getting disgusting out there, guys. I mean, and it has been. It's not even it's getting there. It's already there. At least for me and my family, it's been there since 2020.
I give the stripper a choice. I'm gonna ask her. You want me to drop potatoes, tomatoes, apples, cucumbers, bananas?
Oh, she's gonna want some cucumbers and bananas. Just saying.
Okay.
Tom's like, all right, guys. Come
How
on
you
now.
guys still allowed to go to strip clubs, man? I got cut off of the strip clubs a long time ago.
Right.
Tom, once I turned 21, man, I think I've been to like 3 bars since I've been 21. I went to so many before I was even 21. I didn't even like them. And the strip clubs, last time I went to a strip club, I got kicked out because I threw some change on the stage. And the bouncer grabbed my ass up. He said, I was like, man, look at that girl up there. That's nasty. I ain't paying nothing for that.
Right. Ghetto, I bet the strip pole would be a tree in this case.
I was, like Von said, I was completely disrespectful. I was, man.
And Tom, you got
have
to go, Tom. You have to go to the midget strip club.
What the hell?
When you go to the little people strip club, it's a whole different ball game. The whole
no.
Yes.
That is so disrespectful, man.
And I was.
That is so.
Gotta go to one of them. I experienced that years ago, but I understand what you're saying. It takes a time that you gotta roll out. Gotta leave those things alone. I got it.
I've never personally just been into them. I was just kind of making a few funnies, but I
never been interested in them. I got you.
Tom, I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind. What do you think? How much time we have left?
And I said before,
I'm asking this question because I have people on my channel. They just started prepping, and I really don't know. I cannot make up anything if I don't know.
If we don't have something in place to give us hope at the 2024 election, it's going to be a very fast downhill slide from there. That's what I feel.
I feel we should be guarded, even though we may think that there's some hope there at 2024 as well, Tom.
Oh, absolutely.
I think if they give us, snake oil, if they sell us somebody that we all agree on, I think we need to be paranoid about that. Maybe that's just me, but I mean,
if we can't have hope by November 2024, then we have to seriously consider secession. And man, after that, it's probably all going to go to hell really fast.
But I believe by the end of this year, we're going to see millions of homeless people, especially with the rent increase and everything that is coming up. I do believe that.
Well, guys,
because there is no more stimulus check, ladies and gentlemen. So,
right.
Well, even with the stimulus,
I get stimulus checks or whatever. And that's over.
Shit. The poor are still getting the stimulus. I don't know what you're talking about. The poor folks still get maximum benefits. There's a certain economic class that are still getting stimuluses every month. But
every month.
Every month. Wow. And do you realize that there is 12 different states that is getting UBI? Universal income. It's still in the pilot program, but they're still getting it. They're getting a few $1,000s a month. They're testing it out, testing the waters in these certain cities.
Yeah, I think it's New York. Did New York started that?
Yeah, that's one of them. I mean, they're paying people to not be thugs.
Yeah.
Shoot, I wish they would have done that to
I
me.
heard that.
I wish they would have done that to me. Like, don't shoot nobody. I'll give you 3,000. I'm like, hell yeah, all right, shit.
It sure is.
So it's gonna turn like Europe
But
and like
if you want
socialism, right?
Well,
There you
They
go.
want-
I think it's going beyond socialism, guys. I really think they want us to
There you go.
eat. They want us to eat ourselves from within. They
There you
want
go.
us to implode, and they'll just come in and clean up the mess.
There you go. Yeah.
It's
There
not about the system that they have in place for us. They don't have no system in place for us because there ain't going to be no people here for them to have a system for.
Yeah.
This is for them to come in. Y'all realize that Japan just had a 7.3 earthquake this morning?
Yeah.
I know we just see it on the news and we just kind of gloss over it. Fukushima, Tom. Fukushima, not, what was it, 10 miles from Fukushima or 8 miles or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
My point,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a
It was
huge
huge.
earthquake. Yeah.
That's the thing that I really think that they know what's coming and we're not. We're not paying attention to any of the weather,
Right.
the solar, the activity of the tectonic plates.
No? Do you think they doing it?
No, I don't
Yeah.
think it's not that I think that they're doing it. I think I don't know. I mean, I do believe in weather manipulation. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that they can. I think Mother Earth is a gangster bitch, and she's tired of us, and we're a bunch of fleas on her ass, and she is scratching us off. And I think these mofo's know that, and they're preparing for something big, like what happened to the dinosaurs. If you get my drift.
Right.
Gotcha.
Just
Okay.
like the Carrington event.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do think they're keen to knowing that type of stuff.
Now, somebody explain the Carrington event real quick. I've heard that term, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, so I think it was 1841. Somebody can correct me, but basically there was a solar flare that came from the sun, and But Tom, this is the concerning part of it. So back then, where they had the telegraphs and they had the the wires coming out everywhere, you had the operator. They had these thick gauged wires, right, that just ran all over all the cities and stuff. It literally caught them on fire, is how bad this solar flare was, right? And it knocked down all grids. So the dangerous part about that, though, is what people really aren't putting into the factor that our technology is so much superior than back then, as we can all agree to, but the components and the wires and the physical electronics that we're using are a fifth of the strength that they were back then.
Right.
So I can't even imagine what a Carrington event would happen to us right now, just by the cheapness of our system, the infrastructure that goes around our electronic system that we have, our communication system. I mean, it would absolutely just blow it. It would. I mean, I don't know. The scientists don't even know. They don't even understand as to why the materials that we use are so subpar, inferior. They're so much more inferior than the equipment that they used back in the 1800s. A lot of scientists are like, this doesn't make sense. One great solar flare and we're all in the dark. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it doesn't make sense at all.
And they want to come with electrical cars. Good luck.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it was in 1859.
Okay,
I put it in the
1859.
chat.
Man.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that, but thank you, Warriors.
You're welcome.
There's nothing we can do to protect ourselves from the sun. And worrying about that stuff is a waste of time. What we got to do is concentrate on what we're able to fix, damn it, and fix that. And then the bigger problems, hopefully we've made it easier to tackle them. You got to start somewhere. You can't just throw up your hands and say, well, oh my God, the world's going to come to an end anyway, so why bother? We can't do that.
Well, isn't that what we are doing right now?
Well, no, it's not, though, because if you think about it, But if you think about it, Tom, like the way I do it, I'll just say myself personally. I'm not giving up. The world's going to end. I'm not just saying it like that. I'm trying to prepare. I'm trying to prep for my family. I'm stacking the seeds, the food, the water, the location. But more importantly, I'm trying to mentally prepare myself, my kids, for that time to happen. Whether it's going to happen or not, that's always a possibility. That it's not going to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a good versus evil, and God works outside of time. So this could be lasting the next 100 years, and my kids won't even be here once once the hammer really comes down. Who knows? But I don't see that as giving up just by thinking or even knowing that the system is done. It's going to collapse. I don't think people say that and actually give up. I think they're trying to prepare themselves for when it does so they can survive afterwards. And that is their way of fighting it, because that's what they want. I mean, they want us dead or however. We don't know. I mean, I can't even say that because I don't know.
Sorry that I interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
I was going to say of what you said. There are a lot of people they trying to give up because of this Russia and Ukraine situation. I heard from so many people, oh, I just want to give up. I'm gonna die anyway. Well, with that kind of thinking, you might as well sell all your survival gear that you have collected to people who do have a belief. They believe they wanna fight and survive. If you just give up, then you're not going anywhere. I mean, if I gave up, I wouldn't be talking right now to you right now here, because I came from far away. I believed in surviving, and that's the only thing you can do. Don't stress yourself. Don't panic
exactly.
Just focus on life. Remember that you preparing, but at the same time, don't let the life stress you like that. That's at least that's how I am. I don't let anything stressing me, or I'm not panicking about because now the Russian came to Ukraine and did this and did that. No, I'm still doing what I'm doing.
But you came from the Persia. You came from the Byzantine and the Berber Empire. We ain't down. No, I'm just joking with you.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just joking. You came from the
right.
The Byzantine and the.
I mean, a lot of my people have died from trying to. I just consider myself as a lucky one. If you know any other Persian people, they will tell you exactly the same story that I'm telling you. A lot of people try to escape from the country, and they died at the border. They got shot. They ran over some mine and blew up and whatever. And only a few made it, because back then they shut down the airport in 1979. They didn't let anybody disappear. They didn't let anybody leave. But what I'm saying is, don't give up. Just believe in yourself and be confident of what you're doing. Giving up is not an option for me.
Not at all.
It's not an option for most people, even if they say, well, I'm just going to die, or how you were saying earlier.
Right.
They really don't mean that, because if they did,
maybe
they
are under stress or whatever.
Yeah, it's but that's the goal. That's the important thing that we all need to look out for, especially with our family members, with ourselves or whatnot. There's such an enormous amount of stress that is put on us,
and that's
because we can't get away from it. I mean, even if we turned our technology off, we're going to hear it from having a conversation with the neighbors. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
And that's when the system wins, right? When basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's when. Yeah, either way, they're going to win like that. So being
So right,
self-sustainable.
anarchy. You're
But I
so
believe,
right.
but you know what I believe? I believe there are only two things that will happen. Either we're going to have a World War III fighting against the entire world, or we're going to have a huge civil war in the country.
Yeah, but think about it
Maybe
on a
both.
third. But think about it on a third level, guys. They can just
Hey,
sit
Milkman.
back and they can continue. Is that coming from Vaughn or 300?
Oh, my
I
bad.
think that might be you. Like it sounds like ripping paper or something. Like it gets extra loud whenever it's happening. Okay. Yeah. Sorry to call you out, Vaughn. It was just it started like echoing. but there's a third option, and I freaking lost my train of thought. What was we talking about, Tom? And I'm not even listening.
Either World War III or Civil War.
Okay. There we go.
Maybe
Sorry.
both.
So you guys say, and everybody says that, but I'm over here thinking, man, they can continue doing what they're doing right now and wear us down the whole entire time. That's why I don't think they care about our guns, because they've already activated the war. We're just too fucking blind to see it. Excuse me again for my language, but we're too blind to see it. They're attacking us with the information and the disinformation. They have us in utter chaos. They got us pissed off almost every single day by what bill they pass, what bill they're trying to pass, what little 3-year-old they're trying to change the gender of, what racially motivated crime this is over here, what country is doing this to another country. All the meanwhile, they're beating us slowly but surely. It's the frog in the pot, the death by 1,000 cuts. They have already took us to war, and we're so freaking confused that we don't even know we're in the war.
But we're waking up, man. I can't argue that that's not true, but it's changing. And if it doesn't change, well, we deserve what we get. Go ahead, Warriors. I'm sorry.
I mean, I wanna say, forget Russia and Ukraine for a second. What do you think will happen when we hit $10 per gallon? They have reported that they stole 5,000 gallons out of cars. I mean, if we hit $10 per gallon, we're gonna have a massacre in this country. First of all, people gonna lose their jobs because they can't afford going to work.
Sure.
And then what you think gonna happen? People gonna kill each other for gas.
And the trucks are gonna quit delivering fuel or food. Everything's gonna stop. Nobody can afford $10 a gallon for gas. Not even a guy like me that doesn't have to go anywhere.
People say, "Oh, it's not $10 yet." Germany pays right now $10.98 per gallon. I understand they pay by liter. They're paying €2.52 right now per liter. So times 3.9, that's 9.8, 9.9 euros. Converted to dollars, that's $10.98. So they paid almost $11. So same thing was happening with food that I heard from my family members that is happening in my country.
Starts with the gas.
Here.
Yes. And that is their target, guys. That is the common denominator. Sorry, Vaughn. That is the common denominator between all of us. Every last one of us is the food. That is the goal, the food. Sorry, Vaughn.
No. I was saying I couldn't hear what you were saying. That's why I was saying, what did you say?
Oh, okay. I didn't even hear you. I heard you were saying something.
Yeah.
But I think that's the common denominator, though. I think there was some kind of food shortage. On a bigger picture level, something within the last 10 years has been killing our wildlife off. I mean, as of right now, if you look it up, the dead whales that are coming out the ocean, you'll see all these thousands of whales that are coming out the ocean just dying. For the last 10 years, our birds have been dying. And I'm not trying to sound like a guru here, but our planet is dying, guys, and there's all these other distractions. I mean, they're real distractions, but I think there's an end game to it, is my point. And I think it comes down to the food, as in possibly we're running out of resources. I don't know. I'd only be guessing as to what they know and we don't. But it does come down to the food for us as a people. That will spark off the grid down situation, but I think it's going to be a little bit slower, or it's going to be a lot slower. Or it has been a lot slower these past years, and now it's being accelerated. For what reason, I have no idea. Great reset, who knows?
Yeah, amen. First of all, amen, Mariam, about what you said about God.
I ain't even paying attention in the chat.
And yeah, Ghetto, you do Ghetto the guru.
Ooh, Milkmaid's up in here. Hopefully she'll grace us with her presence. I love talking to Milkmaid about food.
Yeah, she knows a lot.
That's my cowgirl.
I think you absolutely right what you just said, Ghetto. I think that's was perfectly said. You know, all of us, what we said today, and I just think that I just can't say it enough how we do need to come together and unify. And I just like that how we pass information on to one another and come together with the prepper community, with the canon. It's just all good people just coming together. And I think that's a start right there. We can take ourselves from the system, no matter they can do what they do there, you know.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, a lot, and I mean an amazing lot of people have to come together that would not even know each other.
Right.
So now, hey, let me ask a technical question. I've got this link in private chat that I would like to click on. Is that going to kick me off of StreamYard if I do that?
Oh, you talking about the ones I put in? No.
I think with the computer you can. Dang, man, I thought you was going to ask us what your gender was. I'm like, oh, man, Tom, don't be asking us.
I'm still working that out, man, but I have an idea.
I don't know anything about West Virginia questions. I don't know.
I'm going to try to click on this link. If I go away, I'll try to come back.
Tom, from whoever you're gonna get any links, that person has to either the best way is to email you to say that I give you permission, so you have proof. You know, just in case if you do get striked, you have proof for it. You know, that person has given you the link and you played it on your channel. You know.
Well, I'm talking about the link you sent me and said to watch.
Yeah, I give you permission. It's on my channel.
Oh, this is your channel?
Yeah.
Well, did you want me to play that right now?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay. So
Tom's like, well, how the hell do I do that?
If I click share.
He could play it, right?
300. Are you able to send it to him can you share your screen so you can send it to him? It'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, I can do that too.
I mean, unless you want to learn how to do it right now.
It is from a movie, but it is exactly what's happening right now.
It's from a movie? How long is the clip?
Because from Resident Evil. Copyright hassle on Facebook, man. Because I don't know how to turn this.
You want. Okay, yeah, you want. I wouldn't do it then, Tom. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
just for the Facebook part. Yeah, he's also broadcasting on Facebook right now,
and I can't figure out how to undo that.
Yeah, just watch it later on, if you want to.
Okay, if I click on the link and save it for later, will it kick me out of here?
No,
I think you'll be all right.
Okay, I got it.
Save it.
I'll take charge if you disappear, Tom.
You do that, man. I trust you explicitly. Save.
He's not a very bright redneck.
Or you can even send me your email address and I can email it to you.
I'll do that. Well, I've got it saved, but I'll give you my email address anyway.
That's how God came in charge.
Okay, I pulled that off. That worked. I'll give you my
Ghetto
email
for
address,
president. See
Warriors.
what happens.
I also
Everybody gets
subscribe to your
EBT.
channel, sir. I'm pretty interested in seeing some of your content.
Yeah, I was just on it. I just joined this channel too. I'm gonna keep an eye out when you go live, so I'm gonna look at some of the videos. Who's Harper Girl?
Okay.
The goo.
There you go. Wow. Okay, so this other thing I'll just get rid of, I guess. What do I want to do? Kick that from the studio?
Yeah, just kick it out.
Oh, shit.
That's all right.
I'm sorry, Warriors. Please come back.
Don't kick the Persian out. That is disrespectful.
You
He's
know.
like, I don't mind the black dude. I don't mind the white wannabe black dude.
I
but
know
this
I did,
motherfucker
Warriors.
in the
I'm so
middle, he's
sorry,
out
man.
of here.
Please come back.
The brown guy is out of here. Oh.
The Persian gotta go. The Persian don't make it so disrespectful.
He did that specifically because you're Persian 300. I'm sorry. We don't agree with Tom.
He did it because he's incompetent. Let's.
For you.
That's okay. I'm back.
Welcome. Okay. I should have just left it alone. That's all. Thank you, and I will check that out later.
That is so disrespectful.
Yeah, that's a good point, Anarchy. Definitely a good point.
Remember,
Oh shit, Mr. Hawk Mustard Seeds is here. Don't let him up, man. He comes up there, man. Don't you let me know, 'cause I'm out of here.
Good evening to you, Hawk.
Internet racism. Yes, that's true. True about that.
That's why I love your channel, Tom. I really do.
What? Right
it's
there.
like that, Hawk, huh? It's the internet now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault.
Uh-huh.
In front of the judge. What my fault? Yeah. Man, they can push the button.
I thought it was me because I was reading chat and then they're like, "Oh crap!" I'm like, "Oh man, they kicked Ghetto out." Hold on a second. That's how I'm used to it happening.
It was the window he gave me to play that video,
Mm-hmm.
and it was grayed out. So I didn't. So I went to the three dots, and I even
okay.
asked kick from room or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And even Warrior said yes. So how do you do that? How do you how do you kick out somebody that wants to come in and hasn't and you don't want them? How do you kick them out?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, that's a bad example because Warriors had two windows up.
Mm.
And when I kicked the gray one, his real one went out too.
No,
Yeah,
you had just to stop the sharing part.
Oh.
You see where it says share and leave studio? I bet
Okay.
you said leave studio. That's how I got kicked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought I was supposed to do. So I needed to do the share button.
Yeah,
all right.
He definitely hit one of them black dots.
That's okay. It's all a learning process.
I'm sure that'll come up again real soon and I'll remember how to do it, right?
I'm not mad at you unless this happens again.
Oh, it'll happen again. Don't worry.
Not tonight. It won't.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's try it on ghetto.
What the hell? Let's do it on the confused one. He doesn't even have a culture to claim. Fuck him.
That is so disrespectful. Oh man!
This is the Wild West Virginia for her.
Oh, look at
See,
Milk.
Milkmaid.
I don't get no Tom.
That's messed up, man. Milkmaid, talk about internet racism.
No, that's
Messed up.
disrespectful. That's why I ain't coming to her house. No way. All types of animals that attack. Iguana, snake. Oh no.
Just stick a cow on you, shit.
Exactly. And a cow that kicked me will be rapping. Will be rapping to what?
She over here like, bitch, I ain't racist. I got brown cows.
Right. Cow comes and say, "Come here, homie."
In a Persian voice.
Warriors, you talked a lot about seeds and planting gardens and everything. Are you raising beef too and things like that?
Say that louder. I didn't hear you.
I just wondered if you were raising cattle as well as planting your gardens and stuff.
Yes, I'm trying to. Yeah.
All right.
Cows, chicken, goats. Unfortunately, I cannot have any camels. That would be a big business because camel milk is very expensive.
Okay. All right. I can believe that.
Yeah,
I can believe that.
1 liter, $120. Now with the food increase, probably 150 to 180.
Dang, man, what do camels taste like, though? You ever ate one?
No, I never did. But I was reading it online. Then I have a friend who's from my neighbor country, and he was telling me actually about that camel milk is very expensive, and I looked it up, and he was right.
Camel milk.
Yeah, 1 liter. Like since we buying here in the U.S. in gallon, that would be over $400-$500 almost.
Wow.
So that would be a good business. But I was thinking like growing tobacco in order to trade or whatever,
I noticed you mentioned tobacco seeds.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's what
all you dogs
what
like this.
even
I'm trying to give you some.
back in the days people have done.
See, why do they do that to me? They get all scared. Oh, sorry, guys.
You see Milkmaid, what she said, get her?
What is so special about camel milk? Just the nutrition of it, or?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe there's Red Bull included in that kind of.
You see what got?
I'm reading it right now.
But I mean, what I really, Tom, what I really start growing? I want to grow eucalyptus trees because that kind of tree, first of all, you can make medication out of it, and
Right.
And number two, you can use that kind of tree to make furniture, because it's a really strong tree,
I never heard of using it for lumber. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not regular eucalyptus. It's that rainbow eucalyptus tree.
I've never seen one. I don't even know where they grow. I mean, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
What part of the world do they grow in?
Yeah.
Oh, they grow everywhere, and they grow very quick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also bought what is it called? Sequoia trees from California.
Right.
I think I'll be dead by the time they fully grown.
Oh wow.
At least my child can enjoy that kind of tree.
Hey, man, absolutely. I read The Man Who Really Understands Life Plants a Tree Knowing He'll Never Sit in Its Shade. So that's what you're into, man.
Right.
with the sequoia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that's just like me. I've planted all these fruit trees here, and I know I'm never going to eat a piece of fruit off of them, or probably won't. Maybe I will, but yeah, you do that for the next generation.
Yeah.
You got kids?
Yes, I do. I have
Right on.
a beautiful daughter, one of the kind of species, black and Persian. I call her Blurgeon.
I love it.
Got you. We'll come up with a rap album.
Yeah, anarchy, Australia. Don't koala bears eat those leaves?
Yeah, they're highly poisonous to us. The wood itself, man, is it super expensive.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think that's what what he was talking about. 300 was, yeah.
Mm.
But I think isn't it a different breed of eucalyptus?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
the rainbow eucalyptus is like really like rainbow colors. Like if you look up that kind of tree, you're gonna be amazed by it. It looks beautiful to me, you know. And since I have 70 acres of land, I mean, it's just me, my daughter, and my wife only, including her relatives and the people that we have on our land. I mean, I was thinking like to grow certain stuff on that land, you know. I don't want it to be empty looking, you know.
Oh no. I mean, it's a perfect survival situation, right?
Right. Yeah.
Hey, 1A. Good to see you, man.
Kiss my ass, 1A, talk about my oven, too. My stove very clean, thank you very much. So disrespectful. So, and thank you, Hawk. Yeah, he's been running all day. We've been getting our exercise in lately because it's actually been a little bit nicer out here. He's still weird about me, but he's growing into it. Talking about the dog.
But you know, some people just buy the seeds, only the special kind of seeds that they're going to eat, you know. I mean, I got all kinds of seeds, and I grow whatever I have, you know. You never know, maybe you needed to trade it with somebody or whatever, you know.
And food will be much more valuable than money.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reason why I don't believe in buying gold and silver.
I don't believe in it because I can't afford it. So, that's pretty much where I stand on gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've heard a lot of people say that though, man. You can't eat gold.
There you go.
If you can't eat, all the gold in the world is not going to do you any good.
Yeah. That's where his bed's at, Hawk. Sorry, I'm just talking to chat.
You know, Tom, I always say, you know, you are in the desert, you've been walking for 5 days without food and water, and then suddenly you see 2 tables. On the left is food and water, and on the right is a bunch of gold. You want to tell me you're going to grab the gold first?
No.
There you go.
Absolutely. You're right. That's a good thing to keep in mind. And I hope in this area, it's going to be a long time before food is a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
I
mean, I heard, this is what I heard. I heard farmers, first of all, half of the country is under drought. And then second of all, the farmers, the government have increased their prices. They used to pay $180 per acre. Now they have increased it to all the way to $430 per acre. And farmers are saying, we are not able to provide food for public, which means Walmart cannot go and buy any food from farmers anymore because they can't afford paying that kind of amount of money. So what they are saying is that there's only food reserve only for 2 years. I really don't know what's going to happen after that. No.
Well, now, when you say the governor's paying the farmers, would you say $130 an acre?
No, the farmers have to pay $430 per acre, because that's how much that's going to cost them or so, I guess.
Oh, you're talking about leasing the land.
Right.
Okay. Farmers that own their land don't have to pay that. Am I right?
No, the material and everything they need to harvest and grow food and everything, including gas prices went up and everything else. That's the reason why they're saying that, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's another thing nobody thinks about. But with no diesel fuel, there's no food because they can't grow it. All this equipment takes fuel.
Right. I mean, they have to live on something too,
Sure. Well, I remember back when I was a teenager, somebody made the statement around here that farming pays maybe $2,000 a year. That's your profit. Now, of course, you get all your food. You've got your place to live. But if you're into farming to make a fortune, it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. All this, Tom, reminds me to this old man I used to work for. I used to live in Germany before I moved to America, and I used to cut his grass, and one day he invited me in his house. He said, "I want to show you something," He said, "Have you ever," well, back then was D-Mark, was Mark, Deutsche Mark. There was no euros at that time.
Right.
And he said, "Have you ever seen a 250,000 mark bill?" I said, "No. The highest I've seen is 100 mark bill." He said, "Look, with this 250,000 mark bill, you wasn't even able to buy bread." And that is pretty much the direction we're heading to with these food increases. Everything is getting expensive. I hope we're not heading that extreme into that. That's what I'm hoping. Not hoping going to happen.
Well, I've heard and seen pictures, and whether it's true or not, I have no idea. But in Venezuela, they showed pictures of money blowing down the street because it wasn't worth picking up.
Right.
Yep.
So
Exactly. They're in food lines every day, man.
yeah,
In some parts it's once a week, but it's on the daily down there, and what they get, I mean, they pretty much get paid when they go to work in food.
Where's this at? I'm sorry. Where's this at?
Venezuela.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, bills blowing down the street, and it's not even worth bending over to pick up.
Yeah. The last documentary I watched on Venezuela, it was a Russian guy. It was on his channel. He goes to other countries just to do the street walk. Maybe you guys know what I'm talking about, but there's a few YouTube channels like that. But anyways, this Russian guy, he wanted to go to a Burger King while he was in Venezuela, and he was one of their first customers because the food there is so expensive that they don't even give you napkins because that's expensive as well. And I forgot how much he paid for the actual meal. It was something like $60 or something like that. And the French fries had literal wood in them.
Jeez.
I mean, it was part of the ingredients. Now there's a certain amount of pulp, like wood pulp, in a lot of the fast food restaurants and their burgers. It's a binding agent,
Right.
But he was eating on the French fry, and he pulled his stick out at one of them, man. He's like, well, they weren't lying when they were.
Excuse me, my language, but I hope he didn't have pain when he was taking shit.
He was shitting out splinters, huh?
You know, I don't know if you'd heard about that, but I heard in Ukraine there's this dude, he bought all kinds of Big Mac meals from McDonald's, and he was selling it for $800. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
No,
Oh,
probably
you didn't hear
maybe
that?
just
Wow.
was it just
Yeah.
recently, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, $800 for a Big Mac meal? Are you serious?
Inside Russia, Konstantin, he's I really love his channel. If anybody, can somebody grab Konstantin's channel? Well, I'll grab it. But he just had his last Big Mac meal at McDonald's. What was it, yesterday or the day before? At McDonald's, because they're closing up shop, or they already did. I think maybe today it was. But yeah, all these industries are gone, man. They're completely gone from this country. And then once they come back, it's going to be a Venezuela, if not worse than Venezuela, because there's more people over there in Russia. I don't know how many times I gotta echo it, but this war is against Russia, in particularly, to completely bring down that superpower, and they're doing it by taking down their citizens. And it can easily be done to us. Just imagine, guys, if we decided, or our government, whatever you want to call it. I don't like saying we, because we the people is a hell of a lot different than our government. But just decide, or just think about, if our government dropped a bomb over here or over there, to where the whole world reacts and says, okay, we're not doing any more business with you, America. We're taking Visa away from you. We're taking MasterCard. We're taking McDonald's. We're taking Wendy's. We're taking everything from you. How fast do you think it would be for us to turn into a third world nation?
It wouldn't take long, but is that possible? They're American companies, aren't they?
I think we've given so many things to China and other countries, man. I don't think we own anything. I don't know.
I believe Ghetto is right, Tom, because so many companies and even land in America was sold overseas to so many foreign countries. Like for example, LA Times does not belong to an American anymore. Chinese dude bought it for $1 million. So, and all different kinds of companies were bought by foreign people.
But you still have to look into the inside. He brought the LA Times, but the people who are the biggest investors in that company are Americans. They're
right. Right, but he's the owner on the end of the day.
They could take him over just like that. The Goldman Sachs and all of them can take them over, because that's what they do. What's his name? Icon, I forgot it. One of the biggest hedge funds in the world. He's a stock buster, and when he comes in, he raised stock and take control. But let's just go with MasterCard. Those companies are American companies, but they international companies. So if you card somewhere else, believe me, MasterCard, American Card are the ones that are investing in it. Just like Facebook is over India and China. All these companies are international. They be the ones that will break America, though. They may say they can say, well, we they may say, well, America, for you to get this, you must come here. Just like the international, as far as the makes the war equipment. Norman Drummond and all them, they supply Saudi Arabia. They get their things made in China and supply other countries. They could tell America, you know what, we're not going to give you this unless you pay us this. Then they the ones that can break us, because they might not. They could just say we're not loyal to America. We international. We could sell to anybody. Usually at one time, I think Tom know this. Those companies couldn't sell overseas. They couldn't sell equipment like that.
And this was brought up earlier, and I wanted to say something and got sidetracked. But anything that's vital to the security of this country should not be owned by any foreign entity.
Mhm.
It should not.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the dumbest thing. Well, I want to say it's the dumbest thing I ever heard, but tomorrow will come. So
We're an upside down world here.
But
it's
you know what? The biggest downfall for this country was to stop producing and buying cheap from different countries. This should have never happened.
or producing it ourselves.
Yeah,
We have the capability to produce all this stuff ourselves.
But
I'll be right back. You all keep
I think
talking.
Go,
I think a lot of. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Gunnar. Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna tell him to kick that cuckoo clock while he's out there. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think as far as like you said, 300 cheap labor, that really when let's go back to U.S. Steel with Carnegie, and when he had that and those big old riots they did because they wanted more money, even though he built houses. Look at the mining companies, the way they riot and they unions. They don't have to do that in other countries.
right.
In fact, you see, look what China do. You ain't doing no union over there. Not at least not in many parts. You're not going to do it. India too, because they now is under control. Look what Elon Musk doing. And Amazon. No, not with no union in here. They tried. They coming up with different ways, but nah. And if they do, then they're going to ship more stuff out of seas because they know they won't form a union, and it's better to have cheap labor because it's more profit on them.
Right. I mean, just look at eBay is a perfect example. You know, when you try to buy something on eBay, you have the prices in the U.S. and then of course you have sellers from Japan or China or whatever, and you see the difference in the price, and of course people gonna go for whatever is cheaper, you know, and they're gonna buy less from the US because it's more expensive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just bought me a watch on eBay, and I saw the price in Japan. It was like maybe 300 and some change, and then it was like $400 or $500 in the US. I choose to buy it from here. I don't have time to wait 300 years till I receive that watch.
Yeah.
So that's where you see, you know, the difference. Like,
I do think, but one thing we got to say as far as them bringing it down, I do think that part is absolutely true. As far as that, I think when that dollar gets low or whatever, I think that is really, I don't know as far as it's going to go down to a third world country. That I wonder if it's going to happen. Was it going to happen in our time or in our kids' time? Because we have to prepare our kids because
right,
what to come, we must prepare our kids for all those things, especially what Ghetto is said, because it's going to be hard on them emotionally and everything else. It's going to be hard.
and it also creates economically not necessarily a collapse, but it's gonna create issues, you know, when you send your money out of the country, you know. I feel that way, you know, but because a lot of people, you know, everything is overseas now. Everybody buys stuff from overseas. Since we're not producing anything, all the money that we have in the country goes out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Absolutely.
It's a vicious spiral, you know.
So, Tom, I have a question for you. I'm sorry that I speak so much, you know, but since I'm new on this channel, I am trying to get to know you guys. So I want to know, if you were a president, right? What would you do? What would you do to fix all these issues?
I don't think a president by himself.
And I mean, not just war wise, but even economy wise and to help even the people? What would be your move in order to achieve that?
Well, the first thing we would do would be eliminate all these ridiculous regulations that keep production from happening.
Mhm.
You know, just like, well, I mean, this is gonna chaff Ghetto. It's gonna make him have a rash. But I would do things like Trump did: deregulation, make the country energy
Hell
independent.
Mhm. Okay.
Make this country independent of every other country in the world. We don't need anything from them. That's the position I would put this country in first,
Mhm.
to make sure that we don't have to go anywhere with our hats in our hands. Yeah, I don't know.
Ghetto, you next. I want to know your opinion about that too.
Can you first off, my microphone died.
Oh, that's a shame.
Dang.
Okay. All right, then you next, Eric.
Yeah, the guy.
Is my sound all right or not? What the hell? Weird or something?
What a cop out.
This guy.
Okay, get serious, buddy. You've been spending all night telling us what's wrong. So how do you fix
Is
it?
my
No, it's not good.
Your sound's not good at all.
I'll be question, assholes.
Your mic sound drunk.
Yeah, he sounds like he dropped a what was that stuff?
Would you say it sounded like he what?
I said it sounds like his mic is drunk.
There was, when I was 19 years old, there was a drug we used to take that made us talk like that, and I can't remember what it was called now.
LSD?
Say again?
LSD?
No.
Or hash?
So Eric,
Oh,
what
no, it
would
was a
you do?
pill.
I would do what oh, that was Ghetto. You back, Ghetto?
Yeah. How now? Do I sound all right now?
Yeah.
Much more better.
All right. Sorry, I just had to reset it. I guess once my headphones died. Am I too loud or am I too?
No, you're good.
Everything good. All right. Do I sound sexy, Milkmaid?
Oh, snap.
I don't know about
No.
that.
Oh, no.
That's directed towards Milkmaid. She
Yeah,
always trying to, you know.
It's a milk face, so.
So go ahead,
Prelude.
Vaughn. I'd
That's the
like you
pill.
to answer first. And by the way, I would love it for us to get a black president for once in this country. So I mean, you know, we all know Obama was more white than Tom.
So how about brown? So everybody get everybody is happy.
Yeah. Multi. You want a multi. I would lean on what Tom is saying, but I and add to it, and I would do what Ron Paul said, to get rid of, as far as the feds, get rid of the whole system, redo the system, not just talk about it, but actually get it done. Like you said, if we're going to rebuild America and make it great, then right, we're supposed to bring all those companies. You don't do anything in America, okay, we don't need your stuff. And if we do, we're going to put a tariff on it. We're going to do American made here and make sure those things that is made here is cheaper when it goes on the shelf. Things that's come up overseas, it's going to be at a higher price. We're just going to have to do a straight revolution, do everything over again. Let's make these laws that all people are one together and doing things together. Forget all this division and dividing, but we must start at the laws and must carry the laws through. And that's the most part that I would like that.
And what about you, Ghetto?
If I was president, like,
right,
Holy
Like,
crap!
how would you fix the whole situation that we're in right now?
I would bomb every single country other than ours, so
No.
we'll be the ones left. No, I'm just playing.
God.
Well, I would, I would definitely not do it like any other president we've ever had. Just so y'all know, I would not mimic any politician. I would do the absolute opposite of what every president has done for this country to begin with.
Well, don't get mad when they call you the Black Hitler.
Hey, that's fine with me. I don't care. As long as my people are good. No. I'm not well versed or intelligent enough to know any kind of political anything when it comes to that. I mean, I would honestly abolish money, period. If I had the power to do it, it would go back to a bartering system. I think that would be the greatest thing for our country, is be the bartering system. When it comes to foreign policy or foreign things like that, I would just put my government up for defending our country, and that's it. I honestly wouldn't want to do any kind of business with any other country when it came to food, water, technology. I mean, it would honestly have to be an all country for itself type of thing. But also set up situations like teaching other countries how to grow their own food, how to be more self-sustainable. I would make sure that it would be mandatory for all citizens. And y'all can kiss my ass if you don't like it, but I think it should be mandatory for all citizens at the age of 18 to serve at least a couple years in the military to be able to defend our country. I think it would be mandatory for guns to be in every single household. I don't care if the dude's a serial killer and he just got out of prison.
God.
Every household should have guns.
That's a ghetto law.
Okay, I
mean, it worked in the 1700s, 1800s. I mean, shoot, they used to give our guns back after we got out of prison. But I'm just,
they was ghetto.
Now as a world leader, I mean, because that I don't even see. I just see us as like a separate company to the whole entire business of what the world really is. I mean, it's one big corporation, and we're just like a smaller business that belongs to that corporation. But if I was the corporation leader, like the world leader type dude, man, I'd take borders off of every single land on this planet, and we all work together. We'd all be one race, the way we're supposed to be. There'd be no color coding. There'd be no Chinese, no African, no Afrikaan, no nothing. We all work together and be human beings together.
Right.
You can't legislate that. That comes from hearts.
Okay, I respect everybody's response to that, but you guys have forgotten about one important thing. You guys did not say how you're going to solve this problem with this war right now that we're in. Now I'm going to tell you my story.
What war?
In order to avoid all this, like I said earlier, I cut the tree from the roots, not from the top. I would take all American allies and go destroy Saudi Arabia and Iran.
Yeah.
And let me explain, okay? Saudi Arabia is the third largest oil country. Iran is the fourth largest oil in the world. So I would capture the third and the fourth largest country with the most oil. So what does that mean? That means I'm gonna shut down Russia and China with oil. So they're gonna be sitting in the dark. They can do a damn thing, and at the same time, I'm gonna deliver all that oil back to the United States of America, and make sure every American citizen, resident, whatever, whoever lives in America, gonna turn to a millionaire, and most of the problems, the first important problem is solved right there. That's what I would do, because Russia and China, they're all dependent on oil right now, and that is the main reason why they are fighting right now.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, I would banish oil. I mean, there's so much technology out there that we can literally live without oil.
I don't think that's that fight. That first of
Tell
all,
that to your car. Tell that to your car.
you can.
Tell that to your furnace.
Yeah, but I think but that won't. You got the what's the name produces their own oil? Russia. So they the third largest. So if you take out Saudi Arabia, that'll be good for Russia. Russia, it got natural reserve in Antarctic. That area over there, they the biggest over there. So that's natural gas. They're gonna make a killing over there. Then you said as far as going to Saudi Arabia. Now, as far as like Bill Gates built the nuclear plant in Wyoming, the only one to get the material from is from Russia. That right there is going to be big. That you won't need oil. That what Bill Gates is doing, get ready build in Wyoming to get the elements to go in there. The only way you can get it is from Russia. So if you leave them open like that, they're going to control. They don't need the oil. They have those plants. Matter of fact, go look at what they built in Antarctic, and look what that nuclear thing that Bill Gates is being built. That Russia's already patented and everything. Look over it in Antarctic. How they keep it warm and stuff like that. They ain't even using oil. So
see that would.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Vaughn.
No, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I was saying that's my point. I know people is, everybody's still on the oil trip, but you got to understand. I mean, if we was to disclose all of the classified inventions, just down to what's his name, the Tesla dude, just down to Tesla. You know what I mean? Us as a society would be able to survive without oil.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we really would be able to do it. It's not a fairy tale. It's not a fairy tale type of scenario. We're dependent on it because the system made us dependent on it, and it's the same thing that's been self-destructing us this whole entire time. And I don't know. I forgot who asked it. I'm not back in the chat right now, but how we would need a middleman when it comes to bartering stuff. I don't know, man. The Native Americans used to do it. All other cultures and societies used to be able to barter with one another and other tribes and other things, and do it in other ways to where we didn't need the greed and the money and the dollar bills. We were able to, I mean, of course, I want a utopian society. I get it. I mean, I think we all do at heart. Now, is it feasible to go back to there? No, not unless there's an absolute destruction of what we already have. And doing it as a president, that ain't gonna make no difference because the president really doesn't have no choice in the matter. They're doing what they're told to. They're there to sign things that they're given. But my number one thing that would happen if I was to become president, let's say today, and I did have the power, I would make it a non-paying job, all politics. And if you're leading the country, you're not getting a dime. You already need a career. And I'll put it just like I would the pastors and the churches, because I have this argument with my pastor, and it's like, man, you should already have your career. You shouldn't be asking me for money to be able to pay your salary because you're the richest man that I know. You have no debt, and you're getting the money from the people of the church. Now, I know that's a different subject, and I understand the biblical ways of tithing. Don't get me wrong, but I do believe if you're going into that type of job, there should be no motivation other than making your country what it's supposed to be, the best freaking country on the planet. You know what I mean? We all want a good society, period. But that involves environmentally, socially, economically, mentally, physically. You know what I mean? Like, health should be our number one priority no matter what. The fact that we grow natural organic foods should be the number one freaking agenda. Not charge us $20 fucking. Me and my wife is trying to get back to the earth and eat a little bit more healthier. Man, that's adding like $100, $200 on our grocery bill just to add healthy ass food. Like, what the hell?
I think what Milk made. Can I read some of these comments? Russia is fighting against the world powers, or this is a convenient way to speed up cash for the reset. Yeah, I think that's true. Very true. Yep, that's what they do.
Yeah,
Sharon Smith, because I think Ghetto, you said that earlier. You people on the panel do not understand why what's happening is happening. It's about the evil that's out
yeah.
harboring God's children. I believe that's true, but
Can't argue with that.
yeah, we can't argue with that.
That,
We said that earlier though.
yeah, we was already talking about that, Sharon. That it's not a duh, like we're just
Right.
incompetent or we're blind. We've already had that conversation. It's good versus evil.
You came in a little late, Sharon Smith, on that. But then you got to define who's the evil one, because that was our question. Who, when you saying evil, who? Which people you talking about?
Pharmaceutical companies, the Chinese, the Russians, our own government.
Right.
You see, there are individuals behind this. Companies aren't evil. Countries aren't evil. There are individuals, and there's not that many of them. I keep saying,
yeah.
They're powerful, but they're few.
I see your point, and I think, I see your point. There's few, but they powerful due to the money. But it's us. We get lured in through their confusion and things that they do, and that's why they're able to control the masses, because we look at money, power, different things like that.
Yeah. And I'm sorry. Let me just address Sharon one last time. She said I won't be voting for you. Well, I mean, I won't be voting for me neither, just so you know. I mean, we'd be really assed out if I was president, just so y'all know. But on the flip side of it, let me finish talking here real quick, 300. On the flip side, though, bartering is great from individuals to individuals, but not for businesses. And she threw the laughy whatever. But why do we need business? I think people really forget that we are human beings. All we need to exist is food and water. The rest is entertainment. And we need to be spending our days growing food, getting clean water, taking care of our family. We don't need all these extra things that we're so used to having. We really don't need them as a human being. I mean, look at where all this intelligence and all this technology has gotten us. It's gotten us more shackled up. I mean, think about really how nice it would be to live in the middle of Alaska or wherever, you name it, and there ain't nobody around, and you got your family. Maybe you have a neighbor or two a few miles away or whatever, and you're just living. Are you worried about businesses? No, you're worried about cutting wood so you can stay warm at night. You're worried about taking care of that cow so you can have a cheeseburger later. You know what I mean? Those are the roots of being human, not businesses and TikTok and freaking Gucci handbags and shit. I mean, just because we're accustomed to it now doesn't mean they're a necessity for us to live. I think those types of things, businesses and stuff like that takes us away from us being human beings.
I agree with you.
I think you went from one extreme to the other there. Excuse me just a minute, Warriors, because I'll lose my train of thought if I don't spit it out. Man, it's an awful hard life to till the soil and raise your animals, and we're a society that's past that. You got millions of people living in the city that have no way to raise their own food. There has to be. People need things done. People are willing to pay other people to do the things that they need done. I mean, we can't just go back to caveman days. It's wonderful to dream about living in Alaska. I wanted to do that when I was 19 years old. Go to Alaska, maybe pan a little gold, hunt moose, never see anybody. That's not realistic. People can't live like that. We've got this world. We've got to straighten it out and live in it the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. That is true. That is true. Entertainment, there's not enough land.
I don't know anybody that owns a Gucci bag.
Well, I own a
Maybe my sister-in-law probably has one, but
I sold a couple fake ones. Just saying.
yeah,
I owe a lot of ghetto ones.
Yeah, you know.
And they all fake.
Yeah. But I ain't mad. You gotta get up close on it.
You know what? I bought the fake ones from my Persian homeboy. I'm just saying. I'm
Right.
just gonna put it out there.
Right.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're mistaking me with somebody else. We go original.
Right.
Yeah.
And one of them said Fucci. I said, come on, man. You gonna have my bag saying Fucci. Come on, yo. That ain't right. That's disrespectful. Straight up. You about to have me killed out here.
No, I was going to say to you, Ghetto, when my dad, when I was young, I was maybe 3 or 4 years old. I think it was in 1976 or 1975. My dad was an artist, and he painted a portrait how a person is building a statue, and that statue is half technology and half statue, and it shows on that portrait how the technology is killing that person that built the technology, and that's exactly what's happening right now. We have created technology, and technology is destroying humanity. Just look in the 90s, for example, since I lived in Germany, you know, the company Mercedes-Benz, they had like 15 people working on one car, you know, welding and grinding and all this stuff. Now you're just gonna have one person that push the button that the robot is welding all the parts in that car. So that means 14 more people losing their job because of that. So and soon we're all gonna lose our jobs. There will be no jobs for humanity. Soon there are only robots gonna taking over. And you talking about jobs and future. I don't see no future for us unless we're gonna live on this UBI that you were saying, living in a shoebox and being happy with $300-400 a month.
I think Milkmaid said, Tom, I respectfully disagree. To a degree, unfortunately, our ambulance is also our downfall. We have become weak and stupid and what's that, malleable?
malleable,
What's it that?
shapeable, malleable.
Oh, malleable. Oh, she's
We
using
can be shaped and worked.
she's using
like
Harvard
a
word.
clay.
I don't know what's going on. I'm ghetto.
She was trying to make it to where me and Vaughn couldn't understand
Right.
what she was saying.
Come
That's
on.
messed up.
Now, if she didn't put it in a rap, I didn't understand it then. what she come on?
And Milkmaid, I guess we have, but I don't know. I don't see how anybody could expect the entire planet to go back to a strictly barter system, because there are so many people that don't have anything to barter with. You know, what do? You go back, take from the rich and give to the poor, which is we're already headed toward communism. So why not just let that go ahead and play out? It'd be a lot easier.
Did you hear what I said, Tom? I said
I'm
they
sorry,
borrow
no
from the
way,
neighbor.
I didn't.
I said they borrow from the neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, see, I mean that's been their target the whole entire time, though, is our own self-reliance. I mean, that's what they've moved us from since whenever the system started going into full gear on whatever it is they want us to be as humans. They got us there. We're so far away right now of self-reliance that this is actually, if we had a collapse right now, the barter system definitely wouldn't work. Now, if we went back, let's say 100 years, I do believe the barter system would work because there were still people that lived in those types of eras to where they remember back when, a bag of sugar, they can get, a couple bags of flour, cornmeal, whatever. As of right now, no. They've taken us so far beyond our own self-reliance that we wouldn't know how to barter. We wouldn't even know how to make the things to barter with. So I don't agree that the bartering would work. I just would like to see it actually happen again. If we do go into a grid down situation where the planet does reset, right? Like, let's say a quarantine event, because that's one thing that really would screw us all on the global scale. And I mean, there would be no money. Money would be worthless. Gold would even be worthless because you got your neighbors over here like, what the hell am I going to do with the gold? Do you have a chicken? I'll give you 12 chickens for that cow. You know what I mean? Like it would be forced into a bartering system. So maybe,
we would go
yeah,
back to Abraham days.
yeah, exactly. And I agree, 300. I was making an example. I'm just saying, like we need to, but I think it's our own negligence that we don't know these things. You know what I mean? Like we're failing ourselves by not learning how to do these types of things, how to grow our own food, how to grow our own meat, how to grow our own economy within ourselves and teaching our children. And I'm a ghetto motherfucker. Excuse my language, sorry, Tom. But I'm a ghetto ass.
You always say that.
It took me but it took me I more yell at myself sometimes because it honestly took me like 35 years to understand any of this. You know what I mean? Like the self-reliance, just the mind frame of I need to be more self-reliant because I was too busy trying to fight the corporate world and going to work every day and provide for my family that was the system.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, dude, you've watched the system fail you over and over and over. There's going to be a time where the system's going to completely fail. How are you going to provide for your family then? So when I started my prepping and stuff like that, it's not like just I'm grabbing boxes of top ramen and throwing them in the closet. I'm trying to teach myself how to garden. I'm starting to cannon this next week, which I'm excited about, but more so the gardening, the tools. I love woodworking and stuff like that, but I want to be able to do them with handmade tools, manual tools, to where I'm not dependent on the electricity. Now that's a personal choice for me. I think we don't see electricity as a luxury, and I really, honestly, truly think that all human beings should see electricity as a tool and a luxury. And if we start thinking of it as a luxury, then we'll kind of get back to our grassroots of what it is to be a human being, if that makes sense.
I'm glad you're bringing this up, Ghetto. Let me go a little bit back. Like the government has created the value of certain stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, okay, so when we are trying to trade stuff, item for item, who's gonna make the value for that? Am I able to go to the Dodge car dealership and put 10 bags of potato and say, hey, dude, I want a Hellcat now? Who's gonna make this kind of decisions? That's a huge problem for the entire nation. I mean, who's gonna decide? Okay, I am able to trade potatoes for eggs, or rice for beans, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's always been done between the two individuals doing the barter.
There you go.
Right.
And again, I got to go back to these millions of people in the city. How can you expect them to become self-sufficient?
Right, Tom, but I'm just going to ask you this question. So you don't think that's going to create conflict between two different people? Like, say, for instance, I buy it from you for this kind of amount of money, and then the other person said, why did you pay so much? I paid only this much. And then there's going to be conflict between two different people.
Oh, there always is.
Because there is no.
Yeah, there always is. It sounds like you're trying to negotiate the fact that we need a moderator or somebody to tell us what to do, man.
That's why
And
we invented money.
Right.
that's exactly why we invented money, but we
Right.
shouldn't have put the people up top. What's up, Wingnut? I didn't even see you in here.
Yeah,
man.
what I'm saying is when the money is gone, then that's gonna
Yeah.
gonna be some issue, you know.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There'll be
It's
a lot of people just walking in and taking it. They
Right.
won't be offering you anything for it. They're going to stick a pistol in your face and take it.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not saying how much it's supposed to be. I'm just saying, like, even if I want to trade something, so what am I supposed to trade it for? How much is too much and how much is less?
I know.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know?
And again, you and me decide that. I want this much for it. It's worth this much to me.
It
And
all
it's only worth that much to you. So now we got to come together.
Right.
Exactly. It'll all be so. It depends on who wants what. The person that's wanting something, depending on how desperate they are, they'll pay. They'll pay what they need to. Whether you capitalize and take advantage of that is up to you as an individual.
Right.
But for the most part, we don't need somebody to show us or tell us what to do. We need to figure it out on our own. And I think we'll be able to. What's up, Mr. Wingnut?
What up, Wingnut?
You're looking at it, man. Looking at it.
It's good to see
I mean,
you.
I was sitting there thinking about it while you were just sitting there talking, Ghetto. It's like in a way, like for instance, I smoke pot. All right, I've been smoking pot since I was 14 years old. I'm 47 years old. I'm not going to stop. All right.
Shame.
I know, but the thing is I started thinking about it. It's like, all right, just on that level, for instance, me going to my guy and getting herb. We've already discussed the means of exchange when it comes down to it. We've already discussed on how much it's going to cost and all this other stuff. We've already done this on our own. We didn't need any third party to actually do this for us.
Right.
All right. And that's just one aspect. All right. We can do this for everything. All right. I mean, and honestly, man, in my opinion, we cannot allow these bankers and these corporations to dictate our currency, our means of exchange. And that's what's fucked us over the years now. All right. Because when they took the gold and silver away from us, which was an honest currency for everybody, because it takes effort to get it out of the ground. That's the reason why it has value and worth for centuries. All right. But when they start printing out this money on it's not money, it's a fiat currency. It has no worth or value except for what you put on it. All right. But all it is just pieces of paper. All right. But we're allowing, for instance, now it's like the Federal Reserve and the IRS to dictate to us what we're worth and what everything is worth. All right. It brings me back to there's a verse in the Bible when it comes down to rendered to Caesar what is Caesar's and rendered to God what is God's. And what Jesus was talking about is because there were some people are asking him, are we supposed to pay taxes? Well, Jesus was sitting there and it's like, okay, whose picture is on the coins? And the people were saying it's Caesar's. Well, therefore, it's Caesar's money. Okay. All right. It's the same thing with the Federal Reserve. It's the Federal Reserve's currency. It's not ours. We're just using it. It's their property. It's rendered to Caesar what is Caesar's.
How do we wing? I see what you're saying. You're absolutely right. I agree 100%. So how do we wing ourselves off of that? How do each of us individual wing ourselves? Because say we have divided things to prep out things. So after that, while we doing that, how do we wing ourselves off the currency?
Well, I mean, okay, just think about it in your everyday life. All right, when it comes down to what you do in your normal life or whatever. All right, how can you how can you achieve what you do in your normal everyday life without the currency that we have now? How can you achieve what you need? Like, for instance, going to get food. I don't know, getting a new pair of tires for your fucking car. I don't know, whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. And you talk about the barter system, which is that is one viable thing. And I agree with Tom, because not everybody's got something to trade. I agree. But stuff is not the only thing we can trade. Our skills and our trades
Services, yes.
can also be a bartering option. All right. The thing is, man, it's like for instance, if I wanted to get, I don't know, I wanted to get a trailer for my truck or something like that. I got a buddy of mine that's got a trailer. He's wanting, and we're trying to figure out, means of exchange on bartering for that. All right. Well, he wants some things that I ain't got. So what I'm going to have to do is probably either probably find some of those things, trade some things off to get those things, so I can trade those things off to get that trailer. You know what I mean? Or something like that. Because I mean, I don't have all the answers, but there are different ways that we can achieve these things. Because I mean, honestly, man, I was sitting there actually asking Ghetto in the chat, when it comes down to, when you mentioned utopian society, what is your idea of a utopian society?
Well, my idea is going to be different than yours, just like
Okay.
it's going to be different than all five
Right.
of ours, honestly. There's
Okay.
no one utopian society that's going to be the same.
Why
So,
is people so against actually achieving a utopian society? Why is so many people against that?
because it's going to, well, the reason I'm against it is because I'm against communism. And you cannot have a utopic society without a communistic dictate, or what is it, ideological thinking. You can't have it without one person being in charge, without one system being in charge. That's going to make everybody happy about it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If any of that made sense.
Unless you may do it, because it's different types of communism. You have your right, you have your left, you have your libertarian communism. So you may, I don't know what type of system that you will have, but you can always have that system and create it. Let's just say if you think a communist system is coming in, you will want to see and dictate a system towards what you want it to be. Just like we have a democratic society, but it's different parts of it. You see what I'm saying? Or I'm
See, the thing with a communist system, though, it attempts at least to make everybody completely equal. And human beings aren't
Well, they
like
call it
that.
equity now.
Equity. Yeah, good.
But
human beings aren't like that. From the time we were little boys, we wanted to win the race.
Oh.
And it goes all the way to the millionaires having more money. We compete in every aspect of our life.
But that's even in a democracy system, though.
Well, sure.
Yeah, it's in all systems.
But
Right.
It's not in communism.
But yeah.
Which one? You have which system? When Karl Marx and other people wrote communism, you have to see which one are you talking, because it's different ones. All communists, it's different communists. You actually have a libertarian communist that is different than what say the communist that Ethiopia had was different than the fascist communist that Italy had or Germany. It's different parts in it. So it's not just when you say communist, it's just not just one part.
Well, my understanding of it, I mean, you've already gone past what I understand, so
Yeah.
I can't argue with you anymore.
I'm over here like libertarian communism. Wait a minute, I'd like to learn that one. Hold on a second, I might like that one.
Yeah, go look at it's a libertarian communist.
I think that's more like an oxymoron, because I've heard people actually say anarcho-communism, and I'm just like, what the hell? That's an oxymoron. Anarchy and communism are complete opposites. You cannot put them together.
Well,
I was thinking what Kizumi said.
You can't put
I'll be right back.
All right.
Go to start with Karl Marx and then look at other ones. They put different. They changed it. All of them does not agree. So you have different parts. It's just like the system that we under. You have
Yeah.
the Democrats, you have the Republicans, you have a Libertarian, you have the Green, and this society that we in, it's the same as in a communist. It's different parts in there. So when you say communist, which one are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, I think the one I'm talking about, anyways, is more the common one, like the China one, where there's one party and they rule over everybody, which would be,
No,
if you ask me,
it's two parties.
there's two parties in China?
Yeah, it's two parties.
For real?
Yeah, look
I
it
didn't
up.
know
Yeah,
that. I don't know.
I don't
I,
see any legitimacy in rulership in any way. I don't see any legitimacy in any way.
but to control a utopian, to have a utopian society, though, which is what started this conversation, anarchy, there would have to be a system in place to be able to control it, to keep it that way. Because, like Tom was saying, we all want to win the race. We all want to be in charge in a way, or in control of at least our own destiny. So
Well, that's where it should be, is in control of your own destiny, not everybody else's.
Yeah, but if you walking around naked, man, and I don't want to see you naked, but you're in your utopian world and I'm in the same world, I might have to, I might have to put hands on you, but that's illegal against you see what I'm saying? Where that's where the utopian world, society, whatever, it'll differ between one another, and then we're going to clash. And then we're going to go against whatever systems above us that's letting us do whatever the hell we want. I mean, there's always going to be those types of situations. I think as a whole, you are right, though. I mean, I do. I think that we don't need to be ruled.
Well, we have the capability of governing ourselves.
We do, yeah.
I mean, honestly, if I was to put a label to it, I'm an anarchist in a sense. All right, we all actually participate in anarchy in some form or fashion in everyday life. Like, for instance, you go to the grocery store. All right, you go there and you buy some products and stuff like that. Now, this grocery store guy that opened up the grocery store, he didn't get forced into opening a grocery store. All right, he didn't force you to come in there and buy his stuff. But you went in there and bought his stuff and all that stuff. There was no third party to force anybody to do that. That's anarchy. All right. That's actually us governing ourselves. There's a store owner that created a service or product, and there's people that are actually willing to pay for it. That's anarchy. All right. And we don't need a third party to actually dictate to us how that happens and how that works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like, if we can get away from this idea that we need government to actually dictate to us on how we should live, how should we should conduct ourselves behavior wise. I mean, because a lot of this is just to control our behavior. A lot of the legislation out there is just to keep us docile and domesticated, because they want to break us from our wild state. All right. Our wild state is the more natural. It's the natural state. All right, but they want to break us of that, so make us domesticated, and that's the thing over generations. You got to think about it. For generations, multiple generations, we've been exactly lied to about everything. Everything has been a lie. All right, so this is another thing too. I've been thinking about outside of the box. If everything's been if we were to go on that level, for instance, on that ideology, is like everything's been a lie to us all our lives. So anything that we come up with as a solution is because we've been told this could be a solution. Well, that's probably a lie too. So we got to think outside of the box. We got to think outside of what all these influences have been trying to dictate to us on how we should do things. All right. Even what's going on now is a problem reaction solution scenario. All right, because, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. That stuff that would go up in Canada when it comes into truckers. All right, there was a problem. The government's created the problem. Well, the reaction was to protest. Well, the solution that Trudeau come up with was emergency powers, and that was already in the plans. That was already in legislation. All he had to do is just enact it. It's the same thing here in this country or any other country. They'll create a problem. The government's creating the problem right now. And this is like with all this other stuff that's going on, the Russia and all China, all this other stuff.
Well,
if it's a problem that the government's created. Now the reaction is all of us reacting it, protesting it, bitching about it, having to lose our homes and stuff like that or whatever. That's the reaction. Well, the solution is this pre-planned solution, the Great Reset, build back better. They got to destroy everything to build it back. And they're not going to build it back better for us. They're only building it back better for them.
Exactly.
Exactly. That, I mean, and I'm not being hard on Trump right now, but look at what we had to deal with Obama.
Mhm.
That's why we were all ushering Trump in. We needed him because we had to deal with fucking Obama and everything that he was doing before him. So it was like a breath of fresh air. Once we got him in, boom, we got him in. Now we got this other guy in. I can't
Yeah.
even imagine who the hell they're going to give us next.
Yeah, that's the point. All right.
Exactly.
That is
Yeah.
the point. And honestly, man, these people are not our leaders. They're not our masters, and they're not our kings and queens.
Nope.
And people need to realize this, because these government officials are not our freaking masters. All right.
My master's right here next to me, huh, baby?
That's what I'm saying. But that's the thing. It's like, okay, it's either the people around the world to come to the realization that these so-called elite or these so-called royals or whatever are not omnipotent kings and queens and gods and stuff. And why do we give them this power, give them this authority, and basically, give our consent for them to just do whatever the hell they want to us?
Completely agree. They need to be slapped down. I've said that 2 or 3 times tonight already.
Well, yeah, I agree with that, Tom. And I mean, me personally, yes, killing them all off is a good option. But me personally, make them homeless and penniless, and that would be a good punishment. To me, that let them live their life homeless and penniless, and then they will, But I have this deep feeling in my gut that they are going to release the chaos onto this planet, because they believe that they can actually create order out of that chaos. Well, in my opinion and in my belief and my gut feeling is they're going to release this chaos, and it's going to turn on them, and it's going to envelop them and destroy them. They just don't know it yet.
I hope you're right, man.
I hope I am too. I mean, there's a lot of things I hope I'm wrong about, but I don't think I am. But I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, but it takes all of us around this planet to actually come to that realization. It's like, wait a minute, who are these people who are trying to dictate to our lives, our destiny? You know what I mean? And these people that supposedly think that they're better than everybody of us because of the monetary system. They've got all of our money, all of our earnings that our blood, sweat, and tears are created. We're the ones that created the currency that they're using against us. All right, the monetary system is actually what helps that along, because it keeps people involved. I mean, how do you think these cops are going to just continue doing what they're doing? It's because they're getting paid to do it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
And that Ron Paul been saying to get rid of the monetary for years. But what Milkmaid said, people always want leaders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ending of time, Israel begged for a king. That's true. Everybody, that's true. That's true. People, because you're going to have someone to solve disputes. Matter of fact, Ron Paul said that's the only way we need the government to solve disputes when things get out of hand. That's the only. You're going to need some type of authority, or I ain't gonna say authoritarian because they'd be going too far.
Well, who is to keep that in check?
The people.
Okay, that is right there. All right. Now, if we the people do not keep them in check, they're going to continue doing what they're doing.
Right.
Right. So we've got to actually stand up and actually, because it's even in our Bill of Rights. It was mentioned in our Bill of Rights. The people have the right to abolish or alter the government if we seem necessary.
Yeah. That's why division is so important, though. That is why it's so important.
Well, that's where the left-right paradigm comes into play.
Exactly.
Because they give you that illusion of choice. There is no choice.
They set it up. They set it up so their choices are made, and they are the ones that get to make them. That's why they created the system the way they created it in America.
That's
Right.
true. But we not what you're saying, that is true. But like Tom said earlier, people were sleeping. These things, this things and stuff like that, we were sleeping. It was going on in front of our eyes. Especially Ron Paul been saying it since the 80s.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Yeah.
now we have an uphill battle.
Mm.
It's what we let go for years and years and years. It's not like Tom did say earlier, it's not going to be solved overnight. If this is going to be done, we have to start with unity and love, and we have to make sure we educate our kids, not just us, our kids, because the future is ahead of them. We want to make
Yeah.
sure they're all right, and then we have to move forward. It's going to take a lot. It's an uphill battle, but it starts with love and unity for us to come together, for us to get it done. If not, it's just going to keep on going.
Yeah. Well, I agree with that. You know, and I mean, there's a guy that's on the job that I'm working on right now. He's from Mexico. All right, and he came over here because it was, he needed to work or whatever and all that stuff. But it makes me wonder if this country was to go to shit, would he fight for this country, or would he turn tail and run like he did it from Mexico? It makes me wonder about a lot of people in this country. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people in this country that are from countries that are communist or socialist or whatever you want to call it. So that they've been around that type of mentality or that type of stuff all their lives, and then they come here. They don't really know exactly what being an American really is. You know what I mean?
Wingnut Radio. I'm a foreigner.
Yeah, I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying there's a lot of people out
I
there.
understand. I'm just gonna answer your question.
Go ahead.
I live here 16 years. I have an American wife. I have an American child. Of course, I'm gonna fight for this country because my loved ones live in this country. They don't live in the country that I'm from.
I respect that.
And if I wouldn't care about this country, I wouldn't even came in the panel and talk about this topic to everybody. Because like I was saying earlier, you guys are my people now. I believe in everybody, and we have to stand together.
I agree, but I wonder when it comes down to some people, because I've had these conversations. These are some of the conversations that I have with people, man, that a lot of people don't have. You know what I mean? I tend to talk about things that people aren't talking about. You know what I mean?
I mean, you do have different kind of immigrants. I say, especially not trying to be racist or so, but especially like Mexican people, because they live just across the border.
Right.
So, I mean, I live over 12,000 miles away, and I escaped from my country. I would never go back. And I have never went back since I left that country. That's like 43 years ago. But a lot of Mexican people or a lot of other foreigners, they just come here. They don't even try to learn the culture. They don't even try to learn the language. They just want to work here and save the money and go back to their own country.
Right.
That's why I said there are two types of immigrants.
Yeah. I agree.
The difference is, Warriors, you have made an investment.
Right.
And you've built something that's worth protecting. And some of these other folks, they slide across the border, they make the money, they send most of it home, they live on what little they keep for themselves. But if the shit hit the fan, they'd go home.
They turn tail and run.
You are home, so you're going to defend.
But I gotta wait a minute. I gotta say something for my foreigners now. We gotta understand this. A lot of foreigners come over, and the reason why they come over, because other countries, as the United States, go over there and take their land. So when they do come over here, they have to fight because they was kicked off their land. And then they gotta send money to their family of people who could not come over from that land being taken. They had to go somewhere else. So we have to put that in mind too. We have to put that in our minds too. We just can't say they come over, they doing this. Yes, some of them are, but not all of them. It's different situations that occur.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just, I've talked to a lot of people over the years, and a lot of people all over the world, a lot of people here in the U.S., And and that's the thing. It's like, but if America was the fall, there's nowhere to defect to. You're trading one plantation for another if you try and leave.
Well, I'm
You know what I
coming.
mean? It's like I'm not going to leave. I'm not dipping across the border if everything gets fucking hot and heavy here. Screw that.
I'm going to
You know.
You stand in your own doorway, and protect it. Hey,
Yeah.
Sharon and Scat Pack, good to see you all.
And today, nowadays, there's a camera everywhere. I think the revolution will be televised.
It will be.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
They're gonna make sure it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't the only one, Ghetto.
They're gonna make sure.
I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna try and do whatever I can when it comes down to it, even if it's not on this type of platform. Because I have other means of getting information out. That is just, like for instance, I'm still a CB talker, man. I can get information out through the CB if I want to. Hell, I mean, I have my own version of a television transmitter. You know what I mean? I can sit there and transmit information out onto to the airwaves, channel 3, channel 4 of the old analog TV frequencies. But I can do that. I ain't got that much range, but I can. If everybody else would start to do that kind of thing too, we can get off of this certain platform that we're on now. We just got to actually. We got to get in down to that realization that all the system that's in place now, all the infrastructure in now, is not for us. It's to keep us in control. It's actually to keep us in surveillance. All right. If we eliminate all that and actually do our own thing, when it comes down to creating our own money, when it comes down to creating our own courts, when it comes down to creating our own infrastructure, when it comes down to communications, our own infrastructure, when it comes down to food and medical and education. I mean, seriously, we've got to get away from all of that infrastructure that's put in place for us, that all that convenience, you know what I mean? And then, it's like all this stuff, man. It just needs to go away. I mean, honestly, taxes, all taxation, no matter what it is a theft. And it's and anything done by the point of a government gun is extortion. That's the basics of it. You know what I mean?
That's
they try to tell us, like in the tax law, that it's voluntary. How can you claim it's voluntary if you're forced to do it?
You're going to go to jail if you don't.
Right. That's what you got the Federal Reserve people up there. They all claim that it's voluntary to pay taxes. You know what I mean? It even says it in the tax law that it's voluntary.
But they said, like you said, they got to put, and they said if you don't pay it, you telling them you volunteering to go to jail.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. It's like, that's the thing. It's a mafia tactic.
Right.
It's exactly the same thing, man. It's like, I can break it down into the more simplest, like, my type of thing. It's like for instance, I wanted to open up a little general store in town or something like that. Yeah. And it happened to be in this area where a mafia actually, creates like a protection type system.
Yeah.
They come in and they say, hey, this is a rough neighborhood, man. You might need our protection and all that stuff. Now you got two choices. You either accept it or you don't.
Or you don't, or you won't.
Your place gets busted up.
Yeah,
right. That's exactly the same thing that the government does. Why do we allow the government and say that it's okay for them to do like eminent domain and all this other shit just because in the name of government, when it's technically theft? You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, man, when it comes down to it, like I said, when it comes down to it, is the accountability and the actual, keeping who. You said it once before, Veronica. It's we the people that keeps them in check.
Mm-hmm.
But we ain't done shit.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse my language. We ain't done nothing, and it keeps on getting worse and worse and worse and worse. The more legislation they put into play, that they think that just because they scribble some words on a fancy piece of paper, now we all must bow down and obey.
All right. Can you read Milkmaid's, because she did another Harvard word. I need you and Ghetto to figure this one.
Who's talking about Ghetto? Like I'm gonna help.
We need help, Tom. You the Harvard, because she said
I'm looking for the
because she is what went to Harvard or Princeton or one of these.
Which one is it? Beware of parasitic thought process.
Yeah, what's she talking about? No,
Parasitic.
Parasite, something that feeds off of another being.
Oh,
Yeah.
So we need to beware of a thought process that lets these people feed off of us. I think
oh, okay. Thank you, because I did not go to Harvard. Matter of fact,
hey man, I got that from Circleville High School.
oh well. You're a milk baby. Harvard grad, Princeton, and
milkmaid. It's not a no. Everybody swears. I just kind of like for not every other word to be a swear word. If you maybe know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be respectful. You know, I mean, every once I see my normal speak. You know, especially if I get a little bit emotion or passionate about it. You know, the profanity will come out.
I completely understand. I completely get it. You know, I had to teach myself to go from the construction site
Right.
to my wife's parents' house.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Did you
So
see what wrote ghetto? That is so disrespectful. I'm sorry. She said, nah. And I
uneducated. There you go.
I know very well. Now you know we went to ghetto Oxford and ghetto Princeton and ghetto Harvard. I know very well.
And Milkmaid's ghetto too, man. Just in different terms. Just saying, she's ghetto too. She's self-educated like you, actually.
Yeah, she went to a Harvard word all the way down to a ghetto Harvard word.
There she is. Yep.
Yeah, see that
she reads a lot. She's like you. She's very self-educated, like myself as well.
Yeah.
The school system
I'm the same way. When I was a kid, you couldn't feed me enough books. So
Yeah,
I get you.
right.
Yeah.
Books? What are those things?
Those are ancient.
Oh,
ancient sources of knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is another thing too. When it comes down to knowledge, in my opinion, I mean, as it stands at this moment, we haven't been completely, censored yet. So there's no excuse for people to be ignorant about anything because you have all this knowledge at the fingertips right now on your phone or your computer right now. So there's really no excuse for anybody out there to be ignorant of any of this stuff. All you have to do is just actually spend the time and actually do some research. All right. And a lot of people will come up with the same, conclusion that a lot of us have already come up with if they actually did the research, if they actually looked into these certain subjects and stuff. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I've said a lot of things over the years that people just thought was like totally wackadoo type of stuff until they went and researched it and they're like, oh shit, Wingnut, you were right. Well, no kidding, dumbass. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Right. It drives me nuts. It's actually kind of frustrating to me because I mean, I got a buddy of mine, man. I was telling him stuff about, 3 or 4 years ago about certain things. And he's like, you're a wackadoo. You're crazy. Well, a couple of years later, he's like, oh, man, I saw this stuff on the mainstream news, man. You were right. And I was like, well, no kidding.
Hey, man, forgive us because I tell you, for the longest time, I mean, up until just the last few years, I don't want to believe that, man.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I lived my whole life believing that, and I thought it was right.
Right.
And I don't want to believe a lot of the stuff that is slapping me in the face right now.
That's my dad's problem. He doesn't want to believe that a lot of this stuff was even capable of happening. In the past couple of years, he's had a little bit of a change of heart, but he's been programmed many times over in the military and police force and stuff like that. So, I mean, he's always had that mentality, and it's like, yeah, that glimmer of waking up, that goes away after a while. You know what I mean? That's how my dad is. And it's frustrating when I sit there and try and talk to my dad because every once in a while, it looks like, oh, man, you're just now getting it, Dad. You're about to get it. Oh, no, 2 months down the line, shoot, it's all right back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
Understandable though, because the way things was years ago, and the way they used the system to get you where they is now. They back then, as far as the way the system was, remember they did it correctly because the way y'all stand, y'all principles, y'all didn't play. You know, if things got out of whack, boom, 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 boom. But now they knew that. They was like, well, let me start off this way. As time went on, that's when the changes was coming. And that's where it ended up the way it is today. Because now we got so used to it, not just us, you know, people before us got so used to where they was, they got placement. And now where we are today. And if we have to do oh man, it's going to be a battle, up climb battle. It's going to be a battle. It's not
Hey,
easy.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I agree. And warriors, when you made that and what you put in the chat, I was like, I agree that most people don't realize what it means to be independent, and then also a lot of people don't know what it means to be free because we've never been free. You might think you're free, but you're living in this open air prison with no chains on you except for monetary means.
Right.
You know?
Well, we're free compared to other people in other countries,
Right.
or even other
yeah.
people in our own country. I think that's how we gauge our freedom. You know what I mean? Like, well, at least we're not over there eating, you know, one particular root all our life. You know what I mean? Because if we really dove down into it, Wingneck, and I see exactly where you're talking about, but if we really did think that way, to where we are absolutely not free or whatever, we really wouldn't want to get up in the morning. I mean, if we really thought that deep into it, we have to create our own freedom, our own reality, our own life at some point, or life is just not worth living.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
I agree, and it's like
you
what
know,
Warriors was talking about, or was it talking about, or Veronica was talking about robots, for instance. All right,
yeah.
you know, I mean, I've been talking about the robot thing for a while now. I mean, you know, I've been studying this stuff, the AI, robotics, cybernetics for years. Been keeping up with it for years. All right, and the thing is, man, it's like, you know, um, the ultimate plan is to basically, you know, to get robots to do all jobs. That is the ultimate plan because they you know, there's nothing on this planet that a robot can't do. All right, and the thing is, man, a lot of people they dictate um they you know, their idea of who they are is their job. You know, what they do for a living is who they are. You know, you take that away from them. What do that person got? What do they have? If you take that away from them, their idea of who they are is their job. You take that job away from
Yeah.
them. Now, what do? Who
You've
are
taken
they?
their purpose away from them.
Exactly. You're taking the
Yeah, that's
purpose
the
away.
purpose.
All
That's
right.
the main goal for the system is to make our lives purposeless.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
purposeless.
Right.
You got to take our
Dictating
purpose
our
away. Yeah,
destiny for
yeah.
us. All right. And I agree with you, Ghetto. And when it comes down to certain things, we have to take control of our own
We
destiny and
do
not allow them to dictate it to us.
exactly.
All right.
100%, dude.
It comes down to enforcement, really, because honestly, man, the powers that should not be, the only language they understand is violence. And quite honestly, man, you know, hey, self defense is very violent sometimes.
We're at this point, and that's exactly where we're at, and that's what I try to talk to people. We're at the self defense part of
Right.
the
I
plan.
agree.
We need to defend ourselves, and I would love for it to be at the point where we can just vote, and that would be our self defense. I would love for us
But
to be
even
able to
then,
write a. I would love to be able to write a stern letter or something like that,
yeah,
but it's just we're so far beyond that. They have,
that's why I say we need enforcement. You know
yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
We need our own, in a sense, because honestly, man, who's going to force these government employees to actually straighten up? What's going to
yeah,
make them straighten up? You know what I mean? Because on their level, what they would do to us is they would take the loudest person out of our group and make an example out of them and say, "Listen,
yeah.
you guys keep this shit up. This is what's going to happen to you." Well, that's how they're going to treat us. Why couldn't we do that same exact thing to them? That's, what's good for the goose, what's good for the gander, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Well,
can, we
nothing's
just don't.
well, nothing's gonna pop their bubble though. I mean, they're so what gets us to react is our bubble being popped. Now, for Tom, it was the all the political activity, the government just putting their freaking noses into everything, and so he wants to react by doing the voting thing, and that's or just being pissed off. He's seeing it on that front.
I'm
I'm
good
not,
at that,
I'm
man.
trying to say it without being an asshole because I'm not trying to do that, Tom. But my point is, everybody's bubble is different. Is
Right.
the point of what I'm saying? And once you start getting my kids, that's my bubble. Okay, well, I'm taking my kids out of school first and foremost, and then I'm going to start reacting a certain way. They already touched my bubble, so yeah, I'm going to react. There's a lot of people, even in the prepared community, their bubble is not even touched. They're
Right.
still comfortable. They're still able to get on here and have the conversations and well, this, that, this, whatever, and they're not reacting. They're just talking about it. Now, with the elite, what is their bubble? Their bubble is us standing up. Their bubble is us going like, hell, you know what I mean? I was going to go on a rant, but I won't because it's Tom's show. But, it's, but that is their bubble. Their bubble is us not giving in to their every whim or whatever. And that's something that us as a people, as a whole, we're just not ready to do it because individually our bubbles aren't messed with.
No,
You
I
know what I
agree.
mean?
There's a lot of people out there that are making a lot of money and a
Yeah,
lot of a good living right now off of other people's suffering, and they're not
yeah.
going to want it to stop. They're going to fight tooth and nail to keep it going.
And I think that's going to be a big division. What you say, Ghetto, is absolutely true, and what Wingnut said, because also the governor here in Maryland, where I'm at, just passed a law that you don't have to have a 4-year degree to get a government job. So what that means, okay? Biden passed the
Anything
bill,
goes.
but Biden passed the bill, and then that he funded, and it was funding for lawyers. I said this before, for lawyers for the people that's coming over the border. So what you think that means? I just talked to a friend. She works in the healthcare system. She said that the whatever is taking over, the people that's coming overseas is taking over the healthcare system. So those people that he's making them legal, that's division. You think those people are going to fight with us? No, because they're making money. They gonna say, you see where I came from? You think I'm gonna fight and lose this? And then the people that listen, I got a chance to get a job. You think I'm gonna fight?
Yeah.
Then you have other people that's been fighting for different things, and they say, wait a minute, hold up, no.
Yeah.
I am
That's
because when I was fighting years ago, no one fought with me. So that's why I said it's too much division.
That's a great way to articulate it too, Vaughn, because you got to think about it on the level of, let's say well, whatever race, let's say Mexican, right? He's coming over here and his or hers only thing is, man, y'all got clean water. That is the absolute necessity of life. And if I'm coming to some other country and I got clean water, hell no, these motherfuckers are doing me good, shoot.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't gonna fight nobody. I got clean water over here, y'all. I ain't messing with nothing.
Yeah.
That reminds me of back in the day. I mean, because back in the day when there was plantations and stuff, there was house slaves and there was field slaves. All right. Now the field slaves, if the master's house was to catch on fire, they would hope for a breeze to burn that motherfucker down.
Right.
But the house slaves will get buckets of water and try and put that fire out because they ain't had it so good. They got food, they got clothes, they got a house to live under. They ain't had it so good, so they don't want it to stop. That's the same thing if you just expand it into a more global type of sense instead of a more like plantation type of scenario. It's just more of a more expanding type of a scenario where you got a lot of these people that are still house slaves that are making money off of us, all right, and they don't want it to go away, and they'll fight tooth and nail to keep it going, but they're still slaves.
Right.
That's what a lot of these people don't understand. It's the same thing. It's like I see, man. I'm well keeping up with a lot of this, like the cop watchers, First Amendment auditors and stuff. Hell, I mean, I used to do that when I was a kid before the internet. But the thing is, man, it's like you see how these cops actually, react to the public, and and a lot of them they use very disdain for the public.
Exactly. I was
You know
just
what I
going
mean?
to say that word, man.
And that's the thing. It's like, and another problem is when it comes down to even cops, because they get a pension, they're getting paid to do this. So they're going to keep on doing this because they're getting paid to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they're going against their morals. It doesn't matter if it goes against their values. If that's what they're told to do, they're getting paid to do it. So they're going to continue doing it. All right. And then on top of that, it's like you got people in government, all forms, everything from the secretary all the way up. They're all making money of our labor.
Oh yeah.
So they're not going to want it to go away because they like to have that what do you call it, that nest egg, I guess you would call it, or whatever. I don't know, because they rely on us to pay their living.
Yeah.
All right, and that's where in my opinion, when it comes down to the so-called elite and all that stuff, that's where you hit them the most. It's right in their pocketbook. You start taking away the monies or the currency that they use against us. You take that away from them. What can they do? That's why I say that to me, a good punishment for these people is to make them homeless and penniless, and let them live their life that way. You know what I mean? Because they're very willing to do that to us.
Trading Spaces. You remember that movie, right? Wingnut?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need to do with them.
But that's the thing. It's like, okay, we as individuals, yes, there's a few of us here and there and all that stuff. There's a few groups and, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But we need millions worldwide.
Billions.
Well, I agree, billions. But I mean, just a good start would be millions worldwide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've actually said this before, me personally. It's like, now, if you want to believe what the history books tell us, back in the day, it only took 3% of the population of this country to actually defeat the most powerful military at that time.
Yep.
Can you imagine what 3% of the entire population of the planet could do to the tyrannical of this time?
Right.
You know what I mean? And like Tom was saying, there's very few of them. We outnumber them.
So
Yeah.
we start here at home. We don't worry about the world right now, but we separate ourselves and make these people irrelevant.
Yeah.
That's how you starve them out.
Yeah.
Ghetto just brought up, and it made me think, and more and more, it's becoming more popular, homeschooling.
Yeah.
What are we doing? We're seceding from the school system. So let's make this secession grow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a big flag on my front porch, and the neighbors criticize, and people stop coming to see me, but in big red letters. Well, I got two flags. One of them says secede, and then the other one right beside it says fuck Joe Biden. Nobody.
You got a Trump flag?
That is disrespectful.
Yeah, I do. I had to fold it up when he lost, but I didn't fold it up till he left office, actually.
Hell, I know people are still flying that flag.
Oh,
sorry
yeah,
to,
man.
sorry to break your train of thought there, Tom.
Well,
Fucking
anyway,
Trump supporter.
secession. And
Disrespectful.
when I first started using this word, I'm not getting put down quite as often as I was.
Mm-hmm.
It is an option.
Oh, yeah.
And it is our right. You spoke earlier on the right to alter or abolish a government that's not seeing to our, number one, happiness, and number two, security.
Yeah.
That's all the government has to see to.
Well, see, okay, the federal government is nothing without the states. The states is what make the union of the federal government. So if we, the people in the state, say fuck you to the Fed, what can they do?
Well, the states,
they literally have no power.
But a lot of these states are slaves themselves because they slave to the money that they get.
Yeah, I agree with that too, Veronica. I have to agree.
Where in the hell does the money come from?
Well, some of it is coming from out of the country.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Well,
like for
you know
instance, there
what?
has
We
been
can
reports
do
of
without the
Soros
money that
giving money
comes.
to politicians that are in certain like
Yep.
liberal type cities and stuff, and
What did?
to make policies that are totally against American
Yep.
values.
He put
Well,
one. It's a man here. She's not a man yet, but he did it.
you see, though, it's not the people in the states that are benefiting from Soros's money.
No, it's
the
the
damn
politician.
politicians.
Exactly. But
If
they're the
the
ones writing the
politicians,
legislation. You know what I
yes,
mean?
but if they're made irrelevant,
Yeah.
they can stick their legislation up their ass.
Mm-hmm.
But you got it's both sides, Banta. You got Soros on the left and you got the Mercer on the right. So what they doing?
Well, I mean, like I was like Ghetto was saying, is just get rid of the monetary system altogether. That's one
Right.
good thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? If they can't steal what our earnings, they can't afford to do what they're doing. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because it takes us to okay, it's like
Finance
if I
them.
was to break it down to a more, compact, like the plantation. The government's the plantation a house, all right? And we the people in this country are the field and house slaves. All right? Now, and if all those if all the slaves decided to say fuck you to the master and kill him and burn his house down, that could have been done, but they were all stuck in fear for over generations. All right, that was one of their plans on keeping them domesticated in the first place, is they keep the men separated from the women and the children, and they groom the children with the women in the house, and then the women kept the men in check. That's how they did it. All right. And that's how they're doing it today. You know what I mean? It's the exact same thing. It's just on a more massive scale. It's the exact same thing. And it's just happening to everybody. It doesn't matter what color you are. It's happening to everybody.
Oh,
You
absolutely.
know what I mean? Because they're using the money as that is what is enslaving all of us in a sense, is this idea of money, or this idea of currency. All right. And
Right.
debt. That's another thing too. It's like this, like trillions and trillions of dollars in debt on this national debt. I didn't make that debt. I don't have any obligation to pay that debt. All right. But yet they want to claim that I have to. It's not my debt. Like if I went to a bank and got a loan out, that's my debt. I have to pay it. I can't leave that to my neighbor to pay it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's the same thing with the governments, that the ones that did this, they created the debt. They're the ones that should pay it out. It's kind of like, they talk about giving all this money to the Ukraine. Well, then take it out of your own fucking pocket. Don't
Right.
take it out of mine.
Mhm.
If you really want to do that, fine. Send your money to Ukraine. That's fine. Do that. But don't force me to pay for it.
But
You know?
who do we owe the debt to? That's what tripped me out. Who do we owe the debt
Well,
to?
that's a good question. On top of that,
Who do we
if the people that hold the debt, what if they decided to collect on their debt?
owe? Right.
What if they said, well, we've had enough him and hawing about this and that, whatever. Well, we're tired of waiting. We want to collect on our debt. What then?
It isn't there. We don't have it.
Yeah, I know, but
I
but we, the people, have been put up as collateral and a surety for that debt. So they would try to collect on us. That's the reason why governments are bad, and we should be able to we need to be governing ourselves, because if we have a governing body to govern over us, that leaves room for other governing bodies to take over. And if they take over the governing body, next thing you know, we're in that whole pot. We come along with the deal. You know what I mean? No. If we're all our own leaders, or our own masters, our own governing our own, they can't just come in and take it from us, because we're our own. That's the thing. It's like that's what leaves it open for it's kind of like a what do you call it, like when corporations buy out another corporation. It's the same thing. It's the same damn thing.
Right. Yeah. They got to buy the debt, right? You talk about when they buy the corporation, they also got to buy the debt, correct?
Right. Yeah, you got to buy everything with it.
Yeah.
And everything comes with it. Like, for instance, the corporation buys another corporation, all the employees come with it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, unless they fire them. But that's the same thing when it comes down here in this country. They've put the people in this country as a surety and collateral for the debt that they created. So therefore, if the government got taken over by another government or a corporation, whatever you want to call it, because they are technically a corporation, if it got bought out and took over by another corporation, we come along with the deal.
Well, I just
Because,
think the system just needs to be changed. First of all, they put in the federal system, so that's on the federal. Those people that sits on the federal board, that's on them. They all rich, got money they can have for the rest of their lives and for their generations to generations from 10 times on down. So I don't even want to know as far as I don't care. That's the system that you put in. that don't have nothing to do with me. You put this system in, and then they don't have to be accountable for what they do in the Federal Reserve. They don't have to be accountable for that. So why should I? And they put that in. They allow it. I see them all the time. It's questions they ask Powell, they ask Bernanke, Greenberg, all those ones that came before Powell. They didn't have to answer questions that's pertaining to the Federal Reserve, especially in detail. They don't have to.
yeah, the people in the Federal Reserve don't give a crap who makes the rules and makes the laws. They don't care. They're not subject to that.
Yeah, you're
They're
right.
actually a foreign corporation outside of this country.
Right. So why should I worry about it? So why should we worry about the debt? I don't even. I mean, that's just, I don't even worry about it.
I don't either. Yeah, I don't care.
After I've been watching them for years, sitting in front of them, I'm like, man, no way. They don't give us information to let us know or detail. I see Greenberg, Bernanke, all of them. They certain questions. Well, I get back with you. Oh, I get back with you. Oh, I get. Oh, well, I get back with you. I ain't paying. I get back with you. I ain't paying. Letting you know that now. That makes no sense to me right there. So, that is. I don't even let that come up to the forefront of my forehead.
I don't know. We're going to have to make a change. That's for sure. I wish I had the answer. I'd give it away for free.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, that's the reason why I love these talks, is because if we don't sit down and actually have these conversations, we're not going to find the answers. We're not going to find the solutions.
I agree with you.
I mean, I really do. I mean, I that's the reason why I enjoy listening to all you guys. I mean, I do a lot more listening than I do talking. I mean, I don't know if you guys noticed that. I do, but I mean, I'm all over the place on YouTube when it comes down to it. And then on top of that, I'm on the CB. I talk to people all over the place. So I try to have these conversations. I mean, a lot of times the conversations that I talk about sometimes is not what everybody else is talking about. You know what I mean? It's one of the things is like one of the things that's been grinding my gears lately is like all my life going through school, I've always heard the name of that city in Ukraine pronounced Kiev. Now they're all pronouncing it Kyiv. What the hell is that?
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Why are they doing that?
Even said it's chicken Kiev, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Kiev. That's how it's pronounced. And that's all my life. That's how I've always heard it, or always known it to be pronounced that way, even by people that are from that area. All right. The thing is, man, now you see all these news reporters and all these politicians and stuff. They're pronouncing it Kyiv.
Uh-huh.
I've even seen some stories that are actually spelling it wrong. Just so they can keep that Kyiv type of pronunciation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
And it drives me nuts. And that's just one aspect. It's changing history, changing things just so to rename it, all this other shit, and it drives me nuts. You know what I mean?
Every time I talk about that situation over there, every time I hear something about that situation over there, there's something sketchy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it isn't real, but there's just too much shit.
Well,
that is weird.
I have to agree, because in all wars, the first casualty is the truth.
Exactly.
Okay. And then when it comes down to like, what's going on over there, you get, there are some people that live there that are actually, trying to get some videos out, and stuff like that to kind of let people know. But then you got all this other stuff when it comes down to certain news medias or whatever, and they're trying to put in this narrative and all this other shit. And that to me is that's the disinformation thing. That's the killing of the truth,
Wait a minute. There should be thousands of cell phone videos coming out of there.
You would think, right? You would think.
Where in the hell are they?
You would think. You would think so.
Well,
There are a few people out there. There are a few because
A
I keep,
few, but with
yeah.
how many people in
he
1.5 million done left? You know, every single one of those people have cell phones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are the videos?
Yeah.
If that was here in America,
Yeah.
that'd be all you would see. Home
Right.
videos. What's going on?
Yeah.
I ain't seeing shit.
Yeah, that's that censorship, like the death of truth when it comes down to all wars, and we're in a war, all
Yeah.
right? And they want to kill truth. They want to kill that. That wants to be the first casualty of that war, all right? And then the communications happens to be another casualty, because they're trying to block communications from people from actually communicating with each other.
Yeah.
Like, for
Well,
instance,
the
us
truth.
over there talking to people over in the Ukraine. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard to actually get. I try to talk to people that are in countries that are, that are in these neighborhoods and telling me, firsthand what's going on in their neighborhood. I like
Yeah.
to talk to people that instead of relying on other people to tell me a story. You know what I mean? It's hard to find anybody that's even over there. That's what, you know what I mean? That's talking.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, there's a couple of guys. Like, there's this one guy I've been following. He's a journalist, but he's been in Ukraine and he's been trying to get out. What is it? The border? What is it? Poland or whatever it is. But and he's been documenting his story. I mean, that's just one guy I've been following. But there's a few other people out there that are making videos. I saw this one where this guy was sitting there. A farmer was hauling off a damn tank that had been abandoned by the Russians or whatever, and he's hauling it back to his farm. You know what I mean?
With his tractor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Think about it, man. A lot of these people are going to have old, old military tanks shoved in a barn somewhere. You know what I mean? I mean, I can totally see that happening here in America if we ever got attacked by foreign or domestic enemies. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be stockpiling whatever they find.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I know I'm gonna be one of them scavengers. I see a bunch of stuff going on over there. They all kill each other. Fine, I'll go over there after everybody's dead and go pick up all the stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I'll definitely be in that situation. But I've also asked a lot of people when it comes down to it. It's like, our corporation, posing as a government, keeps on sending our boys and girls over into these other countries and fighting all these other quote unquote wars or whatever. You know what I mean? How is that actually protecting our freedoms? How is that protecting our civil rights over here? And
well, it's not.
It's not
It's not.
exactly.
They just signed over 800 freaking million or 800 billion, whatever the hell they gave them today. That ain't helping us one bit.
Exactly. And we let what 23 billion worth of armaments and stuff like that over in Afghanistan. I mean, come on, man.
80 billion.
$80 billion worth of stuff.
billion
I mean,
dollars.
all state of the art shit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go over into Afghanistan right now and get a U.S. military rifle with optics on it for $400. Which is kind of cool. I wish I could do that right now.
And it came out of our pockets.
Exactly. That's part of our earnings.
You ever
that
thought it could
we
be
earn.
strategic that they left it over there, though, guys?
Well, it could be.
As in they know they're going to be going to war with Iran or something real quick.
It wasn't
So they left.
strategic for our benefit, brother.
Well, I'm just talking about countries fighting country, World War type stuff. Maybe they left it over there for a reason. I mean, there's a little hopium in there. I'm just saying maybe they know something. I do got a little bit of hopium, but maybe it was strategic to the point where that's the stuff that they let us know about, but they probably left a whole bunch more because they knew that we were being catapulted into WWII or whatever. I mean, and there's also a lot of military guys that I've talked to.
Do you think the U.S. forces can get that stuff back if they wanted to?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
I doubt it.
I mean,
they didn't leave it for our benefit.
No, and they claim they destroyed some of it, but they didn't destroy all of it. You know what I mean? And they try to say, oh, well, even though we didn't destroy helicopters and stuff like that, it'll be time that they won't be able to repair it if it breaks down, blah, blah, blah. That's all bullshit. Hell, I know people in Cuba right now that've been driving the same freaking car for over 80 years. You know what I mean?
1950s model
Yeah,
automobile.
exactly.
Yep,
You know what I'm saying? You know, they
absolutely.
make up parts. They don't go out and buy parts from AutoZone. No, they make their parts. You think these people over in Afghanistan can't figure it out? These people are stupid. If anybody believes that these people can't figure it out, that's just dumb. I mean, you think about it. You know, you got a so-called, these people over in these other countries and stuff that kept our armed forces busy for 20 some odd years. You know what I mean? And we're supposed to be the big and bad and toughest military out there, right? Kept us busy for 20 years, man, making up, bombs out of propane tanks and still defeating it. You know what I mean? But I've asked my brother. He was in the military. All right, it's like if we had invading forces coming into here, would you be one of those guys out there putting IDs in the road? You know what I mean? Because I feel like those people in Afghanistan, they have a right to live, a right to protect themselves and their homeland and their family. They have a right to do that. You know what I mean? So you just put it back into more like more like our own homeland. If this was on a reversal, if it was on the other foot, instead of we going over there, people coming over here doing it.
That would unite us. That would
Yeah.
unite us.
Well, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's like what I guess Milkman was saying also, or I think it was, is like that. It's not at my door syndrome.
Right.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
people out there that have that. Oh, it's over there. It's in that other state. It's in that other country. Blah, blah,
That's
blah,
what
blah. It
makes
doesn't
us
bother me.
asleep.
Yeah.
Is
It's like
it's not at
until
our
it hits
door.
your front door, it doesn't
Yep.
affect you. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a classic piece of writing, I guess it came out of World War II, where the guy wrote, they came for the Jews and I wasn't a Jew, so I didn't say anything. And then they came for the socialists and I wasn't a socialist, so I didn't say anything.
Right.
And he went down the line and he said, and then by the time they came for me, there was nobody left to speak out.
Right.
So
Exactly.
kind of human nature, I guess.
That's something else right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of social engineers out there that actually, rely on a lot of this stuff, man. They rely on human nature and stuff like that. It's like we will tolerate anything that's tolerable, and they'll just
That's
keep
what
pushing it and
Jefferson
keep,
said in the
cranking
Declaration
up
of
the heat.
Independence.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of man to tolerate evil until evil is no longer tolerable.
Right. But how long? I mean, by then it's like the damn pot of water is already boiling.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. It's like, we've got to get away from that, man. Honestly, man. I mean, and like I said, we've been lied to all our lives for generations. Tom, what your parents taught you was a lie. What they taught them was a lie.
They believed it though.
Exactly, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like we got to awaken ourselves from that fiction, that matrix. You know what I mean?
I believe we are. I hope we are.
Well, I mean,
The ones that are waking up right now, like let's say, I mean the gas and everything, the gas prices are waking people up right now, right?
I don't know.
Well,
Maybe.
just hold on. So let me finish what I'm saying, brother.
Go ahead.
So what I'm meaning is, I was using that as an example. Let's just say that something wakes everybody up, right? It's more of a, okay, now they're awake, now they're scared, so they're gonna go back into their sleepness, or they're gonna go back into their sleep because it was more comfortable. Kind of like the Rona. It woke a lot of people up, but they gradually went back to going to sleep because the reality of the new world that they just woke up to is so chaotic that there's no way that they can even comprehend it. So their go-to safety behavior is to go back asleep.
Yeah, but brother, when the time comes when they can't eat and they can't drive somewhere to make money,
and that's where it's going to be.
It's going to be hard to sleep.
It is.
There
it
is
really
a
is.
revolution brewing in this country, and granted, it's in its infant, if not embryo stages. But hey, man, take me. 2 years ago, I'm scared to death to talk to a group of people.
Yeah.
You got a guy like me talking out. You know, God knows what's going on out there.
Mm.
Because
I hear
I
you.
didn't want to be bothered with it.
Mm.
And here
I
we
never
are.
want. Yeah, I never wanted to show my face on it. It took me a little while to jump up on panel and actually show my face. I was
Well,
always in the backgrounds because it's like, man, I'm a nut over here. And then I started realizing that there's a lot of people that were like-minded to myself that were thinking the same. And then it was like, okay, well, it looks like we're on the same page. Let me give you guys my interpretation. And no, I get it. You know what I mean? Because it's like,
Y'all ought
and
to
then, but
how we doing.
we stay together. We keep
Yeah,
reaching out.
and Tom. Y'all just kept quiet. Now y'all want to talk. I needed to talk 2 years or 5 years ago. Y'all just talking now. Now y'all got y'all power back there. What y'all Power Rangers now?
yep.
I never had any power, man. I never wanted any power.
Yeah, I understand. I was the same way too.
Oh man, hey, like I said, if we stick together and we reach out and we make this bigger, I have hope. And if not, first we withdraw, and if we have to fight, fight like hell.
Well, it's almost to the point where we got to draft our own and a new version of the Declaration of Independence, in a sense,
Possession, sir.
and put these government officials on notice. You know what I mean? Because that's what they would do. They put us on a notice. They'd give us a notice, and then they do what they're doing. We put them on notice, and then force them to comply. That's
I
where
don't
it comes
even
down
agree
to.
with putting the sons of bitches on notice, man.
No,
They
I agree
need
with
to
you on
go.
that too, Tom. I agree with you on that too. You know what I mean? But a Declaration of Independence, in a sense, if we the people decide to just redraft that, in a sense, and declare independence from governments altogether, or whatever, you know, I don't know,
Hey,
man.
that is a God-given right to alter or abolish a form of government. I do want to correct you. It's not in the Bill of Rights. It's in the Declaration of
Declaration of
Independence.
Independence, yeah.
And it's one of those God-given rights along with life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Right.
We have that right, and we're going to have to exercise it one way or the other. Peacefully first. My granddad used to tell a joke about an old man that told his son, he said, son, you got to get out there and you got to make money. Honest if you can, but you got to make money. Well, hey, we've got to change this peacefully if we can. We got to change it. So anyway, with that, it's almost 7 o'clock in the morning and my stomach's kind of growling and I got work to do tomorrow. I'm retired, but the work always is there.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I want to thank you all for being here. Warriors, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Yes.
And I hope we'll continue this relationship.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Wingnut, I don't think you've ever been on my...
No, it's my first time actually on your channel.
Yes, sir. I knew you were, and it was an honor to have you. And Wingnut, it was certainly an honor to have you too. Ghetto, you're my standby. Couldn't do without you, man. And Vaughn,
Right.
love you. It's always good to see you. Everybody in chat, I want to thank you all for being here, putting up with
You
me.
only love him?
Yeah, man, gotta love a Baltimore boy. There's something about Baltimore.
You don't love us.
Cannot explain Baltimore to a West Coast guy. It can't be done.
That's so disrespectful.
No, it's not. It's fact. I couldn't live in Baltimore, but Baltimore is just a special place in my heart, man. It really is. So, hey, everybody in chat, I appreciate you all coming. And I'm going to go grab a bite to eat and call it a night. Resist. God bless everybody.
Freedom.
I appreciate you, Tom. Appreciate you.
Peace.